simultaneously crossing from Japanese anime to American comics. A powerful blow. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Demon Slayer ends. Newcomers arrive. 6th update. Please subscribe. Please vote. Chu Yang looked around and found that most of the evil spirits wandering around were irrational. Although their auras were strong, they were extremely unstable. Obviously, this was a temporary product that Muzan Kibutsuji had paid a huge price to deal with him. But even if it was a temporary product, judging from the strength of the aura, the power of these evil spirits was already very close to Muzan Kibutsuji, enough to crush Dauma and Akaza, who had fought with Chu Yang. As for who was stronger in the actual battle, that was another matter. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chu Yang counted the number of evil spirits carelessly, his tone full of disdain, and sneered at Muzan Kibutsuji. You spent so much blood to create these few pieces of trash? Chu Yang's arrogance and tyranny made Muzan Kibutsuji recall the familiar feeling of oppression again and again. It was as if Tsugumi Yuchi was standing in front of him and speaking in the same tone. I'm no longer the Muzan Kibutsuji of hundreds of years ago, and he is no longer Tsukuni Yoriichi. I don't need to be afraid. Muzan Kibutsuji clenched his fists, veins bulged, and his eyes became colder. He wanted to repay Chu Yang for all the humiliation left by Yoriichi Tsukuni hundreds of years ago. The 4 evil ghosts wandering around Chu Yang felt Muzan Kibutsuji's intention, and their faces became particularly ferocious. As they roared at Chu Yang, saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. It seems that you like the brain dominated by wild instincts. Chu Yang mocked playfully. Is this the evolution you admire? I have to say, your taste is really humph. Before Chu Yang finished speaking, Muzan Kibutsuji snorted coldly, and then the 4 evil ghosts attacked Chu Yang at the same time. Compared with any ghost Chu Yang had seen before, the 4 temporary creations in front of him were more deformed and ugly. They had lost their human appearance and looked more like a splicing of animals. Blood red hair covered the whole body. The body and limbs were like apes. The head was like a hungry wolf. There were wings on the back, and the spine continued to extend out of the body from the tail vertebrae, looking like a tail with hooks. The strange tail shot at Chu Yang like a poisonous snake. Facing their siege, Chu Yang made preparations in advance with his observation haki. He took the initiative to step back, first using a wide saber to block the attack of the monsters behind him, and then suddenly slashed around in a circle. The saber wrapped in flames accurately chopped at each tail that shot at him, cutting off the hooks on it with one knife. The flames burned along the wounds on the tails, like maggots on the tarsal bones. The flames burned the monsters all over their bodies, making them bloody and screaming. The blazing flames made Muzan Kibutsuji's eyes flash with fear. He knew that this was the power of the sun breathing. Once, this was the power he feared the most. But what made him feel a little relieved was that the monsters were not killed by Chu Yang in one blow, but slowly stood up. At this time, Chu Yang also realized the characteristics of this group of monsters. Not only are their strength and speed at the top level, but they also have a strong recovery ability comparable to Muzan Kibutsuji. Like Muzan Kibutsuji, they have multiple hearts and brains, but they are not as sophisticated. If the little toys you make only have this much strength, it will be too disappointing. Chu Yang inserted the saber into the ground and grinned. Friendly reminder, you don't have much time left. Muzan Kibutsuji took a deep breath. His face gradually turned red, and he didn't know if it was because of the blood rushing up from anger. He showed a sick smile. Of course, there is more than that. You will enjoy it next. This is the treatment that even Uchitsuga-kun didn't get. The infinite city began to shake violently. Many closed rooms opened, and a large number of monsters loomed in the darkness. Muzan Kibutsuji spread his arms and laughed hysterically. This is the blood I have accumulated for 1,000 years. Even if Uchitsuga-kun is reborn, he will definitely die here today. As he said, Muzan Kibutsuji's body was also changing. In the blink of an eye, scarlet hair covered his entire body, and ferocious thorn whips protruded from his arms. He turned from a gentleman in a suit into a monster that ate raw meat and drank blood. From now on, There will be no more Demon Slayer core in the world. Musen vented his emotions wantonly and rushed towards Chu Yang with countless monsters. The overwhelming black tide seemed to drown the world. The situation seemed to have been reversed, but Chu Yang still stood there calmly, with his hands crossed on the hilt of the scimitar. You don't think that this must be your home court? Chu Yang said this, and the next action confused Musen. In the latter's eyes, Chu Yang's fingers were constantly making irregular movements. It was neither a sword skill nor a new breathing method. It was obviously a meaningless action, but for some reason, Musen suddenly began to panic. The moment when the black tide composed of monsters was about to touch Chu Yang, the ground of Infinite City suddenly cracked, and countless lush trees rose from the ground, pushing the monsters into the air. In an instant, the strange Infinite City turned into a lush forest full of vitality. Thick vines and tree roots twisted and coiled on the ground, like huge anacondas. Any monster that tried to get close to Chu Yang would be rolled up and strangled one by one. The whole forest was like a living thing, silently guarding Chu Yang. Musen Kibutsuji looked at the earth-shaking changes in front of him blankly, revealing deep doubts. Where did my Infinite City go? Am I dreaming? The warm blood flowed to his feet, and he suddenly woke up. Right in front of him, there were piles of monster corpses. Musen Kibutsuji looked up at Chu Yang, and doubts could not help but arise in his heart. Is he still a human? Or is he the real god? Outside Infinite City, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The tranquility and peace of the past have been buried under the sea of fire. Every place here is a battlefield, covered with blood and body parts. Fortunately, without Musen Kibutsuji's participation, the Upper Moon, which lost Dauma and Akaza, could not gain an advantage in front of the pillars who all comprehended the markings. Yuzu Tenjin, the second oldest among the pillars, was responsible for fighting against the two siblings, Jitaro and Aki. Yuzu Tenjin had a hard time against these two siblings before he comprehended the markings, which has been proven in the original plot, but after comprehending the markings, it was a completely different situation. After just one encounter, Daki was killed by Yuzu Tenjin in an instant, and she couldn't even fight back. Jitaro also failed to beat Yuzu Tenjin, whose speed and strength had greatly increased. The two siblings could only barely hold up in front of him when they joined forces. In fact, if we really count them, Jitaro is the real upper 6. Dakimaki's strength is too weak, and it is easy for Yuzu Tenjin to kill them. The Jade Pot of upper 5 is in charge of Aguro Abane and Kanroji Mitsuri. The two sides are evenly matched. Although Kanroji Mitsuri is still young, her extraordinary strength, with the blessing of the stripes, has amazing destructive power, and has become the main force in the battle. Hantengu of upper 4, his opponents are Fushiguro-sane and Kocho Kani. For Kani and Fushiguro-sane, this is a very tricky enemy. Hantengu's clone ability can make the advantage in numbers meaningless. As the number of clones increases, the two of them once fell into a disadvantage, and were the only team on the battlefield that showed a weak position. On the other hand, as the strongest person second only to Musen Kibutsuji, the upper one of Kokushibo is so powerful that the Demon Slayer Corps has to send 3 pillars to match it. Jayami Hiramashima, Kyojiro Rengoku, and Jiayu Tomioka teamed up to fight Kokushibo. Under such circumstances, Kokushibo was still able to fight back and forth with these 3 people, and was not at a disadvantage at all. This shocked Yubuayashi Kiyoya, who was sitting in the back. It was hard for him to imagine how this battle would continue if the Demon Slayer Corps had not mastered the markings in advance. Yubuayashi Kiyoya was protected by the former water pillar Sakonji Urakodaki and the former sound pillar Jigoro Kiwajima. Behind the two were Shinobu Kocho and Makomo, who were responsible for medical treatment. They didn't know that Naruto, the maid of Musen Kibutsuji, who possessed space-type blood demon arts, was originally tasked with assassinating Yubuayashi Kiyoya. But at this moment, a shocking change occurred in the Infinite Castle, and Naruto had to return to help Musen Kibutsuji stabilize the space of the Infinite Castle. Now that the two sides are in a stalemate on the battlefield, if Naruto appears and successfully assassinates Yubuayashi Kiyoya, it will undoubtedly be a devastating blow to the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. Chu Yang helped the Demon Slayer Corps resolve another crisis in the dark. However, From the overall perspective of the war, the Demon Slayer Corps is still the weaker side, because in addition to the waxing moon, there is also the waning moon on the battlefield, leading a large number of evil ghosts to slaughter swordsmen with absolute advantage. Yubuyashiki was anxious. Before the war, he was full of confidence and felt that he would definitely win this war related to the fate of mankind, but since Chu Yang disappeared silently, his confidence has gradually collapsed. He remembered that the premise of victory actually depended on Chu Yang alone from the beginning, just like a certain scene he saw when he predicted the future. "Don't stay here to guard me, go and stop the waning moon." Yubuyashiki turned to Yurakoda Kisakonji and Kuwajima Jigoro and said, "Now only you can save those swordsmen." Yurakoda Kisakonji hesitated and said, "If something happens to you." Yubuyashiki shook his head and said, "Whether I live or die will not affect the overall situation at all. I should have let you participate in the battle from the beginning. It's not too late now, and you can save a lot of people." Yurakoda Kisakonji and Kuwajima Jigoro were still hesitating. They knew that the Lord deliberately said this to save those swordsmen. "Do you really want me to commit suicide here, before you are willing to act?" Yubuyashiki was angry with his subordinates for the first time. He accidentally bit his lip while speaking, and blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the two no longer hesitated and disappeared beside Yubuyashiki at the same time, choosing to join the battlefield and join forces to fight against the 6 waning moons. The crisis situation was relieved. "Don't worry, Lord, I'm also a swordsman and will definitely protect your safety," Kocho Shinobu said firmly. "Me too." Shinkomo's voice followed. "Thank you." Yubuyashiki nodded with a smile, then held his wife Amane's hand tightly. The couple prayed in secret, praying that the turning point would come sooner, so that those fresh lives could live longer. It seemed that the heavens heard their prayers, and the entire Demon Slayer camp suddenly trembled violently. A hole suddenly opened in the dark night sky, and then more and more black holes appeared. Many trees extended from the depths of the darkness, constantly pouring out, as if to stretch the confinement of space. Such a shocking scene made both sides forget the battle temporarily. Kokushibo saw the tip of the iceberg of the Infinite City from a certain space crack, and suddenly his whole body was shocked, and he said in surprise, "What is Mingni doing? Why did she let the Infinite City come here? Could it be Master Musen has won?" Kokushibo's voice instantly spread throughout the battlefield. After a moment of silence, the battlefield erupted in cheers like a tsunami. Daki was cheering and laughing at Yuzu Tenjin, who had suppressed them to the point of exhaustion. "What should we do? It seems like you are going to lose. When Lord Musen comes, everyone will die." Jifutaro licked his lips and looked at Yuzu Tenjin with a sneer on his face. Yuzu Tenjin didn't say much, but was thinking in his heart that no matter what the cost, he must kill the 2 siblings in front of him. Yuhu was hiding in a sturdy bottle and swaying, mocking Iguro Abane and Kanraji Mitsuri with almost the same words. Hantengu didn't mock Kani and the others, but turned back into a timid old man and said thankfully, "Fortunately, Lord Musen is here, otherwise I might really die here today." He was the only demon who had the upper hand in the waxing moon, but he spoke in such a tone, which made people feel even more ironic. Kokushibo said nothing, and the power he exuded was suffocating. Jayama beaming eye clasped his hands together, and had already made up his mind to die together with Kokushibo. As long as he could replace the strongest waxing moon, then others would naturally have more chances of winning when facing Musen Kibutsuji. Rengoku Kaijiro also had the same plan. On the side of the Demon Slayer Corps, everyone's face was pale, and many people were in a trance, and they almost gave up the idea of living. The terrifying scene above their heads had gradually calmed down, and the entire space began to stabilize. Did they really lose? Yubuyashiki stared at the cracks in the sky. His pupils were bloodshot, and the future he saw was not like this. He didn't believe it, and Kani didn't believe it either. He will never lose. Finally, the cracks disappeared completely and were replaced by a large number of trees, which had occupied most of the battlefield unknowingly. One of the largest trees might require dozens of people to hug the trunk. At the top of the tree, a human figure became more and more obvious in the moonlight. He was carrying something similar to a coffin and a human head. The face of the head was occupied by huge eyeballs, and the eyes were full of fear. Daki, who was complacent just now, recognized the identity of the head. Her face changed, and she screamed, "Mina. Oh, you know her? Then I'll give it to you." Then Mina's head was thrown out. Daki subconsciously reached out to catch it, but the head turned into ashes in midair. Kokushibo looked up with an ugly face, but did not see the familiar figure. That was not Muzan Kibutsuji. The battle in the Infinite Castle is over. Mina is dead. But the person who came out was not Muzan Kibutsuji. What does this mean? All the ghosts present know it well. They have lost. Completely lost. From now on, there may be no more ghosts in the world. Ha 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 ha. Yubuayashiki Yoya slapped the railing he was leaning on, and his laughter was more unrestrained than ever before. If you listen carefully, you can even hear a little crying. His smile vented all the resentment of the Demon Slayer core for thousands of years. Yubuayashiki Yoya's laughter spread across the battlefield, forming a sharp contrast with the arrogant laughter of the waxing moon. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. You damn human. You lowly maggot. Daki's emotions were completely out of control, and she kept uttering vicious curses. If she could, she wanted to tear the man's mouth apart right now. But the next moment, Yuzu Tenjin's Nichiren sword drew a brilliant silver light in the dark night, accurately beheading him, and Daki's curses stopped abruptly. Daki didn't die, but she was scared and dared not speak. Unless the brother and sister were beheaded at the same time, one of them would be resurrected infinitely. Otherwise, Daki would have died hundreds of times under Yuzu Tenjin's Nichiren sword. The next to collapse was the timid Han Tengu. His blood demon art was out of control and completely run wild. The four emotional clones merged directly together, and the final composite body descended. The hateful amber sky. The cowardly ghost, who was the original body, was also changing. His body size had greatly increased, and his expression had changed from cowardly to extremely ferocious. His eyes were scarlet, and there was a faint hate engraved on his tongue. This was Han Tengu's last emotional incarnation, the hateful ghost, and it was also his last insurance. Out of his survival instinct, Han Tengu burst out with all his strength without reservation. The pressure on Fushiguro Shima and Kani, who were responsible for fighting against him, suddenly increased. Whether it was the hateful Bokuton or the hateful ghost, they could use the blood ghost arts of all the previous emotional clones. In other words, Fushiguro Shima and Kani were fighting against the previous four emotional clones at the same time. The two of them had to fight 1 against 4 respectively. Just when the situation was critical, the three people, Jayamui of Bimangayu, Kyojiro of Ringoku, and Jiayu Tomioka, joined the battlefield at the same time. They didn't need to fight Kokushibo anymore, because the people who dealt with Kokushibo had returned. And at this time, Kokushibo's mind was not on these three people. The 6 eyes of Kokushibo stared at the tree coffin on Chu Yang's shoulder. It had a strong premonition that Muzan Kibutsuji was in it. Kokushibo felt that it had not lost yet. As long as it defeated the man carrying the tree coffin and released Muzan Kibutsuji, the victory would still be theirs. So, Kokushibo rushed towards Chu Yang with great momentum. It was not that Chu Yang had to keep Muzan Kibutsuji, but he really couldn't kill this monster with 5 brains and 7 hearts. There was a difference between Muzan Kibutsuji hundreds of years ago and Muzan Kibutsuji today. At least its regeneration ability could greatly resist the effects of the sun breathing. No matter how many times Chu Yang tried to kill it in the Infinite City, its terrifying high-speed regeneration could make it resurrect at the last minute, which was why Muzan Kibutsuji had delayed Chu Yang for so long. Chu Yang found that he seemed unable to deal with this guy. In order to completely kill Muzan Kibutsuji, we must wait until dawn and let the sun burn him to death. In order to prevent Muzan Kibutsuji from escaping from under his nose like hundreds of years ago, Chu Yang can only seal him in a tree coffin. The effect seems to be pretty good. Kokushibo walked briskly along the tree trunk, all the way up, and rushed straight to Chu Yang. This is a strange guy. Even after becoming a demon, he still fights as a swordsman. It is also the only demon in the 12 demon moons that uses breathing to fight. If you don't take into account Muzan Kibutsuji's extraordinary recovery ability, just evaluate it in terms of lethality, Kokushibo is not weaker than Muzan Kibutsuji. Kokushibo can also fight in the state of markings. Even if it is a pillar, the fate of beating Kokushibo and meeting Muzan Kibutsuji is not much different. But unfortunately, Kokushibo's opponent this time is Chu Yang. No matter how powerful it is, it cannot break the armed color domineering on Chu Yang. The moment it rushed to the top of the giant tree, the shape of the sun blade, hollow crying god, in Kokushibo's hand changed. The blade was like a living thing, constantly wriggling, becoming more slender, and also derived many sharp edges. As a weapon made by Kokushibo with his own flesh and bones, hollow crying god, at this time is the original appearance. Beaming Guy Oozing Ming and others realized that it turned out that Kokushibo still had some strength left when fighting with the three of them. Kokushibo, who burst out with all his strength, exuded a suffocating momentum all over his body, and even though they were far away, they still made everyone present feel terrified. Chu Yang stretched his muscles and bones, and a touch of joy flashed in his eyes. Compared with the scoundrel like Muzan Kibutsuji who had unlimited blood recovery, he still preferred to fight against a berserker type opponent like Kokushibo. Who Chu Yang exhaled lightly, and the long breath immediately turned into a golden flame, which soon wrapped around Chu Yang's body, protecting him like a sun falling into the world. Because the light on Chu Yang was too dazzling, many ghosts in the battlefield below thought it was dawn, so they fled in panic, and were killed one by the swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps led by Urakodaki Sakonji. Even the waning moon was damaged. Facing such an enemy, Kokushibo not only did not retreat, but attacked Chu Yang more resolutely. The biggest regret of its life was that it lived under the shadow of Tsujikoku Yoriichi all its life. Even though it became a ghost and broke the curse of the stripes, in the end, it still lost to the octogenarian Tsujikoku Yoriichi. Losing to an old man who was running out of energy was ironic for it. Kokushibo originally wanted to defeat Tsukune Yoriichi, so he reduced himself to this ugly appearance. However, Tsukune Yoriichi died with the final victory, which also meant that Kokushibo would never be able to wash away this defeat in his lifetime and truly surpassed Tsukune Yoriichi. At this moment, Chu Yang, who was also practicing the sun breathing, was in front of Kokushibo. The dazzling light was so familiar. Killing him, for Kokushibo, was equivalent to defeating Tsukune Yoriichi. At this moment, Kokushibo's eyes were only Chu Yang, and even the tree coffin that sealed Muzan Kibutsuji slowly disappeared in his eyes. Time and space became slower and slower in Kokushibo's eyes. He saw that the saber in Chu Yang's hand was already wrapped in layers of flames, slashing towards his neck. Kokushibo raised his knife to meet it, also aiming at Chu Yang's vitals. The two knives did not collide, but staggered by a millimeter, and chopped each other's neck at the same time. Hollow crying god and armament haki collided violently. The flames on Chu Yang's body entangled and bit the flesh on the blade, and finally the flesh collapsed, and hollow crying god was broken. At the same time, the saber cut off Kokushibo's neck, and his head flew high with a look of astonishment on his face. Why couldn't hollow crying god cut off the opponent's neck? He was obviously just a human. Kokushibo didn't understand. If Dauma and Akaza were still alive, they would probably be able to tell him why. Kokushibo felt that he had lost again. Lost to sun breathing again. Lost Yoriichi Tsujikoku again. I have paid such a heavy price. I have become an ugly evil spirit for hundreds of years, but why did I still lose to that guy? If I can break through the limit, can I defeat the enemy in front of me? With doubts, Kokushibo glanced at Chu Yang. He stood in the layers of flames, with terrifying power, like a god. Try again. I still can't cut off his neck. After getting the answer, Kokushibo smiled bleakly, and his consciousness gradually sank into darkness. Its body burst into blazing flames, instantly burning it to ashes. The moment Kokushibo died in battle, the last bit of luck in the remaining evil spirits' hearts was shattered. The moment Chu Yang's eyes swept over them, it was as if the scorching sun was burning their bodies. The evil spirits were already in disarray and wanted to escape, but they were trapped in the strange forest and could not leave the battlefield. The remaining 12 demon moons were killed one by the pillars in extreme fear. The war has settled. A faint red light also bloomed on the horizon, reflecting the golden flames on Chu Yang's body. It's dawn. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Save me. I don't want to die yet. I was wrong. I was wrong. The wails of countless evil spirits echoed over the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, but no swordsman thought it was noisy. With tears in their eyes, they silently mourned their dead comrades and loved ones. Everything is over. There will be no more evil spirits in this world. Chu Yang carried the tree coffin and walked to the open space in the center of the battlefield. Under the gaze of everyone, he put the tree coffin down and slowly opened it. Musen, come out to bask in the sun. As soon as the words fell, a black shadow rushed out of the tree coffin. The warm sunlight shone on the black shadow, and the screams rang out, which made people feel particularly pleasant. The powerful regeneration ability prevented Musen Kibutsuji from being killed by the sun as quickly as other ghosts, greatly extending the time it was tortured. Yubuyashiki Yoya was helped to a nearby place by his wife. He silently watched Musen Kibutsuji being burned by the scorching sun and whispered, "Does it hurt? The pain you are suffering now is the pain that every generation of the Yubuyashiki family will suffer. We have been cursed because of you, since we were born. We were born in pain, and died in pain. In addition to the Yubuyashiki family, there are many innocent people who died because of you. How painful are those who don't want to become ghosts, and eventually become ghosts. Feel the pain now, and don't forget it, until you go to hell." Musen Kibutsuji looked at Yubuyashiki Yoya angrily. He rushed towards him with flames all over his body. All the pillars blocked Yubuyashiki Yoya, becoming an insurmountable barrier for Musen Kibutsuji. In the past, these people were ants in his eyes. Why could they stop him? I'm not willing to give up. If I had found the blue spider lily, I would have killed all of you guys long ago. At this moment, Chu Yang quietly walked to Musen Kibutsuji, not afraid of the flames on his body, put one hand on his head, and whispered in his ear, "Do you know why you can't find the blue spider lily? Because the blue spider lily only blooms during the day. Ghosts can't see it. Haha." Musen Kibutsuji's pupils shrank suddenly, and a huge rage burst out of his eyes. His fingers trembled and pointed at Chu Yang. You. In the end, he only left a resentful look, and then was swallowed by the fire, and the embers on the ground were blown away by the wind. The war between humans and ghosts that lasted for 1,000 years ended. From the next day, the swordsmen were dismissed one after another by Yubuyashiki Yoya. Everyone received a very generous severance pay before leaving. Enough to have no worries about food and clothing for a lifetime. For the wealthy Yubuyashiki family, this is nothing. If possible, Yubuyashiki Yoya hopes that all swordsmen can live to this day to receive this severance pay. Most swordsmen hope to spend the rest of their lives in peace, including Kani. She has never wanted Shinobu Kocho to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but hopes that she can live as an ordinary girl. Now, the two sisters can live such a life, like ordinary girls, carefree, without worrying about whether they will die in a certain mission tomorrow. In order to express his gratitude to Kani for treating the wounded for many years, Yubuyashiki Yoya also gave them the butterfly house so that the two sisters can continue to practice medicine. Makomo had a long talk with his master Urokoda Kisakonji and decided to stay in the butterfly house and live with Kani and the others. Urokoda Kisakonji returned to the mountains to continue his seclusion, and Tomiya Kajiyahu decided to stay with his master, but he would come to the butterfly house to visit Makomo from time to time. There seems to be an inexplicable relationship developing between the two. Under the persuasion of Yubuyashiki Yoya, Fushigoroshima finally let go of his knot and set out on the road home, intending to confess everything to his younger brother Zuanaya, obtain his brother's forgiveness, and live together again. He didn't know that his younger brother Zuanaya had already known the truth. He knew that his brothers and sisters were killed by their mother who had turned into a ghost, and his elder brother Shima held his mother until dawn, when his mother was burned to death by the sun. After the two brothers cleared their grudges, they would support each other and go on. Bimingayu Jiyomoi returned to the temple to continue his practice, but the difference was that there were more children who had lost their loved ones in the temple. With the help of Yubuyashiki Yoya, it became an orphanage. The noise of the children interrupted Bimingayu Jiyomoi's chanting from time to time, but he did not show any annoyance. There were no more tears in his eyes, only a faint smile. Rengoku Kaijiro returned home, and was greeted by his father who was no longer decadent, and his younger brother who put down his sword, and could live in peace. "Thank you for your hard work, Kaijiro." Rengoku Makijiro gently stroked his son's hair. The long fiery red hair similar to his own made him feel extremely proud. Rengoku Kaijiro's eyes were already filled with tears. On the night when the war ended, Iguro Abane confessed his feelings to Kanrigi Mitsuri. After a brief surprise, Kanrigi Mitsuri accepted Iguro Abane's feelings. The two opened a ramen shop near the butterfly house. Tourists coming and going, or passers-by who came to see a doctor would line up, and the business was booming. Kani would also bring people from the butterfly house to support the restaurant. In addition to them, there were also people who were determined not to leave. Yuzu Tenjin did not want to return to the life of a ninja. With his 3 beautiful wives, he continued to eat and drink with Yubuayashiki Kakuya. As for Chu Yang, before he had time to enjoy the rest of his life, his consciousness came to the Soul Palace. And this time, on the previously empty throne, there were actually 2 new figures at once. It wasn't long since I came here last time. How come you're here again? I've been entering the Soul Palace a bit too often recently. May I ask, which guy's causing trouble this time? Pirate Chu Yang, Hokage Chu Yang, and Magic Chu Yang, all 3 of them appeared in the Soul Palace with complaints on their faces. The 3 of them had their own things to do, especially Magic Chu Yang, who had been doing research in the potion room every day recently. I've cleared the level. Demon Slayer Chu Yang raised his hand and said proudly, I just killed Musen Kibatsuji, and all the main characters survived. How's that? Sure. Congratulations. Pirate Chu Yang said with a smile. I didn't expect that you, who entered the last, would be the fastest among us to clear the level. Hokage Chu Yang smacked his lips and said sourly, what's the point of clearing or not? There's no mandatory task, there's no need to be so fast. Isn't it better to take your time? Demon Slayer Chu Yang grinned. I also want to take my time, but the enemy doesn't give me a chance. Pirate Chu Yang said, that's right. The combat power of the Demon Slayer world is indeed a little lower than ours. It doesn't take much effort to kill Musen Kibatsuji. Hokage Chu Yang turned around and found that Magic Chu Yang was talking to the 2 newcomers. So he asked curiously, which world are the newcomers from? Magic Chu Yang heard this and shook his head. I don't know. It seems to be an ordinary world. There is nothing strange. After sharing memories, I can't see any clues. Hokage Chu Yang widened his eyes. How can it be an ordinary world? Let me come and see. Pirate Chu Yang and Demon Slayer Chu Yang also heard the conversation between the 2. They were also very curious, so they followed them together. After everyone shared memories, they found that the 2 newcomers were students studying in a small town in the countryside. The world backgrounds were modern neon country and America respectively. Interestingly, both of them are about to enter a new school to attend high school. It's not scientific. Magic Chu Yang touched his chin and frowned. From the past rules, the probability of crossing into the ordinary world is very low. How is it possible that both people are in the ordinary world? Good guy, you, a magician, actually want to talk about science? Pirate Chu Yang couldn't help but complained. Low probability doesn't mean the possibility is 0. Japanese high school student Chu Yang said enviously, I really envy that the world you go to is so exciting. My life every day is basically the same as before I crossed over. I'm almost bored to death. American high school student Chu Yang also sighed. You don't know how poor the infrastructure of small towns in the countryside of America is. The signal is so poor. As long as it rains here, the TV network will all burp. It has rained almost every day during the days I crossed over, and I haven't even watched TV seriously. Demon Slayer Chu Yang laughed. If you can't even watch TV, then there is not much difference between you and my era. Magic Chu Yang suddenly realized, no wonder there is no information in your memory. I remember that the time over there seemed to be 2008, right? American high school student Chu Yang nodded. Demon Slayer Chu Yang's eyes lit up. The whole ticket. Go home and watch the Olympics. His idea stunned everyone. Pirate Chu Yang couldn't help but complain. It's just a parallel world with a modern background. Where is the Olympics? The others complained about Demon Slayer Chu Yang for a while, before continuing to discuss the 2 high school students Chu Yang. They thought that it didn't matter whether it was an ordinary world or not. Even if there were no special abilities to learn, the 2 high school students Chu Yang could work with Magic Chu Yang as logistics workers, do some research, and share the pressure. In short, everyone was very happy to have new people come in. After all, everyone who came in was themselves, and it was easy to unite. But Pirate Chu Yang and the others didn't know that when the two high school students Chu Yang returned to their own world, their lives suddenly changed drastically. Neon Country, a small town in the countryside. Chu Yang here lives on a small island. All his relatives died in a tsunami a few years ago, leaving him alone to study. The school on the island decided to close due to the lack of students all year round. Chu Yang and his class became the last class of students. Those who wanted to continue their studies had to go to other cities to study in high school. Many people chose to drop out of school and inherit their family's fishing business. Chu Yang originally had such a plan, but he was suddenly summoned to the Soul Palace and got this belated plug-in. After returning, Chu Yang immediately decided to leave the island. He didn't belong here. Chu Yang sold the property and all valuables left by his family and prepared to go to a big city to study. A week later, Chu Yang rented a house in an apartment near the school and started his new high school career. When entering the campus, Chu Yang glanced at the school monument next to the gate. It read Kurazo First High School. Chu Yang felt that the name was very familiar, but he didn't think much about it and walked into the school gate with other classmates. After a moment, when his classmates introduced themselves, Chu Yang suddenly felt something was wrong. "Hello everyone, my name is Ichigo Kurosaki. Please give me your guidance in the future." The boy with orange hedgehog hair said so on the podium. His expression looked a little cold. Such people are generally a little withdrawn, but it is not ruled out that they may be cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Haha, it shouldn't be, maybe it's just that the name and appearance are a bit similar. Chu Yang's mouth was dry. He just accepted the setting that this world is an ordinary world, and he was also preparing to take the college entrance examination step by step. "Hello everyone, my name is Inauraheim. Okay, my high school life may not be as peaceful as expected." America. Perhaps because of the arrival of the plug-in, Chu Yang's luck began to improve, and the continuous rainy weather in the town finally disappeared. Looking at the clear blue sky, Chu Yang hummed a little song happily and turned on the square big TV at home. This was the second time he watched TV since he traveled through time. Originally, he was thinking about finding some entertainment programs to watch, but Chu Yang flipped through several channels and they were all broadcasting urgent news. "He's not the president anymore. Why are you in such a hurry?" Chu Yang complained a few words, picked up a glass of water, and put it to his mouth. Just after taking a sip, the news anchor on the other end of the TV began to report the news. According to the relevant military officials, this morning, Tony Stark, the president of Stark Industries, was attacked by terrorists in Afghanistan and his whereabouts are currently unknown. Poof. The water in Chu Yang's mouth sprayed out. Chapter 77 An Ordinary High School Student. 7th update. Please subscribe. Monthly ticket. Ever since he knew that the world he was in was the world of the god of death, Chu Yang always felt that there were some inexplicable existences around him, between reality and illusion. But in fact, this had nothing to do with his cognition. The reason why Chu Yang could see things that he couldn't see before was because his soul had also been affected after sharing his innate abilities. The good news was that he saw it. The bad news was that he couldn't tell whether he saw a person or a ghost. If it weren't for sharing the memories of other selves, Chu Yang would probably be schizophrenic by now. It takes time to get familiar with distinguishing souls. Chu Yang made a lot of jokes during this period. In the eyes of many classmates, Chu Yang has been labeled as a weird person. Some of Chu Yang's strange behaviors were also seen by Ichigo Kurosaki, which made Ichigo Kurosaki feel a sense of deja vu, just like when he first saw a soul when he was a child. A week after school started, Chu Yang gradually got used to it and would not be scared by those souls that suddenly appeared. So far, most of the souls he has seen are very friendly. They just stay quietly in a certain area and stay silently in the human world. Every soul has its own reason for staying in this world, but they all irreversibly head towards the same ending. As time goes by, the originally friendly souls will gradually become irritable and start to do some things that hurt passers-by. Chu Yang walked along the road to the apartment as usual, and then at the corner, he saw a construction worker soul wearing a safety helmet suddenly rushing towards a moving car. seemingly intending to attack the driver in the car. Chu Yang quietly appeared behind him, and his hand wrapped in domineering easily captured the soul of the construction worker and lifted him up like a chicken. Domineering still works well in this world, which is beyond Chu Yang's expectation. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that domineering affects not the elemental body of the natural fruit ability user, but the rules generated by the devil fruit itself. The powerful domineering color can even break some special effects of devil fruits. From this perspective, it is not surprising that domineering can touch the soul. Even though he was held in Chu Yang's hand, the construction worker uncle still did not stop, and also showed a strong desire to attack. This is the sequel of staying in the human world for a long time. It has gradually lost its emotions and reason. But soon, Chu Yang helped it regain its reason. He used his palm leaf fan-like hand to slap the construction worker several times, causing his face to swell up. Pa. 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 Stop hitting me, brother. Stop hitting me. If you continue hitting me, I will really die. The uncle grabbed Chu Yang's arm and begged him. Oh, you woke up. Chu Yang's face flashed with an expression of wanting more, and then he asked, Uncle, why are you staying here when you don't want to reincarnate? Look at you. You were about to attack passers-by just now. The uncle was obviously an honest man. He was so tired, but he kept saying sorry. It was just unknown whether he really felt sorry or was simply afraid of Chu Yang's big slap. Chu Yang patted his shoulder and said, Uncle, I don't know what you regret, but you are in this state now, and nothing you do can help, right? The uncle opened his mouth, speechless, like a deflated ball, standing there sickly, with empty eyes. Chu Yang hated this expression the most. If this uncle dared to grin at him, he would not feel so uncomfortable, and would have beaten him to a pulp. But this uncle looked like an honest man, no matter how you looked at him, and he looked like he had died a violent death, which made it hard for people not to feel sympathy. Chu Yang said helplessly, Hey, tell me, is there anything you want me to help you with? As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. The uncle looked up suddenly, and there was light in his eyes again. The construction worker's name is Yosuke Binkawa. He is a worker of a company called Dong's Construction Company. He has worked there for nearly 15 years and is a veritable old employee. The road section under his feet was a project of their company half a year ago, mainly for maintenance. At that time, in order to shorten the construction period, the boss asked the workers to rush to work overnight, and in order to save costs, no warning signs and lighting were placed in front of the construction section. As a result, Yosuke Binkawa was hit by a car driving at high speed at night and died on the spot. According to the law, the boss of Dong's construction company needs to pay a sum of money to the family of Bencho and Yosuke, but after Bencho and Yosuke's death, the money has not been used. As the only labor force in the family, Bencho and Yosuke's wife and children lost all their sources of income after losing him, and their lives were very difficult. Just thinking about what his family had experienced in the past 6 months, Bencho and Yosuke almost went crazy again. Chu Yang reminded him, you should actually strangle your boss to death. Bencho and Yosuke said dejectedly, it's not that I haven't thought about it, but if I strangle him, my family will never receive compensation again. They really need that money to live on in the future. Chu Yang clapped his hands and nodded, okay, I'll help you get the money back. Thank you, brother. Bencho and Yosuke has tasted the taste of Chu Yang's fist, so he has no doubt about his ability. After a while, Chu Yang found the Dong's construction company according to the address provided by Bencho and Yosuke. Chu Yang politely asked the front desk, but unfortunately, the boss, Mr. Dangs, was not in the company. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening, and the nightclub was full of lights and the crowd on the dance floor was squirming wildly, exuding a lot of hormones. Mr. Dangs was in a private room talking business with a client. Chu Yang's entry into the nightclub was not smooth. His young face showed that he was underage, so he was stopped outside by the security guard. He had no choice but to take down the door in front of the security guard and put it aside. The security guard fell silent. After all, with a salary of more than 100,000 yen a month, is it worth risking your life? Chu Yang quickly locked onto the private room where Mr. Dangs was. He had just completed a big order and was ready to reward himself. He wanted to play the game of knight and princess with the lady in the private room. While riding, Chu Yang suddenly appeared behind him and poked his lower back with his finger. Mr. Dungs rolled his eyes and fainted in pain. He might never be able to ride anyone again in his life. When Mr. Dungs woke up, he found himself hanging in the center of the lake in the park, with branches and vines all over his body, shaky. "Help, someone save me." The naked Dungs didn't care about the shame and desperately shouted for help. The branches that bound him had already shown signs of loosening. It wouldn't be long before he fell into the lake. The bad thing was that he couldn't swim. If no one saved him, he would be a floating corpse the next day and become the front page headline of the newspaper. In a panic, Dong saw a student standing on the shore looking at him indifferently. He immediately shouted to the student, as if he had found a savior, "Boy, save me." The boy did not respond to him, but asked coldly, "Hanko Yasuke, do you still remember him?" Hearing this familiar name, Dong's face changed, and then he stammered, "Hanko Yasuke? This is the first time I've heard of this name. Let's not talk about this for now. Boy, find a way to save me first. When I come down, I will definitely repay you well." Chu Yang looked at him with contempt, as if he were an idiot, and sneered, "Are you drunk and stupid? There are only two of us here. Who do you think tied you to the tree? You?" Dong stared and cursed angrily. Combined with what Chu Yang mentioned about Hanko Yasuke just now, he suddenly realized, "Are you a family member of that bastard Hanko? I warn you, put me down quickly, or I'll call the police." Chu Yang stomped his feet lightly, and the branches and vines that bound Dong's loosened for the most part, leaving only his feet still tied. Without the restraint of the branch, Dong's entered the water upside down. After half of his body was in the water, he began to struggle violently. Chu Yang saw that he was bloated, and his lung capacity was not much better, so he hung him up, after counting to 30 seconds. After soaking in the cold lake water for 30 seconds, Dungs, who was naked, gasped and shivered from the cold, and couldn't even say a complete sentence to beg for mercy. "When are you going to give the compensation for Yasuke Motokoa to his family?" "Compensation? That guy died accidentally. The compensation should be asked from the insurance company. What does it have to do with me?" Chu Yang said in amazement. "You really want money but not life." After that, Chu Yang controlled the branch to sink him into the lake again, then lifted him up and repeated it over and over again, just like boiling a hot pot, giving him a lot of ups and downs. Dungs was really scared now. He felt that the boy in front of him really dared to kill people. If he continued to be stubborn, he would probably die here tonight. "Please let me go, I will pay you right away." Dungs begged frantically with an extremely sincere attitude. Chu Yang smiled with satisfaction, but did not put him down immediately. Instead, he continued to shabu him. After 2 or 3 times, Chu Yang put the dying Dungs on the ground and passed some vitality to him. Dungs took a few deep breaths, and his pale face gradually turned rosy. After walking back and forth in front of the gate of hell several times, Dungs was filled with fear and fear for Chu Yang. This guy is a madman, a pervert, and a murderer. Before letting Dungs go, Chu Yang warned with a kind smile, "You can choose to call the police, but I remind you first that I'm an orphan, without family and without any ties." After experiencing such torture, how could Dungs dare to call the police? His mind was full of peace and quiet, thinking about sending the plague god in front of him away as soon as possible. "No, absolutely not. I'll go and give the money to Beng Chuan's family now." Dungs said this and ran away. He was naked and shivering in the cold wind at night, but he still ran fast. There were not many people in the park late at night, let alone the coldest area in the center of the lake. However, after leaving the park, Dungs immediately felt countless eyes focused on him. "There are perverts here, everyone run. Ah, my eyes. Everyone close your eyes quickly. God, please give me a new pair of eyes. My eyes are already dirty. The world is going downhill. The world is going downhill." In addition to the curses, some uncles and aunts who have experienced great storms took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures. Tomorrow morning, someone will definitely make the headlines. Dungs, who had a premonition of this scene, covered his face and ran wildly under the flash, with crystal tears in the corners of his eyes. "How can you repair it?" Chu Yang on the other side was about to leave the park, but was stopped by an unexpected person. "Are you here to help that uncle get compensation?" Ichigo Kurosaki stood on the steps at the entrance of the park and looked down at Chu Yang. "Did you see everything?" Chu Yang asked in surprise. Because he was in modern society, he didn't have the habit of always using his observation haki, and he didn't notice that Ichigo Kurosaki was nearby. "I just saw that uncle running out of here naked. What did you do to him?" Ichigo Kurosaki scratched his head. "Don't look at me with those strange eyes. I just soaked him in the lake." Chu Yang waved his hand, signaling Ichigo Kurosaki to move aside. Ichigo Kurosaki moved aside to make way for Chu Yang. After Chu Yang went up the steps, he couldn't help but follow him. The area where Yasuka's soul wandered was not far from the school. It was normal for Ichigo Kurosaki to have seen him. He probably learned from Yasuka that Chu Yang was coming to help get compensation, so he came to hang around here. After all, Chu Yang gave people the impression that he was just an ordinary high school student. Why should he ask the boss of a construction company for compensation? In Ichigo Kurosaki's opinion, Chu Yang would most likely be beaten, so he came to see if he could help. But what Ichigo Kurosaki didn't expect was that Chu Yang easily controlled Mr. Darlings, who looked not easy to mess with. He suddenly became curious about Chu Yang. Ichigo Kurosaki was not the kind of person who could keep things to himself, and couldn't help asking Chu Yang, "When did you start seeing souls?" "Since I was a child." Chu Yang responded casually. Anyway, his family was dead, and other people couldn't find a place to verify it. Ichigo Kurosaki nodded silently. Chu Yang's situation was similar to his own. Ichigo Kurosaki asked, "Will that guy pay the compensation honestly?" Chu Yang stopped and looked back at him. Ichigo Kurosaki explained, "What I mean is that the boss of a general construction company will have connections with local gangs. If you treat him like this today, he will definitely not accept it. He may retaliate against you tomorrow, or even your family. I don't have any family for him to retaliate against." Chu Yang smiled and said meaningfully, "Generally, people who are retaliated against are not cruel enough. If you really make the other party feel fear, how can they have the courage to retaliate?" After that, Chu Yang continued to move forward. Ichigo Kurosaki stood there and thought for a while, then followed silently. The uncle at the school gate used to look abnormal, and I often avoided him, but today he was a little different. I asked him a question out of curiosity, and he said, Ichigo Kurosaki said with a strange look on his face, "He said that you slapped him a few times, and he woke up. Can you touch the soul?" At this time, the two just walked out of the park. Chu Yang did not answer his question, and walked straight home. Today's Q&A time ends here. Hearing Chu Yang's voice, Ichigo Kurosaki was stunned, turned and left in another direction. The next day after school, the two of them appeared near Hanko Yosuke's house again. What a coincidence. This is not just a coincidence. Are you following me? Stupid, don't joke like that. It's not funny at all. Chu Yang and Kurosaki Ichigo came to the door of a house noisily. The house number was written as Hanko's house. Obviously, they were all here to make sure whether Hanko Yosuke's family had received the compensation. Ring the doorbell. Why are you staring at me? Don't you have hands? You did it. Shouldn't you be the one to ring it? Then why are you following me? Are you a pervert? Have you ever gotten a certificate for being a sharp-tongued person? Your mouth is really annoying. Thank you for the compliment. Kurosaki Ichigo was so angry that veins bulged near his temple. After taking a few deep breaths, he decided not to bother with Chu Yang and reached out to press the doorbell. Hanko's wife came out of the house with a vigilant expression. When he saw that it was two students, his expression suddenly relaxed a lot. Ichigo Kurosaki sorted out his words in his mind and then explained his purpose. He lied that he was a student who had been sponsored by Yasuka before and came to visit him today. Then the two sides chatted and asked about each other's well-being for a long time. Chu Yang learned from the conversation that Dungs had sent the compensation last night. The amount of compensation was several times higher than the court ruling. It can be seen that Dungs was afraid that Chu Yang would find an excuse to retaliate against him later. After a while, the two returned to the road near the school and prepared to inform Yasuka of the news. Who would have thought that Yosuke Hankoa was not there? Chu Yang and Ichigo Kurosaki waited for a while, but did not see the guy until dark. Maybe he knew about this earlier than us, and has ascended to heaven, and become a Buddha? Ichigo Kurosaki stretched and yawned. His stomach was still rumbling with hunger, so he couldn't stand it anymore, and prepared to go home. Looking at the empty road, Chu Yang frowned. He also felt that what Kurosaki Ichigo said made sense, but he had a strong intuition in his heart that Hankoa Yosuke had not left. Recalling that the other party had been in a state of confusion before, there was even a tendency to attack people. Chu Yang felt more and more that something must have happened. Construction company. Chu Yang's mind flashed. That might be the place where Hankoa Yosuke was most obsessed. If he didn't know that Dungs had already sent the compensation to his family, he would definitely look for Dungs. Thinking of this, Chu Yang immediately rushed to the location of the construction company. He didn't care whether Dungs would die. He was just worried that once Hankoa Yosuke killed someone, he might never be able to change back to his original self and completely lose his reason and emotions. Chu Yang ran very abruptly. When Kurosaki Ichigo reacted, he had already run far away. Seeing him rushing so anxiously, Kurosaki Ichigo subconsciously felt that something bad had happened. "Where are you going? Wait for me." Kurosaki Ichigo turned his bag around and put it on his back and chased after Chu Yang. However, no matter how hard he chased, the distance between him and Chu Yang was always getting farther and farther. What the hell? Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked. From childhood to adulthood, he not only had good academic performance, but also crushed his peers in sports. He had never lost. Today was the first time he was defeated. After chasing for a while, Chu Yang's back completely disappeared in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. He had to stop, panting with sweat dripping down his back. How can he be so fast? Is this still a human? It's a monster. I remember this direction as the park yesterday. No, it's that construction company. Kurosaki Ichigo was suddenly shocked. He quickly associated the key to the problem, so he no longer cared about resting, gritted his teeth, and rushed forward desperately. "Uncle Yosuke, please don't do anything stupid." In order to reach the construction company faster, Chu Yang simply walked in a straight line, through the dark alleys and narrow old-style residential areas. There were few people here, and the street lights were old. Even if he flew over the rooftops, he would not attract the attention of pedestrians. It was also an experience of the daily life of Hokage Chu Yang. But what Chu Yang didn't know was, Kurosaki Ichigo behind him actually caught up with him, just in time to see him fly onto the roof and disappear. What is this guy doing? Ninja? Shit. Ichigo Kurosaki was stunned and cursed subconsciously. When Chu Yang jumped down from the roof, he had already arrived in front of the construction company, and there was only a road between them. The surroundings were very quiet. Apart from the sound of the cold wind blowing, not even a cat's cry could be heard. Even at night, such silence was very unusual and creepy. Observation Haki can sense the breath of living things, but to sense the pure soul, Chu Yang's current level is not enough. As for whether Roger's level of listening to the voice of all things can do it, Chu Yang didn't know, because his observation Haki had not reached that level yet. Chu Yang walked along the silent road towards the construction company. His intuition told him that Hankoa Yosuke was here. But the worst seemed to have happened. When Chu Yang approached the construction company, the windows of the entire company exploded at the same time, and the sky full of glass fragments fell from Chu Yang's head like rain. The broken glass fell on Chu Yang, making a clanging sound. He had already wrapped his whole body with armament Haki, so he was not injured. As the glass exploded, Chu Yang clearly heard the roar of the monster, which made him feel depressed. Chu Yang kicked the ground hard and jumped directly to the second floor of the construction company. He did not see Bencho and Yosuke, but only saw a monster with a hole in its chest and a mask holding Dungs high up. Bencho and Yosuke turned into a hollow. Help! Help! Dungs had no idea what was happening. He just kept shouting for help. His voice was very small, and he must have been seriously injured. What the hell? Chu Yang cursed angrily and rushed straight to Bencho and Yosuke, who had turned into a hollow, and knocked him out with brute force. Dungs fell from the air and hit the ground heavily, his mouth full of blood. Chu Yang looked down at him and walked away from him indifferently. This guy deserved to die, but he couldn't die at the hands of Bencho and Yosuke. The soul body is an enemy that Chu Yang has never encountered so far. Chu Yang has no idea how much substantial damage Haki can cause to the soul body. He is not worried that he can't break the defense, but he is worried that he will kill Hanko Yosuke with one punch. Chu Yang's fist is not a Zanpakuto. It does not have the ability of a Zanpakuto to purify the hollow and make it ascend to heaven. The hollow killed by him is really dead. Therefore, Chu Yang can only try his best to trap Hanko Yosuke with physical skills and wait for the death god to react. As long as a hollow appears in the real world, the Soul Society will know the situation at the first time, so there is no need to worry that the death god will not appear, unless a more powerful hollow appears nearby at the same time. Before the death god arrives, Chu Yang wants to prevent him from rushing around and hurting innocent people. He can only use his observation haki to observe the movement trajectory of the living people around him, while leading Hanko Yosuke to a sparsely populated area. Among the fighting skills of Fishman Karate, there are many grappling and restraining techniques that can just deal with the current situation. Hanko Yosuke, who has become a hollow, is very huge. Any attack will cause horrible large-scale damage, which is frightening. Yosuke Motokawa, who had just become a hollow, was so powerful that it was hard to imagine how powerful those hollows above him would be. On the other side, Ichigo Kurosaki also rushed to the vicinity of the construction company. I don't know if it was because of the intense exercise or because he saw the messy and dilapidated scene around him, but Ichigo Kurosaki was trembling slightly. What on earth happened? Having lived for 15 years, Ichigo Kurosaki has dealt with many souls, but this is the first time he has seen such a situation. Help! A weak cry for help came from the ruins. Ichigo Kurosaki followed the sound and found Toes buried in the rubble. Ichigo Kurosaki quickly pulled him out of the ruins, put him on the side of the road, and then called the ambulance. Hey, did you see a guy wearing a school uniform like me? Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's question, the weak Toes barely opened his eyelids, just glanced at the school uniform on Ichigo Kurosaki, and his face changed immediately. Damn, he is actually from the same school as that unlucky star? Could he be the king of hell? Dongs pointed to the direction where Chu Yang and Hanko Yosuke disappeared and said in a loud voice, he went over there. Thank you. I've called an ambulance for you. Just stay here and don't move. Kurosaki Ichigo got up and ran and didn't forget to turn back and remind him, don't move. Dongs nodded quickly, but after Kurosaki Ichigo walked away, he still struggled to crawl across the street. Are you kidding me? You told me not to move. You and that kid are in the same group, planning to kill for money, and you think I can't see it? I don't believe you. Dongs, who couldn't observe the soul, blamed Chu Yang for everything that happened just now, and he could only blame Chu Yang. After all, how could normal people easily believe in the existence of ghosts and gods? Dongs struggled to crawl forward and threw all of Kurosaki Ichigo's instructions behind his head. Maybe he was too engrossed in climbing and didn't notice the flashing lights in the distance. When he heard the rumbling sound of the car engine in his ears, it was too late. The sky was dark and the street lights around were completely destroyed. It was pitch black all around and the driver couldn't see what was on the road. Boom boom with two dull sounds. The car shook violently and then drove a short distance before stopping. The driver got out of the car and looked around in panic, but it was pitch black in front of him. He could not see anything except the gravel on the road under the moonlight. The driver scratched his head and got back into the car. While restarting the car, he comforted his family. What is it? It looks like a stone. There are gravel everywhere on the road. It's too dark to see. Why didn't anyone come to clean it up? It's so dangerous at night. Call the city hall later. As the engine sounded again, the car drove farther and farther. No one noticed Dongs, who was dying on the ground and covered in blood. He fell in a pool of blood and stretched out his hand to grab forward weakly. Dongs, who didn't get any response, was drowned by despair bit by bit. He suddenly thought of it. When Yosuke Motokawa was hit and killed by a car because of late night construction, was he as desperate as he is now? Dongs' thoughts froze at this moment and then fell silent forever. Ichigo Kurosaki felt that his throat was about to smoke. The distance he ran today was almost comparable to a long distance marathon, and he maintained a sprint state throughout the whole process. God will not let down those who work hard. Just when he was about to give up, Chu Yang finally appeared in front of him. In addition, there was a big guy, a guy who was as tall as 3 or 4 floors, and exuded a terrifying aura. Ichigo Kurosaki licked his lips, and felt dry in his mouth, not because of lack of water, but because he saw Chu Yang fighting the big guy with his bare hands. Especially when he saw Chu Yang punch the big guy, and send him flying more than 10 meters away. Goosebumps stood up all over his body. I'm still worried about him. Kurosaki Ichigo silently took a few steps back. I should be worried about myself, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a car overturned by Hanko Yosuke passed by Kurosaki Ichigo and hit the street lamp behind him, exploding a dazzling firework. Kurosaki Ichigo was pushed away by the airwave and turned several times in the sky before landing. Boom! Kurosaki Ichigo, who fell heavily to the ground, grimaced in pain. Just as he was about to shout, he found himself surrounded by a huge black shadow. He shuddered and looked up. The big guy was staring down at him with a kind smile on his face. Raise your foot, stomp it. Kurosaki Ichigo subconsciously closed his eyes and raised his arms to protect himself. The next second, the imagined pain did not appear, but instead there was a light feeling, as if he was flying. When he opened his eyes, he saw Chu Yang holding him and jumping to the roof of the community on the other side. Although he had many questions in his mind, Ichigo Kurosaki still asked the most important question. Where is Uncle Yosuke? Chu Yang pointed at Yosuke Hanko, who had become a hollow. Uncle Yosuke? Ichigo Kurosaki looked dazed, muttering to himself. Why did he become like this? You ask me, who should I ask? Chu Yang said helplessly. Instead of worrying about that, it's more important to deal with him, right? Deal with him? Ichigo Kurosaki asked with his eyes wide open. Are you going to kill Uncle Yosuke? Chu Yang rolled his eyes in anger. Are you crazy? Killing is illegal. Ichigo Kurosaki was silent for a while and said slowly, the law can't protect him in his current state. Roar. Yosuke Hanko roared angrily and then rushed towards them. I don't want to talk to you. Help if you can, and get down quickly if you can't. After saying that, Chu Yang jumped. He landed on Yosuke Hanko's head and stepped on him into the ground. What can I do to help now? Kurosaki Ichigo, who was always very confident in his athletic ability, hesitated. The battle between Chu Yang and Hanko Yosuke below was obviously not something he could participate in. Confidence is one thing, and seeking death is another. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was standing on the roof, found an elderly couple walking towards this side in the distance. It's already this late, and you're still out for a walk. Kurosaki Ichigo climbed down from the roof without forgetting to complain, and then hurriedly walked to the old couple and used a lame light to trick them away. There is construction ahead, and the road is blocked. Please change the way. Hearing the rumbling sound coming from the front from time to time, the old couple did not doubt him and prepared to return the same way. However, when leaving, the old man was still muttering in dissatisfaction. Young people nowadays really have no manners at all. They didn't even know to put up a sign to remind us that there was construction, so we had to walk so far. There was no way. Kurosaki Ichigo could only bow and apologize continuously and then send the old man away. We must stop passers-by from entering here by mistake, otherwise someone will definitely get hurt. Kurosaki Ichigo thought to himself that this seemed to be the only place where he could help Chu Yang, so he began to wander around. Whenever he met someone, he would try to persuade the other person to leave. As time went on, no more pedestrians appeared. Kurosaki Ichigo finally breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to turn back to see how the battle was going. How is he going to deal with Uncle Yosuke? If he delays any longer, he will be in danger, right? In addition to worrying, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly felt a palpitation. In the dark, he felt that something seemed to be approaching this side. The palpitation was even stronger than that brought to him by Hanko Yosuke. At the same time, Chu Yang also felt. No wonder the god of death hasn't come for so long. It turns out that it is really being held back by something else. Chu Yang stepped on Hanko Yosuke under his feet, and his eyes were always fixed on the front. 3, 2, 1. The building in front of him exploded. It was like being hit by a speeding train, but there was nothing in the gap. In Chu Yang's eyes, a bigger hollow stood in front of him, with its bloody mouth wide open. It was attracted by the breath of Hanko Yosuke, and was ready to come here to eat. Some hollows like to devour human souls, while others like to devour their own kind. The new one in front of him probably belongs to the latter. It looked at Hanko Yosuke with such greed. But soon, it shifted its sight to Chu Yang, who was stepping on Hanko Yosuke. Instinct made it smell a hint of danger from Chu Yang, and fear flashed in its eyes. But this little bit of fear was immediately drowned by greed, and it felt that Chu Yang seemed to be more delicious than Hanko Yosuke. Finally, someone I can fight with is here. I'm almost suffocating. After a long fierce battle with Hanko Yosuke, Chu Yang had been holding back his anger for a long time, and had no place to vent it. As a result, he just happened to run into someone who was looking for death. The huge hollow rushed madly towards the position where Chu Yang was standing, crashing many buildings along the way. Chu Yang clenched his fists, and his armament haki condensed into a thick armor on his body. The hollow kept approaching, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang raised his hand and prepared to punch. Then, there was a bang. A figure appeared between the two. Chu Yang paused. The person who came was wearing a black dojo uniform, with his back to Chu Yang, blocking with a knife in front, helping Chu Yang block the attack. The person flew out. Chu Yang saw her face. It was a girl with shoulder-length hair. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be Kachiki Rukia. After landing, Kachiki Rukia bounced from the ground like a spring. Then she rushed towards the hollow again, muttering something. She was performing the kid. The invisible restraints formed by the spell trapped the hollow, making it impossible for the other party to hurt Chu Yang. There's actually a human here. It's already troublesome, and now it's even more troublesome. Rukia Kachiki seemed not to see Hanko Yosuke being stepped into the ground by Chu Yang. She frowned and glanced at Chu Yang, then focused on dealing with the hollow in front of her. Chu Yang kept staring at her, but she didn't care at all. How could a human see her? Most likely, he was shocked when he saw the surrounding buildings suddenly destroyed. Rukia Kachiki thought so. Suddenly, at the end of the street, another human rushed out and ran towards her. Another one. What are these people doing in the middle of the night? Rukia Kachiki complained with an embarrassed look on her face while preparing to protect the two people. The binding method can only trap this hollow that is about to evolve for a short moment, and she can't immediately drive the two humans away from here. She can only choose to protect them as much as possible. On the other side, Ichigo Kurosaki rushed to the two people and found that there was a bigger hollow here, not Hanko Yosuke. He stared at Rukia Kachiki with a confused look on his face and asked, "Who are you?" Rukia Kachiki was stunned. Then she turned around to look at Chu Yang, thinking to herself, he should be talking to him, right? Rukia Kachiki stepped aside and found that the boy with orange hair was staring at her, as if waiting for her answer. Rukia Kachiki was a little flustered. Ichigo Kurosaki tilted his head and looked at Chu Yang behind her and asked, "Do you know her? She looks like she's not very smart." Rukia Kachiki. Chu Yang replied, "I don't know her, but she shouldn't be a bad person. She just helped me block the attack from the opposite side." Rukia Kachiki turned around suddenly, her eyes almost popped out. Now she was finally sure that these two humans could see her. Rukia Kachiki was about to ask, but the hollow trapped by the binding path broke through the restraints and attacked her exposed back. Damn. Hearing the noise coming from behind, Rukia Kachiki felt something was wrong, but it was too late to turn around and fight. Damn it, she shouldn't have listened to these two humans and let her guard down. She was prepared to get hurt and planned to trade injuries and severely injure the hollow. But Rukia Kachiki never expected that the human next to her would rush towards the hollow without saying a word. Wait, don't. Before she could finish her words, Rukia Kachiki saw the man raise his hand and smash the mask on the hollow's face with a punch. The hollow, as tall as a mountain, flew high and landed in the distance. After this punch, Chu Yang shouted excitedly, and the depression in his heart was finally released. What kind of power is this? Seeing this, Rukia Kachiki's pupils shrank suddenly, and in surprise, the Zanpakuto in her hand fell to the ground. When she lowered her head to pick it up, she found that there was another hollow under her feet. Yasumotokora's eyes turned around and happened to meet Rukia Kachiki's eyes. Chapter 78 New Breathing Method. 8th update. Please subscribe. Monthly ticket. It turns out that he has been stepping on another hollow under his feet. No wonder he is motionless. I thought he was scared silly. Rukia Kachiki looked down and observed the state of Yasukankora and found that it had not been long since the other party transformed from an ordinary soul into a hollow. With that person's power, this hollow should have been destroyed by him long ago. It has been dragging on until now, and the two should know each other. Rukia Kachiki had a guess in her mind, and immediately turned to ask Ichigo Kurosaki, "Hey, you know this hollow, right? Hollow?" Ichigo Kurosaki didn't understand what Rukia Kachiki was talking about, but saw that she was pointing at Yasukankora, so he nodded and said, "You mean Uncle Yasuke? Yes, we know him." Then Ichigo Kurosaki told the story about Yasukankora, from his cause of death and wish, to Chu Yang helping him to get back the compensation. "I didn't expect that guy to be so kind," Rukia Kachiki secretly complained, glancing at Chu Yang who looked like a humanoid monster. "Is this state called a hollow?" Ichigo Kurosaki asked anxiously. "Why did Uncle Yasuke become like this? Is there any way to make him change back?" "The best way to deal with it is to let him ascend to heaven. Since his last wish has been fulfilled, he should not stay any longer, otherwise he will gradually lose his mind and become a monster." Rukia Kachiki briefly explained the meaning of soul and hollow, and considered how to bury Yasukankora. Chu Yang had already severely injured him, and he had no ability to resist no matter how Rukia Kachiki dealt with him. However, the soul burial of a hollow is much more complicated than the soul burial of an ordinary soul, and requires a lot of preparation. If Rukia Kachiki wants to complete the soul burial of Yasukankora, she must ensure that the surrounding environment is stable and cannot be hindered by the outside world. She must first deal with the hollow that is about to evolve in front of her. Damn it, how can I, as a god of death, just watch like this? This should have been my duty. The close combat between Chu Yang and the hollow was extremely fierce. Rukia Zanpakuto had no room to attack for a while, and she could only watch them fight. If it weren't for the fact that there were few people and buildings around here, it would have been another huge disaster. It was hard to find a piece of intact land nearby, and there were potholes and gullies all around. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Rukia wouldn't have believed what she saw. If someone in Soul Society told her that humans could suppress a hollow with their physical abilities without a Zanpakuto, she would definitely think that person was crazy. After struggling for a while, Chu Yang jumped high and smashed the hollow's mask with one punch. Boom. The huge hollow fell down, and the broken mask on its face flew away with the wind, revealing a human face. "Leave it to you." Chu Yang pinched his neck and jumped off the hollow with a tired look on his face. In terms of combat power alone, the Shinigami is undoubtedly much higher than the Hokage and the pirates. No matter how exaggerated the latter two are, most of them still remain at the human level. Of course, the Six Paths Sage is an exception. In the world of the Shinigami with a high level of combat power, even an ordinary hollow is not easy to deal with, not to mention that the hollow that Rukia attracted has begun to evolve into a large hollow. Without using wood release and other means, Chu Yang really spent a lot of effort to defeat this hollow. Even so, such a result is enough to make Rukia dumbfounded. She has been a Shinigami for some years, and this is the first time she has seen such a battle. At the request of Chu Yang and Ichigo Kurosaki, Rukia took the lead in burying the soul of Yasukankora. She should have dealt with the other hollow that was more harmful first. At the last moment of the soul burial, Yasukankora regained his original consciousness. After hearing that Dungs had sent the compensation to his family, he completely let go of the last trace of concern for the real world. Before leaving, this honest worker was still sincerely thanking Chu Yang and Ichigo Kurosaki for running around for him. After sending Yasukankora away, Rukia began to purify the other hollow and inserted her Zanpakuto into the hole in the opponent's chest. Chu Yang could tell from the sweat on her temples that this was not an easy task, at least it was much more troublesome than dealing with Hankora Yasuke. "You are really amazing." Kurosaki Ichigo walked silently to Chu Yang's side and said with emotion, "You can actually fight back and forth with that monster." "What do you mean by back and forth?" Chu Yang said dissatisfiedly, "Didn't you see how badly I beat it? I didn't even get my clothes dirty." Kurosaki Ichigo turned his head and looked at Chu Yang. He found that the other party's school uniform was really spotless, not to mention damaged. Chu Yang's school uniform was of course fine. He was wrapped in domineering aura all over his body. To break his domineering aura, at least you have to be a great hollow. Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head and said, "That girl just said she was a god of death. Are you also a god of death?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes at him unhappily and said, "I'm the king of hell." The Buddhist culture of Neon Country originated from China, so there is naturally the concept of the king of hell, but it is not as widely spread as the Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva. After hearing Chu Yang's answer, Ichigo Kurosaki was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized that the other party was teasing him, so he scratched his head and laughed awkwardly twice. Unfortunately, there is no king of hell in hell, only souls who have committed serious crimes, such as this hollow. As Rukia's voice sounded, a strange and terrifying door slowly appeared in the void. The door was engraved with ancient spells, and there was a pair of hideous white bones in the middle. The fingertips of the bones were tightly clasping the crack of the door, as if trying to open the door. The moment they saw the door of hell, both Chu Yang and Ichigo Kurosaki felt a little creepy in their hearts. Zanpakuto can purify the sins of the hollow, but the sins it committed in its lifetime will still be settled by hell one by one. The reason why Yosuke Motokoa was not dragged into hell was because he had just become a hollow not long ago, and he himself did not have any sins. Rukia explained calmly. She had seen this scene many times, and there was nothing to be surprised about. The door of hell was completely opened, and the hollow was slowly dragged in. There was chaos inside, and Chu Yang could not see the world inside the door clearly. However, he could feel something inside was watching him. This aroused Chu Yang's vigilance. After a moment, the gate of hell closed again, gradually became transparent, and disappeared. The whole process was like a dream, as if it had never appeared. After sending the hollow to hell, Rukia had completed her mission. She did not leave, but walked straight to Chu Yang and asked, "Are you a Fullbringer?" Ordinary people can have such an exaggerated ability. Apart from being a Fullbringer, Rukia could not find a second explanation. A Fullbringer can extract the soul from matter and strengthen it with his own spiritual power. In addition to being able to enhance mobility, he can also change the shape of the objects he is used to. There are many types of Fullbringers, and there are many types that strengthen themselves, such as Ichigo Kurosaki's friend, Yasutora Chad. What does Fullbringer mean? Ichigo Kurosaki was full of question marks again. There were too many words that he could not understand today. Rukia sighed and began to explain. "So that's what you mean." After Kurosaki Ichigo understood, he turned around and stared at Chu Yang curiously, as if he wanted to hear the exact answer from him. In order to avoid things getting complicated, Chu Yang did not speak in response to Rukia's question, but took a default attitude. Rukia looked at Chu Yang deeply. She originally wanted to use the memory converter to change the two people's memories of tonight, but she was a little afraid of Chu Yang's strength. If she used force, it might not go smoothly. Moreover, the god of death cannot hurt ordinary humans at will. If the Soul Society knew about it, she would also be severely punished. So, Rukia secretly made some moves and left special marks on Chu Yang and Kurosaki Ichigo to make it easier to find them in the future. Then she warned the two and left directly. "I hope I won't see this girl again next time." Kurosaki Ichigo held his head with his hands and sighed. "Tonight is the most exciting night in my 15 years of life." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Maybe it will be more exciting in the future." Kurosaki Ichigo waved his hands and shook his head. "Don't. I just hope to live a stable life, study, go to college, graduate and work like an ordinary person. Then I wish you good luck. I'll go home and sleep first." Chu Yang yawned and set out on the road home in the moonlight. "I always feel that this guy speaks in a weird way." Kurosaki Ichigo touched his chin and muttered a few words and suddenly ran away in shock. "It's over. I didn't go home so late. My dad and others should be worried." Demon Destroyer World. Kani and others were eating ramen in a ramen restaurant. The owner of the noodle restaurant was Iguro Abane and Kamaraji Mitsuri. Yang is still practicing. Muzan Kibutsuji is dead. Why is he still so obsessed with surpassing the limit of sun breathing? Chu Yang had promised Kanny and the others to come here to eat today, but he broke the promise at the last minute. This also caused Shinobu Kocho's dissatisfaction, and she complained about Chu Yang to the people in the butterfly house. Shinkomo and Kaneo looked at each other, then buried their heads in eating noodles, not daring to say bad things about Chu Yang with Shinobu Kocho. For any member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Chu Yang is a hero who cannot be slandered. It was he who ended this 1,000-year-long war. Kanny touched Kocho Shinobu's hair and gently said, "It is because of his persistence that he was able to defeat Muzan Kibutsuji at this age, so that we can live like ordinary people." "I know." Kocho Shinobu pouted. "You have suffered all the hardships you should suffer, and you have endured all the fatigue you should endure. Why do you continue to treat yourself harshly? Can't you stop, enjoy yourself, and reward yourself?" Kanny calmed her sister's emotions and stuffed the delicious food into her mouth with a smile. In fact, it was not only Kocho Shinobu who didn't understand, but Kanny also didn't understand Chu Yang's current mentality. Muzan Kibutsuji is dead, and he is already the most powerful human in the world. What's the point of continuing to become stronger? Butterfly House. The golden flames surrounded Chu Yang, and he completed another round of breathing, but the improvement effect was not obvious. Chu Yang clearly felt that the sun breathing had reached a bottleneck. How can I achieve a breakthrough? He has already mastered the stripes and the transparent world. Whether it is polishing to the fine details or strengthening the physique day by day, it seems difficult to derive new things from the breathing method. This made Chu Yang feel frustrated, so he planned to go out for a walk and end this secluded life. When Kanny and others returned to the butterfly house from the ramen shop and found that Chu Yang was gone, Kanny, who was always good-tempered, stood at the door and was furious. "If he comes again next time, close the door for me. This bastard." Unfortunately, Chu Yang had already walked away and could not hear Kanny's angry roar. For the first stop of the trip, Chu Yang did not decide where to go. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to walk around according to his mood. When you encounter a mountain, you can open it, and when you encounter water, you can wade through it. The chirping of insects and birds in the mountains and forests, and the sound of waves by the river, have become a good medicine to cure Chu Yang's inner anxiety. In this process, Chu Yang gradually became relaxed, and the number of times the sun breathing appeared in his mind became less and less. In the end, he lifted the state of full concentration and constant concentration that he deliberately maintained every day. Chu Yang continued his journey like an ordinary person. Unconsciously, he came to a remote town, and everything in the town seemed familiar to him. This was the town where he met Zaome and Tanjiro. Speaking of which, Chu Yang hadn't seen the father and son who were as warm as the sun for a long time. He didn't know if Tanjiro was in better shape. Chu Yang was going to go up the mountain to visit Tanjiro, but he saw someone picking herbs on the cliff halfway. Such a steep cliff, if I'm not careful. Just as he thought of this, a strong wind suddenly blew around Chu Yang. He looked up and saw a dark mass in the distance. Typhoon. The person picking herbs on the cliff also felt the typhoon approaching and stopped at a position where he was neither up nor down, hesitating. It was too late to remind him at this time, so Chu Yang had to rush towards the cliff where the person was. The herbalist was like catkins, swaying in the strong wind. Crack, the rock at his feet suddenly shattered, and the whole person leaned back sharply, and his hands loosened, and he fell straight down. Just when the herbalist thought he was going to be smashed into a pulp, his body suddenly stopped, as if he was caught by something. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was already standing on the ground intact. Right in front of him stood a sturdy young man, smiling at him. In order to thank him for saving his life, the herbalist insisted on taking him home and treating him well. At this time, the storm was getting stronger and stronger, and it was hard to refuse such a kind invitation. Chu Yang had no choice but to agree, and followed the herbalist all the way into the mountains. When they arrived at the destination, Chu Yang saw two houses, one of which he was very familiar with. It was Tanjiro's house, and the house next to Tanjiro's house was the herbalist's house. It turned out that the two were neighbors. When Chu Yang came last time, only Tanjiro's family lived here. Tanjiro was chopping firewood outside the house. When he heard the noise, he guessed that the neighbor next door had returned home and raised his head to greet him. Mr. Tokito, you're back. What we've harvested today? Tanjiro's voice stopped abruptly because he saw a familiar figure and tears filled his eyes. The firewood burned in the flames, banging. Chu Yang, Tanjiro and his children sat around the fire. Tanjiro's wife was busy preparing dinner. The person who came was a great benefactor who had saved her husband and son, and she couldn't neglect him. A few days ago, Tanjiro, who was still in good health, had just killed a fat wild boar. She had marinated hundreds of pounds of pork, and now it was just right to take it out and eat it. The air was filled with the aroma of food, making the children cheer. Except for Tanjiro, the other children were chasing and playing around the fire. Tanjiro leaned against his father, staring at Chu Yang with his background eyes, with joy in his eyes. He remembered that his father's health had improved a lot since his elder brother came to their house last time. Mr. Yang, the world outside seems to be much better. I haven't heard of ghosts hurting people recently. Tanjiro fiddled with the fire and said with a smile, the children should be able to live a stable life in the future. Chu Yang nodded. Tanjiro knew a little about the inside story, so he didn't hide too much when talking about these things. How is your health? Chu Yang asked, looking at Tanjiro's still sallow face. Much better. Tanjiro replied immediately. The terminal illness was still eroding his life bit by bit. Although there was a lot of vitality given by Chu Yang, it was only a temporary solution. Chu Yang glanced at Tanjiro and saw panic in his eyes. He knew he was lying, so he said, in a few days, I will ask a friend to come and treat you. No, my disease can't be cured. Tanjiro waved his hand quickly, not wanting to trouble Chu Yang, and not wanting Chu Yang to owe him a favor. I'm just informing you, not asking for your approval. Chu Yang frowned and said, if you really feel bad, just perform the Kagura dance for me again. Tanjiro nodded in response. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. It must be Mr. Tokito. Tanjiro got up to open the door, and the children immediately followed him, as if they thought their father was going out again. Mr. Tokito? Chu Yang felt that this surname sounded familiar. The door opened, and the cold wind poured into the house. The temperature suddenly dropped a lot. Tanjiro hurriedly welcomed the Tokito family into the house, and then closed the door tightly. The Tokito family came to thank Chu Yang for saving their lives. Hello, sir. My name is Tokito Ichiro, and these are my two children, Tokito Ichiro and Tokito Muchiro. Tokito Ichiro put his hands on the shoulders of the two children and pressed them gently. The two children immediately understood. They bent down with their father and bowed to express their gratitude. Tokito Muchiro? Chu Yang's eyes stayed on the youngest child. He didn't expect that when he went out for a walk, he would meet Tokito Muchiro, who was supposed to become the Sunset Pillar. It's a pity. Now that the Demon Slayer Corps has disbanded, this child's terrifying talent may never be known in his life. In fact, it's better this way. Compared to becoming a peerless genius of the Demon Slayer Corps, Muchiro probably wants to live a peaceful life with his family. Seeing that Chu Yang didn't respond for a long time, the Tokito family was a little panicked. Tanjiro was also a little strange. With a doubtful mentality, he broke the deadlock and said with a smile, Mr. Yang, isn't the name of Mr. Tokito's family interesting? The father is Ichiro, and the two children are named Ichiro and Muchiro. Chu Yang smiled and said, it's really interesting. Seeing Chu Yang smile, Tokito Ichiro was relieved and said, originally, my wife wanted to come and thank you in person, but she is now bedridden. It doesn't matter. The patient should rest well. Chu Yang suddenly remembered that Muchiro's mother had a very serious lung disease and would not live long like Tanjiro. Because they had a patient to take care of at home, the Tokito family just exchanged pleasantries for a while and then left. They had brought gifts of thanks, which were a wild game that they usually collected. Chu Yang only accepted a small part of it. Living in seclusion in the mountains was not easy, and Chu Yang did not want to consume their limited food. After they left, Chu Yang gave the game to Tanjiro's wife Aoi to deal with. With the game sent by the Tokito family, dinner became more abundant. After dinner, Tanjiro began to prepare the costumes and props for the Kagura dance. During this time, Tokichiro came again and took the thank you gift he had just brought back. My wife said that these things must be delivered to Mr. Yang, so Tokichiro scratched his head. His cheeks were red from the cold weather. Chu Yang was afraid that he would get sick from running back and forth in the cold weather, so he finally chose to accept the thank you gift and said, "I have a friend who will come here to treat Tanjiro in a few days. When the time comes, you can bring your wife here and receive treatment together." Tokichiro's lips were twitching with excitement. He looked at Chu Yang with a lot of words of gratitude, but he didn't know how to start. At this time, Tanjiro, who was ready, danced the Kagura dance in the yard. The torch in his hand flickered, as if the stars in the sky were blinking, and the graceful dance posture was intoxicating. Even if he watched it again, Chu Yang was still easily immersed in it. The same was true for others. It was the first time for Tokichiro to watch the Kagura dance, but the dance in front of him gave him a familiar feeling. Tokichiro did not tell anyone that he was a swordsman. Ever since his wife contracted a serious lung disease, he had been running around looking for medicine for her all day and had never picked up a sword again. The Kagura dance evoked his memories of being a swordsman. Among the incomplete sword skills handed down from his ancestors, some movements were very similar to the Kagura dance in front of him. As he watched and verified each other, he felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. When Tanjiro finished the Kagura dance, everyone was still not satisfied. After hesitating for a moment, Tokichiro told Chu Yang and Tanjiro about his doubts. "In fact, your family name is not Takato, but Jikoku." Chu Yang told Tokichiro the story of Jikoku Yuchi and Jikoku Iwakatsu, and also told him the origin of the breathing method. In the whole process, only the part about the demon was hidden. Now that Muzan Kibutsuji is dead, there is no need to cause unnecessary panic. The sword technique passed down from your ancestors should be called the breathing of the moon. It is the first breathing method extended from the breathing of the sun and is of extraordinary significance. The two brothers of Jigokugo are special to each other because the markings on his head were considered ominous. Jigokugo Yoriichi's childhood was not happy, and his father did not show any love for him until he showed a strong talent. In addition to his mother, only his brother Jigokugo Iwakatsu could bring him a little warmth and sunshine. He carried the flute Jigokugo Iwakatsu gave him with him until the moment of his death. Even though Jigokugo Iwakatsu had become an evil ghost at that time, he would still call him brother. With such deep emotions, Chu Yang believed, and was certain, that the breathing of the moon that Jigokugo Yoriichi tailored for Jigokugo Iwakatsu must have something special that other breathing methods could not match. "Mr. Takato, can you demonstrate your sword technique for me?" Chu Yang actually had a very deep interest in the breathing of the moon. The battle with Kokishibo was fleeting. Chu Yang crushed him with absolute strength and did not witness the essence of the breath of the moon. After the battle, he felt a little regretful. Of course, Mr. Yang. Shitaichiro was overjoyed and hurried home to get a rusty samurai sword. Generally speaking, even if a swordsman's sword is not used, it will often be treated with anti-corrosion to prevent the blade from being corroded. Seeing the state of the samurai sword, Chu Yang understood that Shitaichiro had really devoted himself to his wife's illness in recent years and had no time to take care of other things. "The condition of the sword is not very good, Mr. Yang. Please forgive me." When Shitaichiro took out his beloved samurai sword, his expression was a little embarrassed, but he quickly adjusted his state and swung it slowly. At first, the movements were a little unfamiliar, but as he became more and more focused, the unfamiliarity was polished away little by little, becoming smooth and round. Shitaichiro's sword skills and Tanjiro's Kagura dance do have similarities, but the former's aura of killing is more obvious. Chu Yang kept observing, trying to piece together a complete moon breathing in his mind with his understanding of sun breathing. He felt vaguely that this might be the key to his breakthrough. Chu Yang did not call for a stop, and Tokichiro practiced it over and over again, connecting the starting point to the end point, as if it had become a complete circle. It was exactly the same as the Kagura dance. Chu Yang was shocked. The two breathing methods in his mind continued to blend, with the moon and the sun, and the addition of the moon breathing made the sun breathing perfect. Chu Yang took a deep breath, and the new breathing method ran in his body, giving him a brand new experience. When the white airflow came out of his mouth and nose, it was no longer a golden flame, but a dazzling light band, like the Milky Way. "This is a new sun breathing." Chu Yang paused, feeling that it was not appropriate to call it that, and immediately shook his head and said, "No, this is no longer the sun breathing, but the source breathing. It can break through the shackles, continue to improve, and let me step into a new level of life." At the same time, Chu Yang in other worlds felt the power of the source breathing. Since the death of Muzan Kibatsuji, the connection between Demon Slayer Chu Yang and the Soul Palace has become closer, and Chu Yang in other worlds can share his changes in real time. Marvel World, New York City, Brooklyn. As the only hope of the whole village, Chu Yang came from a rural town to the metropolis of New York that most people dream of. He is going to school here. At first, Chu Yang thought it would be a very good public school. When he arrived, he found out that the school was in Brooklyn, the poorest and most chaotic place in New York. As a gathering place for minorities led by blacks, Brooklyn has always been vulnerable to regional discrimination. People from here have difficulty finding jobs outside. This is the least popular district in New York, with a large population and a high crime rate. When others hear that you are from Brooklyn, they will cover their mouths and make a surprised expression. It's as if you are a born criminal. In such an environment, the school in Brooklyn is like a decoration. It's better to say that Chu Yang came here to live a life than to study here. Even so, the neighbors in the countryside were still very happy to hold a farewell ceremony for Chu Yang. Living in a big city, even in the worst area, is the lifelong dream of one of them. The high school Chu Yang attended was not big, at least it was shabbier than any high school in the movie. Studying here is a waste of time. Chu Yang hesitated for a long time at the school gate. In the end, he left without looking back. Chu Yang, who had less than $100 on him, could not find a place to live outside Brooklyn. So he spent $50 and booked a room in a small hotel nearby. The problem now is how to make some money. I can't just go back like this, right? Chu Yang suddenly realized. He had so many clones, but none of his abilities were related to making money. You can only choose one between obeying the law and making money. Fuck, I'm not American. Why should I obey American laws? Go out and do something tonight. Referring to the example of Magic Chu Yang collecting tuition fees from gangsters on the streets of London, Chu Yang felt that he also needed to ask those bad guys for some living expenses and improve the public security in the neighborhood. After waiting in the hotel until dark, Chu Yang went out wearing a black windbreaker. Although Brooklyn's economy is not as good as other places, the fun is just as good. The lights are bright, the people are drunk and the life is extravagant. Not long after Chu Yang went out, he met several drug addicts standing on the street and having fun, and there were sounds of laughter and scolding everywhere. A few streets ahead, there are more bars, and from time to time there will be many drunkards supporting each other, swearing, and vomiting everywhere. Chu Yang waved his hands in disdain and sneered, "TSK, TSK, the smell of freedom is everywhere." There are both male and female drunkards. Generally, male drunkards fall on the street and no one cares about them. They will be robbed by thieves hiding in the dark. The treatment of female drunkards is different. They are surrounded by a bunch of 5 good youths who ask about their well-being. When they can't walk, they immediately bend down and carry them and run away. If they are rich and have cars, they will throw them directly into the car and then drive away in the shaking car. Seeing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh. There are still many good people in America. Just as he was about to cross this decadent street, Chu Yang's ears suddenly rang with scolding, and a group of tall and strong black people stopped him. "Hey, yellow monkey, I haven't seen you before. Are you new here? Do you know the rules here?" As he spoke, 5 or 6 black people surrounded Chu Yang, and 2 of them with dreadlocks were still behind him with folding knives against Chu Yang's lower back. Chu Yang smiled and said, "What rules? Tell me about them." The leading black man was stunned for a moment. Chu Yang's reaction was completely beyond his expectations. Under normal circumstances, people of all skin colors would start begging for mercy. This was the first time someone asked him a serious question. The black man sneered, "Be honest and hand over the valuables on you. I still have $50 on me. You can take it if you want." Chu Yang shrugged and raised his hands. "If you don't believe it, you can search it yourself." The black man doubtfully directed his companions to search him. He searched several pockets on Chu Yang's body, but only found scattered $50. Many passers-by chose to turn a blind eye to this scene. They lowered their heads and walked quickly past the group of people. The leading black man cursed angrily. "Damn poor guy, you only have this little money, not even as much as I earn from my job." Chu Yang looked at the black man sincerely and asked, "What job? Picking cotton? Fuck." The black people were furious and rushed forward. Crack, this is the sound of steel breaking. The two black men with dreadlocks looked down at the broken folding knives in their hands and fell into deep thought. How could a knife break when you stab someone? When they looked up, what caught their eyes was Chu Yang's kind smile and two fists as big as sandbags. Boom. Boom. The two black men flew out and hit the cold concrete floor, making a dull sound that made people feel painful. Chu Yang punched one kid at a time. In an instant, only the leader of the gang was left standing there with a small switchblade. The cold wind blew over him, and he shivered, looking so helpless and pitiful. "Are you going to use the knife in your hand to help me trim my nails?" Chu Yang said with a smile. "I'll pay you $50 to help me trim them cleanly, how about that?" The black man decisively threw away the knife and squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. TSK, new here, do you know the rules?" Chu Yang repeated what he had just said. The black man reacted quickly and immediately took out all the valuables in his pocket and put them on the ground. "Get lost." The black man was as if he had been pardoned, and he ran away with his little brothers. Chu Yang picked up the money and counted it. It was about $900. There was some powdery stuff on the ground, and Chu Yang stretched out his foot and crushed it a few times. As soon as he turned around, Chu Yang was blocked by a man. The other party was very strong and wore a decent black suit. "Good job, young man. Have you received professional boxer training?" Chu Yang thought it was another troublemaker, but he didn't expect that the other party's first reaction was to praise himself. He didn't look like a bad guy. Chu Yang grinned and said, "Sir, I haven't received any training. It's just that those people are too useless." "No training?" The man in the suit was surprised and then stretched out his hand to Chu Yang and said, "Hello, my name is Happy Hogan. Are you interested in becoming a professional boxer? I can train you." Happy? Iron Man Tony Stark's bodyguard? The more Chu Yang looked at him, the more he looked like him. No wonder this guy looks so tough. Before meeting Tony Stark, Happy was indeed a boxer. After fading from the professional arena, he still paid attention to the things in the boxing ring. He still had a dream about the boxing ring in his heart. If he couldn't realize it himself, he hoped that the boxers he trained could realize it. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Happy. I'm not interested in boxing." Chu Yang rejected Happy's proposal. "Are you kidding? If he stood on the boxing ring, how many people would he kill? That's a pity." Happy shook his head disappointedly. In his opinion, Chu Yang was a rare talent, and it was a pity not to stand on the boxing ring. Chu Yang reminded him, "It's not the time for you to look for a boxer, is it? Isn't Mr. Stark still missing?" Happy asked in surprise. "Do you know who I am? I've seen it in the newspaper." Chu Yang gestured. "You often stand next to Mr. Stark." Happy suddenly realized and exclaimed, "Your observation and memory are really good, very suitable to be a bodyguard." As he said, Happy suddenly asked, "Do you have a job? If not, you can come to Stark Industries to be a bodyguard." Happy thought that he could first find a way to keep Chu Yang by his side, and when they got closer in the future, he could persuade him to be a boxer. "I can make more than $900 a day here." Chu Yang raised the money he had robbed from the black man. "Haha, don't worry, young man, it's more than enough." Happy winked at him proudly. "Are you kidding? Is there any place in the world that treats better than Stark Industries? Then I agree. I knew you would agree. But wait a minute, I have something important to do here." "It's okay, I'm free and can go with you." "I like your attitude, young man. If Tony comes back, he will like you too." The two talked and laughed and disappeared around the corner of the street together. After chatting for a while, Chu Yang learned that Happy came to the black market here to inquire about the news about Tony Stark. The military has been looking for the whereabouts of Tony Stark. The two people closest to him, Assistant Pepper and Bodyguard Happy, have not received any confirmed news. The two decided not to rely on the military's channels anymore and planned to try their luck in the black market. "You will watch my eyes and do not mess around." You don't know how dangerous the black market is. Happy warned and then took Chu Yang to a bar. The bodyguard at the door looked at the two of them arrogantly and said coldly, "Please show me your invitation." Happy seemed a little caught off guard. "I didn't ask for an invitation last time I came. The rules have changed, sir," the bodyguard said impatiently. "Either show me your invitation or leave here. You rude guy." Happy angrily stepped forward to argue with him, but was hit on the forehead by a black object. Looking at the desert eagle on his forehead, Happy swallowed his saliva. "Okay, I'm just joking. Don't be nervous. If this thing goes off accidentally, it will be a big problem." The bodyguard stared at him with a smile and had no intention of taking down the gun. The scene froze for a moment. "Hey, do you have to go in?" Chu Yang's heartless voice sounded behind him. Happy was afraid of causing any misunderstanding, so he hurriedly explained. "Gustav is the guy with the most well-informed underground information in New York. Only he can find out about Tony." "Understood." Chu Yang nodded and slowly walked to the bodyguard, who immediately pointed the gun at him. Suddenly, Chu Yang's hand passed in front of him like a phantom. The bodyguard subconsciously pulled the trigger, only to find that the desert eagle in his hand had turned into a pile of parts. "Wow." Happy howled in shock, feeling like he was watching a movie. The bodyguard, who realized that he was being fooled, raised his hand and punched Chu Yang in the face. Chu Yang grabbed his fist with his backhand. His fingers tightly clasped the joints between his phalanges. Plop. The bodyguard knelt obediently in front of Chu Yang, his face full of pain, as if his fist was about to be crushed by Chu Yang. Chu Yang kicked him hard in the chest, and the bodyguard flew out, knocking open the door of the bar, and slid all the way to the center of the dance floor. The frantically twisting figures suddenly stopped, and even the noisy music stopped. Crash. The music was replaced by the sound of uniform running, and countless figures in suits poured out of the bar. Happy wanted to run, but Chu Yang grabbed his tie. "It's time to show your real skills, Happy." Chapter 79 Saving Private Tony. 9th update. Please subscribe. Monthly ticket. Facing the swarm of bodyguards, Chu Yang lifted up Happy, who was still confused. "Fuck. You don't want to." Happy struggled desperately and shouted in fear, "No. Put me down quickly." Chu Yang pretended not to hear. When the bodyguards on the opposite side gathered together, he threw Happy out without hesitation. Just like playing bowling, the groups of bodyguards on the opposite side were all knocked over by Happy. Being strong is good. Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh. There were many people under him, and Happy didn't suffer any injuries. He struggled to climb up from the crowd, and then he gave Chu Yang a quality output. Chu Yang kindly reminded him, "Be careful, someone is coming from behind you." Happy was about to curse, but suddenly there was a sound of breaking air in his ears. The reaction developed in decades of boxing career made him subconsciously bend over. The sudden electric baton passed over Happy's head. Again. Happy couldn't help but complain. "There are so many bodyguards here." After knocking down one group, another group comes. Happy turned around and punched the enemy hard, hitting him in the abdomen. One punch KO. "Good fight. Stop looking and run. Don't you want to find out about Tony Stark? He clearly doesn't want me to go in. Do you think he doesn't recognize me?" Some people don't want Tony Stark to come back, so they naturally don't want Happy to ask around about his whereabouts. Chu Yang realized this. "Today is my first day at work. If I leave like this, my performance will be very bad." Chu Yang strode towards the center of the crowd. "Today doesn't count. Tomorrow is the official start of work." Happy stretched out his hand to grab Chu Yang's clothes, but he cleverly dodged. "Just wait at the door." As he spoke, Chu Yang was surrounded by black-clad bodyguards. After a while, Happy, who was standing outside, could not see him at all. "Fuck, they have guns. How can you beat them with your fists?" Happy cursed angrily and reached for his waist. He actually carried a gun, but he didn't use it just now because he was afraid that the conflict would escalate. But in the current situation, he had to use it. Several completely different screams came one after another, which scared Happy. He stretched his head and looked out and saw people flying out from the center of the dance floor. A moment later, all the black-clad bodyguards in the bar fainted. The remaining small part also collapsed in an instant. Chu Yang turned around and smiled and gave Happy an okay. Your fists are really hard. Happy suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth. It seemed that he didn't need to cultivate this level, and he could go on stage to receive the award directly. Bang! A flash of fire flashed on the second floor of the bar. Chu Yang tilted his head and the bullet rubbed his temple and shot into the floor. Now everyone in the bar went crazy and started to rush out in a panic. Fighting and gunfights are two different things. Happy pulled out a pistol from his waist and prepared to fight back. Chu Yang was faster than him. He picked up the bottle next to him, turned around and threw it, and accurately blew off the head of the gunman on the second floor. While people were fleeing the bar, more gunmen began to appear on the second floor. Then, the sound of gunfire continued. The first floor was soon covered by dense firepower. The bottles on the bar were smashed to pieces, and the expensive drinks were spilled all over the floor. Chu Yang predicted the trajectory of each bullet in advance through his observation haki. While dodging, he picked up the scattered playing cards on the table. Then he wrapped his armament haki around the cards, so that the cards became sharp blades. Chu Yang flicked his fingers and ejected the cards one by one. Each card accurately crossed the gunman's wrist, cutting off their tendons and flesh. The cards drew a perfect arc in the air and finally returned to Chu Yang's hands. There was no more gunfire in the bar, only wailing one after another. What was that just now? Chinese Kung Fu. Shocked, Happy walked in from outside, looking at the remnants of the defeated army on the ground, making a gesture of throwing cards, and pouting. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Stop chirping. Zhao Li's flying dagger never misses, understand? Chu Yang complained in his hometown dialect, and Happy, who didn't understand, looked at him in confusion. I thought there were many people outside, but there were only two. A fat man in a coat and smoking a cigar appeared on the second floor surrounded by bodyguards. He looked around and then showed a surprised expression. Happy Hogan, we are old acquaintances. There is no need to come to my house to give me such a big gift, right? There was a long and narrow scar under the fat man's right eye. When he squinted, his whole face looked extremely hideous. The fat man took a deep breath, and the cigar in his hand was instantly 1/3 gone. He spit, and his big mouth sprayed smoke out like a steam train. Happy asked, Gustav, can we talk in private? Gustav was silent for a while, staring down at Chu Yang standing next to Happy, then nodded and signaled the bodyguards around him to leave temporarily. There were only 3 people left in the empty bar. Gustav, you have made a lot of money in the arms black market over the years with Stark Industries. Happy, I know what you mean, but I really can't help you. Gustav shook his head. If Tony can't come back, do you think your business can continue? Happy said, alas. Gustav sighed, as if he had something to hide. Chu Yang knew that he must have been warned by a Badiat stain. As participants in the underground black market, it is impossible for Gustav and a Badiat to have no intersection. Happy stared at Gustav, you know about Tony, right? Gustav smoked the rest of the cigar in one breath, and then smashed the cigarette, but on the ground. Happy, Tony Stark has been kidnapped by local terrorists. He can't come back. You are wasting your energy, understand? Happy asked coldly, where is he? Oh, God. Gustav couldn't get over him, so he could only curse at the air, and then told all the information he knew. He had a deal with the terrorists who kidnapped Tony Stark, and knew their location, but he was not sure whether the other party had moved. Don't tell anyone, I told you. I know. Happy left here with Chu Yang with satisfaction. Later, Gustav's bodyguard reappeared on the second floor. Someone standing behind him whispered, Boss, why do you have to tell them that we can just kill shit? Gustav glared at him and said angrily, you've been following me for so many years, and you don't have any sense at all. Do you think the young man standing next to Happy is an ordinary person? If we don't tell him, he can kill us all by himself. He is very likely a mutant. Forget it. Gustav only said half of his words. His expression was very secretive. After knowing the exact location of Tony Stark, Happy was very excited and immediately called Little Pepper. Ms. Potts, I found out about Tony. Please help me prepare a plane. He will go to Afghanistan to save Tony tonight. Pepper on the other side of the phone was very surprised. After calming down, she said. No, Happy, we have to notify the military and ask them to rescue Tony. I don't trust those guys. I suspect someone deliberately concealed the news and didn't want Tony to come back. I want to rescue him myself. Believe me, I met a powerful guy today. I'm sure. Powerful guy? Who is it? Happy, you can't give your life to a guy you met on the street for less than 24 hours. Chu Yang heard Pepper's complaints across the phone and nodded secretly. What she said made sense, but it was obvious that Happy didn't listen. Listen, Pepper, you can notify the military or anyone else, but I must rescue Tony myself. Damn it. If I had been with him before, he would never have been kidnapped by terrorists. Pepper heard the guilt in Happy's heart. What the other party said just now was actually an excuse. Only this sentence was true. He regretted that he did not fulfill his responsibility as a bodyguard. Okay, I'll arrange a flight for you, but you have to promise me not to do anything rash, or it will hurt Tony. I promise you, Pepper, I will definitely bring Tony back. Chu Yang's head hurt when he heard that, especially when Happy was making crazy promises. He really wanted to sew Happy's mouth shut. After hanging up the phone, Happy stopped a taxi on the side of the road, but after getting in the car, he found Chu Yang still standing outside and hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and get in the car. We don't have time to waste now." Chu Yang looked at him with embarrassment. It's time to get off work at this time. I know America is a capitalist country, but we should still respect labor laws. After that, Chu Yang turned around and left. Happy's eyes widened. He didn't expect this guy to really plan to get off work. Fuck. Happy got out of the car quickly and grabbed Chu Yang. You don't want me to go to Afghanistan alone, do you? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. You were planning to go alone. That was my thought before I met you. Now I have to take you with me. If you weren't here today, I would have been shot to pieces. You'll also be shot to pieces if you take me to Afghanistan. I believe you can protect me and Tony. Bullshit. Can a pistol and an RPG be confused? Just one shot and all three of us will be blown to ashes. Tell me, what do you want in exchange for going to Afghanistan with me? I have to pay more. Happy. Chu Yang said, I'm just a bodyguard. Wouldn't your conscience hurt if I went to Afghanistan with you to face terrorists just for that little salary? After Chu Yang said this, Happy's conscience really ached. He and Tony were good friends and could rescue each other at all costs, but Chu Yang had no need to do so at all. How about doubling your salary? Haha. Triple. TSK 5 times. TSK 10 times. Happy's eyes were red. If Chu Yang didn't agree, he might bite someone. Deal. Chu Yang showed a hearty smile. Leaving now? I'm off work. Let's talk tomorrow. The angry Happy roared and shocked the whole street. Fuck. Afghanistan. This place has a subtropical arid climate, which is dry and rainy all year round, cold in winter and hot in summer. And now is the season when the heat value is the highest. Even sitting in the plane, Chu Yang can feel the temperature rising sharply. Happy's clothes are soaked. At a glance, there are only deserts and a lot of rugged mountains nearby. It is difficult for the plane to find a safe place to land. Continuing to fly forward will easily alert the terrorists who kidnapped Tony Stark, and then they will directly bombard them. Get ready, we are parachuting out. What? Fuck, if we fly any further we'll fly into someone's house. Happy hurriedly took out the map and compared it carefully. After understanding it, he pressed the call button on his seat to contact the pilot in the cockpit, ready to do as Chu Yang said. But for some reason, the pilot did not respond to Happy and continued to fly straight forward. Happy anxiously pressed the button several times. Damn it, it broke down at this critical moment. What the hell, it's screwed. Chu Yang whistled. They're obviously trying to lead us into a trap. They've been plotted against, idiot. Plotted against. Happy stared, revealing clear stupidity. Chu Yang reminded, the problem is not with the military, but with Stark Industries. Someone in the upper echelons wants Tony Stark to die in Afghanistan. Last night, the lady named Pepper, in addition to notifying the military, should have also notified a certain senior executive of the group. If the news leaks out, we will naturally suffer as well. How can they send us to reunite with Tony Stark without being suspected? Happy punched the seat heavily. No matter how dumb he was, he could hear the implication of Chu Yang's words. The other party almost mentioned the name. What should we do now? The cockpit is separated by bulletproof materials. We don't open it at all when we are outside. Happy turned around in the cabin anxiously. Chu Yang walked to the front door of the cockpit. After a few punches, the door made of special materials was completely deformed. Happy froze in place, then slowly raised his thumb. The pilot behind the door was horrified and was ready to pull out his gun in a panic, but was punched on the temple by Chu Yang, and his helmet and eyeballs exploded together. The co-pilot was so scared that he peed himself. He raised his hands tremblingly to show that he had no intention of resisting. Seeing this, Chu Yang immediately shouted, "Hold the joystick." Fuck. The co-pilot quickly pulled the joystick. Where are the parachutes? Just under our seats. Only 2? Yes, only 2. Let me guess, you tampered with this plane and planned to create a plane crash, right? Yes. Chu Yang took out the only 2 remaining parachute backpacks and then gave the co-pilot a look of blessing. The pilot, who wanted to cry but had no tears, held the joystick tightly. From this moment on, this plane has become one with his life. Chu Yang threw the backpack to Happy, and after he put it on, Chu Yang opened the door of the plane, kicked Happy next to him down, and then jumped down himself. Saving Private Tony. Start now. Desert, Gobi, mountains, caves will appear at the intersection of the 3 terrains, and the depths of the caves are connected to each other, which feels like a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This kind of terrain is often the most popular with terrorists. It is their natural military base, and can also shield the reconnaissance of fighter planes. Tony Stark, the most famous playboy in the United States, is now staying in such a cave. Without a decent suit, beautiful women and fine wine, and only a vest stained with oil, the billionaire looks very embarrassed. There is a hole in Tony's chest, which is filled with a simple electromagnetic device. Since being bombed by his own missile, Tony has a lot of scattered shrapnel in his body. The electromagnetic device will absorb these shrapnel to prevent them from flowing to the heart through the blood. The person who made the electromagnetic device and helped Tony complete the operation was named Ethan. He was an important factor in Tony Stark becoming Iron Man. The terrorists forced Tony to help them make weapons. In order to resist and escape from here, Tony asked Ethan to help him extract palladium from many weapons and make a small reactor to replace the simple electromagnetic device in his chest. With the efforts of the 2, the reactor was successfully made, replacing the electromagnetic device on Tony's chest to work normally. Tony took out a pile of drawings from the corner and slowly unfolded them under Ethan's curious eyes. Great art. Ethan sided the iron armor on the drawings and asked in confusion, "But, can this thing move? Excuse me, are you doubting my ability?" Tony raised his head and said proudly, "Mr. Ethan, the person standing in front of you is the president of Stark Industries, the person who knows how to make weapons best in the world." Ethan smiled and didn't answer, just stroking the drawings with his fingers. Time came a week later. It happened to be the day when Chu Yang and his team arrived in the nearby area by plane. Tony and Ethan's iron armor was discovered by terrorists. In order to protect Tony and complete the final stage, Ethan went out alone with weapons to fight the enemy. "Hey, Ethan, come back to me." No matter how Tony called, he could no longer hear Ethan's response. Damn it. At the same time, Chu Yang found the terrorist base through the observation haki and erected Happy to land nearby. "We are so lucky." "No, you should thank those 2 pilots for sending us here directly." "Yes, I hope they are alright." As soon as Happy finished speaking, the plane that originally carried them landed directly on the hill next to the base. The violent explosion was not much different from the landing of a missile. The terrorists in the base immediately swarmed out, filling the open space outside. Seeing so many enemies in front of him, Happy suddenly felt dry in the mouth and coughed dryly. "There are so many people. Why don't we wait for the military?" I think what Pepper said makes sense. Professional things should be left to professionals. Chu Yang looked at him with contempt and said, "Now is a good time to launch an attack. If they retreat back to the cave, it will be more difficult for us to get in. Why do we have to force an attack?" Happy gestured. "Have you seen spy movies? We can actually sneak in secretly." Chu Yang retorted mercilessly, "No, your figure is too conspicuous. Agents are not so fat. Happy. Brother, are you going to hurt me in this way at such a serious moment? Happy was very uncomfortable. He was ready to block the gun for Chu Yang. Da 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 da. Suddenly there was a fierce gunshot in the cave. Happy's face changed, and he rushed out. Chu Yang, who was so fast, couldn't hold him back. This shows his loyalty to Tony Stark. If he just let Happy rush out, he would definitely be beaten into a sieve by the opponent. So Chu Yang secretly would release behind him, and a vine broke out of the ground, tripping Happy to the ground. The round body rolled all the way to the bottom of the bunker. Happy looked up and found that the area was full of weapons and ammunition. At this time, the terrorists outside had not discovered them yet. Chu Yang made a gesture to Happy to throw something. Happy understood, turned around and picked up a grenade from the ammunition pile. He threw it towards the crowded place. Boom. The grenade exploded in the dense crowd. Those terrorists who were still paying attention to the plane crash were killed and injured. Happy didn't care about anything else, just kept throwing bombs. The explosion made everyone around them run away with their heads in their hands, and those who ran slowly were torn apart on the spot. So, don't watch the fun if you have nothing to do. Chu Yang took out a few playing cards from his waist, wrapped them with armed color, and threw them out, accurately hitting some enemies who were about to shoot in Happy's direction. The cards were like sharp blades, cutting their heads flatly, and the way half of the brain slowly slid down, swaying like fresh tofu. Fortunately, Happy was only focused on throwing bombs, and didn't see this shocking scene, otherwise he would definitely spit it out. Because the flying cards made no sound, and Chu Yang moved at an ultra high speed, the terrorists couldn't detect the enemy's position at all, and could only watch their companions around them fall down. The leader of the terrorists heard the noise outside, and thought it was the army, so he immediately called out the people who had just entered the cave for support. Now there were only a few terrorists left in the cave, and Ethan was temporarily in a stalemate with them. Someone is coming outside? Is it the army? Or terrorists from other forces? Ethan was confused when he heard the explosion outside. Happy, who was lying under the bunker, was so scared by the fierce gunshots that he didn't dare to look up. After a long time, when the gunshots became weaker and weaker, he remembered Chu Yang. Why haven't I heard his voice for so long? Could he be shot dead? Happy gritted his teeth. Risking the possibility of being held in the head, he left the bunker. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Happy kept hypnotizing himself, and then fired wildly at the surroundings. One of the bullets grazed Chu Yang's hair and flew out. Fuck me. Chu Yang was so angry that he almost threw the poker in his hand. After Happy rushed out for a distance, he suddenly found that there was no gunshot around him, and the only gunshot came from his side. Where are the terrorists? Happy turned around, drew his sword, and looked around in confusion. At your feet. Hearing Chu Yang's reminder, Happy subconsciously looked down, and his face quickly turned from white to green. Ugh. While Happy was cleaning his stomach, Chu Yang walked into the cave. It was very quiet inside, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Chu Yang stopped. Something seemed to be moving in the darkness. Catter the sound of the trigger was pulled. Chu Yang moved faster. The card in his hand cut through the darkness and shot into the depths. Ah. The terrorist leader, hiding in the darkness, holding a bare broken hand, screamed in a low voice. The pain and fear made his face become extremely hideous. He couldn't figure out how Chu Yang found him. The leader suppressed the pain from the broken hand, raised the RPG high, and fired a shot at Chu Yang's position. Unfortunately, Chu Yang had predicted his actions long ago, and disappeared the moment he fired. Fuck. The leader looked like he had seen a ghost. He was about to fire another shot when the door behind him exploded. A steel armor flashing with a cold light suddenly appeared in front of him. The leader was stunned. Bang! The steel armor raised its mechanical arm and blew him away with the cannon. Ethan, Tony, who was driving the steel armor, looked around and finally found Ethan lying on the ground. There was another person standing next to him. Tony immediately launched an attack. In order to avoid the cannon from accidentally hurting Ethan, he chose to use the musket to force the person standing next to Ethan to retreat. High temperature fire snakes rushed out from the nozzle. The moment Chu Yang saw Iron Man appear, he thought the situation was settled, so he came to take care of the injured Ethan. but he didn't expect Tony to regard him as an enemy. The moment the high temperature musket sprayed out, Chu Yang threw out a card and cut off the extended alloy gun barrel. Tony, I must have seen it wrong. Tony felt that his brain was hallucinating. He actually saw a card cutting off the weapon of the steel armor. He even saw the face of the playing card. Ace of Spades. Hey, boss, I'm an employee of Stark Industries. We are on the same side. You're quite good at joking, and you speak good English. I'm serious. Today is my first day at work. Shut up, you damn terrorist. Tony, who didn't believe Chu Yang at all, was ready to attack. The huge steel armor faced Chu Yang, and the machine guns and cannons on his shoulders turned at the same time. TSK, rich people are impatient. Under Chu Yang's control, each card cut into the exposed welding points of the steel armor, colliding with dazzling flames. After the flames flickered for more than a dozen times in a row, Tony suddenly felt his body lighten. Ding-ling ding, clang, the steel armor instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal, falling off him one after another. Suddenly, Tony was standing in front of Chu Yang, as if he had been stripped naked. He raised his hands awkwardly and shook them at Chu Yang. Hello. Chu Yang smacked his lips. This time it was over. Tony's face was at hen, and he had already begun to imagine the scene of the terrorists shooting him. Ahem. I promise I will never play poker again in my life. Happy, who was about to vomit his internal organs, staggered in from outside the cave. His steps were weak. At first, he didn't know how those people died until he saw a red 9 stuck in someone's head. Happy. Tony looked at his bodyguard and friend. His pale face quickly turned red, and he shouted the other's name in surprise. Tony. Happy was also very excited. Just as the two were about to hug each other tightly, Tony suddenly stopped, turned his head, and looked at Chu Yang in surprise and asked, "Fuck, are you really my employee?" In the evening, the military locked the location of everyone through fierce artillery response. Colonel Rhodes personally led a team to rescue Tony Stark. When he arrived at the destination, he saw a messy base, and his heart tightened immediately. In such a fierce battle, even if Tony could be found, he would probably be burned to ashes. Thinking of this, Colonel Rhodes was heartbroken. The eyes of a 7-foot-tall man were red. Beep beep, his phone rang. Regardless of being sad, Colonel Rhodes answered the phone. What? He has gone back. Is he having a party in the hospital? Fuck. Tony. Hospital. So, the boy who cut the steel with playing cards is only 16 years old this year and is about to go to high school, or you just met him on the street? You have known each other for less than 24 hours? Tony, lying on the bed, stared at Happy with his mouth wide open until he was a little embarrassed and shyly turned away. Are you sure that the information you found is true? That kid looks like he ran away from a secret base. Tony still couldn't believe it. When he thought of the armor he had carefully built, it was as fragile as tofu in front of that kid. It was like 10,000 ants crawling on his self-esteem. I'm sure. Happy said seriously. Pepper used all the manpower and resources of the group to investigate him. Yang grew up in a small town in the countryside. His parents and family were all multi-generational Chinese immigrants. They died when he was very young. He grew up relying on his neighbors and welfare institutions in the town. He was admitted to a public high school in Brooklyn, but for some reason, he did not attend the school. Instead, he chose to wander the streets and then met me. When Tony heard about Brooklyn, he subconsciously frowned and said in a disgusted tone, "If it were me, I would not study there either." TSK, Brooklyn? It can only produce gangsters and drug addicts. Watch your words, Mr. Stark. Pepper heard Tony's terrible remarks as soon as she came in from outside the ward, and your words will be seen as discrimination in the eyes of the public, and it will be a bad image for Stark Industries. I apologize. Tony raised his hands. Although I'm making an objective assessment, you are right, Ms. Potts. Pepper was used to Tony's shamelessness, and she said helplessly, I have found all the information you want. Now let's talk about how to deal with the boy. Oh my god. He is only 16 years old. He was forced to go to the battlefield in Afghanistan to save people. Happy, do you know how many laws we have violated just because he is a minor? You said you met a powerful guy on the street, but you didn't say he was a minor. At the end, Pepper was almost drawing. The huge voice made Happy feel like he was standing in the center of the storm. Hey, you know, I can never tell the difference between Asians. Happy wiped the sweat off his forehead and complained. Normally, a miner can't beat so many blacks. Tony nodded with empathy. Normally, a miner can't destroy my armor with playing cards. Maybe he has some special skills? Don't forget, he's Chinese. Pepper didn't bother to listen to the two bastards' explanations and angrily said, what should we do with him? Tony and Happy looked at each other and answered in unison. Of course we keep him. I say again, he's a minor. We can't hire him. That's illegal. Pepper yelled angrily. She felt that Tony and Happy didn't listen to what she just said at all. Oh, calm down, Miss Potts. Tony was frightened and shuddered and hurriedly explained, I know he is a minor, and I know he has no relatives around him. According to regulations, the Stark Charity Foundation can sponsor him to go to school. Do you understand what I mean? Now Pepper understood and obtained the right to be Chu Yang's guardian in the name of Stark Industries. Tony smiled and said, find him a good school. As a deal, I need him to help me do some small tests. Pepper suddenly thought of something and asked, can I help you test the strength of those iron toys? Hey, you can't insult the fruit of my wisdom like this. Tony said angrily, the previous one was only a semi-finished product, so it was so fragile. A semi-finished product that was damaged by playing cards. Isn't it just a toy? Pepper sneered and then left the wood without looking back. She was not worried about Tony's health. After all, how bad can a person who can hold a party in the hospital be? Happy stood quietly aside, trying not to look like a light bulb while the two were bickering. As Tony's good friend and bodyguard, he knew clearly the inexplicable feelings between Pepper and Tony. She doesn't know anything. Tony's face turned red with anger, and he kept saying, I'm sure there must be something wrong with those playing cards. Damn, I should have taken some with me when I left. Happy kindly reminded, Gustav has a lot of them. If you need them, I can get you a few boxes. Tony. With the help of Stark Industries, Chu Yang's school changed from a Brooklyn neighborhood to the best middle school in New York City. But Chu Yang still had no intention of going to school. For this reason, the kind-hearted Miss Pepper even found the small hotel where Chu Yang was and sat on a rotten sofa worth $50 to talk to Chu Yang. She had never seen Chu Yang killing people in the terrorist base. In her eyes, Chu Yang was just a 16-year-old boy who was tricked by Happy to go to the battlefield. Even if this boy was very skilled, he was still a child who needed to go to school to study and receive an education. Ms. Potts, the main reason why I don't go to school is that the school is really bad, and more importantly, it is difficult for me to learn the knowledge I need from an ordinary high school at this stage. Chu Yang explained politely, his tone calm and confident, not like a teenage boy who was planning to drop out of school. Pepper looked at him in surprise and asked, Yang, do you mean that you have already taught yourself the high school courses? Chu Yang nodded and said, yes, Miss Potts. With the talents of many clones, Chu Yang could not be stumped by the knowledge of high school courses. Pepper persuaded, even so, for your future, I still suggest that you study systematically and enter an excellent university for further study. Working in Stark Industries and sitting in an office is much safer than being a bodyguard with Happy. Chu Yang shrugged and said, you may not believe it, but as long as I want, I can get into any university. Pepper was a little angry. She saw some paranoia in Chu Yang that was very similar to Tony. This is not a good thing, especially for boys of this age. Okay, if you pass my test, I will not make any comments on your studies, okay? Okay, Miss Potts. Then, Pepper tested Chu Yang on some high school knowledge, and then, Pepper began to give some questions that were beyond the scope. Half an hour later, Pepper fell silent. She began to realize the seriousness of the problem. The next day, Pepper came to the hospital again in the midst of his busy schedule. You've been coming here quite frequently recently, which makes me happy. Tony's eyebrows were full of joy, and he winked at Happy who was watching the show next to him. Happy's mouth corners slightly raised. Pepper didn't see the tacit understanding between the two grown men, and walked straight to Tony, put a report in front of him, and said seriously, I think you should get to know the boy again. Which one? Tony was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized in Pepper's burning eyes, Card Boy. Happy coughed and reminded Yang. Oh, okay. Tony picked up the report on the bed awkwardly, and after reading it for a while, his expression became as serious as Pepper's. I want to ask, if I meet someone randomly on the street, what is the probability that his IQ is similar to mine? Haha, what nonsense are you talking about? This probability is about the same as winning the lottery, about 0.0000001%. As soon as Happy finished speaking, Tony and Pepper looked at him at the same time. A few seconds later, Happy shuddered suddenly. Congratulations on winning the prize. Stark Industries. Can anyone tell me why that idiot bodyguard was able to destroy the terrorist base and bring Tony back from Afghanistan? I spent millions of dollars, but all I got was a crashed plane and two charred bodies? Abadiastain was yelling at his phone. His carefully planned kidnapping was ruined by an idiot fat man weighing more than 200 pounds. The other end of the phone was silent for a while, and then said cautiously, in addition to Happy Hogan, there was another person on the plane that day. Abadiastain sneered. Haha, a Chinese boy who just turned 16. You want to tell me that he did all this? This joke is not funny at all. I would rather believe that it was Happy, the idiot, who mutated into Captain America. The other end of the phone could no longer find an excuse and could only apologize. Abadia hung up the phone with a hideous face. But soon, he returned to normal and kept practicing smiling. Tony Stark will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, and a press conference will be held. Abadia cannot show any resentment. But why did Happy take a 16-year-old boy to save Tony? After checking, the boy turned out to be just an ordinary Chinese, and even an orphan. What secrets are hidden in him? At the same time, in another high-rise building, a black marinated egg with an eye patch was also asking the same question. But he seemed to have more information than Abadia. He can use cards to cause a big fuss in Gustav's bar and then leave safely, and he can also go to the battlefield in Afghanistan to save people. Tony Stark's new friend doesn't look like an ordinary person at all. Chapter 80, The Five Shadows Conference. Chu Yang, who made a lot of money. 10W update completed. Please support us. Tony Stark, the president of Stark Industries, is back. This eye-catching headline was published early in the morning in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, America Today, and other newspapers and magazines that are deeply loved by the American people. The whole of New York was in an uproar. Countless people thought that Tony Stark would die in that place where no one lays eggs. As soon as the news came out, the stock of Stark Industries, which had been falling for several days, soared all the way. When the car that Tony Stark was riding in arrived at the building of Stark Industries, the flashlights never stopped. It was just that a bright red carpet was laid on the ground. The hot scene was just like this when Hollywood stars gathered together. As soon as Stark got out of the car, Abadiastain came up to greet him with a smile on his face. That happy look was happier than everyone present put together. Welcome back, Tony. Do you know how worried I have been about you during this period? Listening to Abadia's concerned greetings, Tony showed a mocking smile on his face. With the reminders of Chu Yang and Happy, he knew that the man who had watched him grow up was the culprit who colluded with terrorists to kidnap him. But now, this man's face was full of sincere smiles. Just thinking of his trust in him, Tony felt sick and pushed away Abadia's hand that was about to support him. I can walk by myself, Stanny. Tony glanced at him and walked past him without hesitation. Happy followed closely behind. Abadia was a little caught off guard. He didn't expect Tony to have this attitude at all. Then his face suddenly sank, lowered his head, and followed behind the other person. It was difficult for him to manage his expression at this moment, and he could only try his best not to be noticed by reporters. Fortunately, wherever Tony Stark was, the camera and flash would follow him immediately. He seems to be very angry, Miss Potts. Yang, it's really Mr. Stanny. If you don't believe it, I can accompany you to his office to find evidence during the press conference. He won't be back for a while. Okay. Pepper wanted to confirm whether Abadia was really the culprit behind the kidnapping case. To do this, she needed definite evidence. More and more reporters came after hearing the news, and the entrance to the press conference was surrounded by crowds. Pepper and Chu Yang took advantage of this opportunity to secretly go to Abadia's office. Pepper's identity as the president's assistant was enough for her to move freely throughout the building, and no one would find it strange, even if she entered and exited a badass office. Not to mention that most people's attention was now attracted to Tony. The two entered the office effortless, and Pepper skillfully turned on the computer on the desk and kept searching for files. She clicked on a video that looked a little strange. After a moment, her pupils shrank suddenly. The video recorded the whole process of Tony's kidnapping and even a badass meeting with the terrorist leader. Pepper took a deep breath, took out a USB flash drive from her bag, and prepared to copy the criminal evidence inside. At this time, Chu Yang heard some movement outside the room and immediately unfolded his observation haki, locking onto a strange figure. Chu Yang started instantly, like a cheetah hunting. The man outside the house did not react until Chu Yang rushed in front of him. Then he subconsciously raised his hand to punch. However, in front of Chu Yang, his speed of attack was too slow. Chu Yang directly pinched the joints on his arm. Snap snap with two crisp sounds. The man's arm suddenly drooped down, and then Chu Yang backhanded it against the wall. Boom. The huge force made the man feel like he was hit against the wall by a bear, and he almost fainted. The man held his breath and whispered, "I think this is a misunderstanding. I don't have any bad intentions." TSK, every villain in the movie says this. Chu Yang increased the strength of his hand. Who would believe that someone who sneaks behind others is not a bad person? Oh, God, children nowadays are really well nourished. They are so strong at the age of 16. It sounds like you know me very well. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes, and a murderous look emerged for the first time in a long time, and his palm slowly stretched out to the back of the man's head. Huh? What's going on? Pepper was confused. She just heard some noise outside the room. She didn't expect Chu Yang to fight with someone. "Miss Pepper, let him put me down. I'm a government agent, not a commercial spy," the man explained hurriedly. "FBI?" Pepper was shocked and asked Chu Yang to put the man down. Chu Yang tilted his head and glanced at the other's hairline and suddenly realized it. So he put him down. "I used to work there, but not now." The man straightened his suit. "My current department is called the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency." Pepper looked at him blankly. "It's a bit difficult to pronounce, I know." The man smiled awkwardly. "In short, my name is Phil Coulson, and I want to learn from you about Tony Stark's experience in Afghanistan." That's right, the man who was almost killed by Chu Yang is Coulson, a senior agent of SHIELD, and a key figure who will shine in the future New York war. Chu Yang looked at the short-haired woman beside him and asked, "Who is she?" Coulson replied, "She is my colleague, Agent Hill." Pepper asked worriedly, "This agent lady looks like she is in pain." Hill stood up straight. His face was particularly stiff. After worrying, looking at the other party's beautiful figure, Pepper immediately frowned and said, "Is she here to get to know Tony too?" Coulson waved his hand quickly, pointed at Chu Yang beside him and said, "She is here to get to know him." Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't expect that he would attract Nick Fury's attention. Come to think of it, Tony hasn't developed a real Iron Man suit yet. Only after defeating a badass ironmonger, Tony will be noticed by Nick Fury. However, Hill came to Chu Yang not because Nick Fury wanted to recruit him to form the Avengers. Instead, he wanted him to join SHIELD as an agent. With Chu Yang's current ability, he is not enough to become the Avengers puzzle in Nick Fury's hands. That's too dangerous, Miss Hill. I have no interest in becoming an agent. Chu Yang rejected S.H.I.E.L.D.'s invitation without hesitation. Are you kidding? He gets 10 times the salary from Stark Industries. Can S.H.I.E.L.D. afford it? You fight to the death, and you can't even afford a decent insurance. Are you going to reconsider it? Hill's face was not very good. It was unclear whether it was because of the pain in his feet or because he was rejected by Chu Yang. "Miss Agent, I don't care which department you are from." Pepper stood in front of Chu Yang, staring at Hill and warned solemnly, "I must remind you that employing minors is illegal." Hill said with a cold face, "Since you know it is illegal, why do you let him work in Stark Industries?" "First of all, Yang does not work here. He is a recipient of the Stark Charity Fund and we are his guardians," Pepper said sternly. "Secondly, I will never let him become some inexplicable agent." Seeing that the two people were becoming more and more confrontational, Carlson hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. Ms. Potts, we are just making a suggestion, not forcing him to join us. You also know that he is not an ordinary boy. We are afraid that he will use his power incorrectly and he needs guidance. Don't you think so? Hearing Carlson's explanation, Pepper's expression eased a lot, but she still said very firmly, thank you for your concern, but it is our responsibility to guide Yang to do the right thing. Okay. Carlson raised his hands high and nodded repeatedly. Pepper didn't waste any more time talking to them. She took Chu Yang away before Abadia came back. Hill and Carlson didn't stop them from leaving because they didn't have the confidence to beat Chu Yang. I don't like this woman very much. From my point of view, you two are actually very similar. I know, that's why I don't like her. If it's a movie, the screenwriter will make you two good sisters. Shut up, Carlson. Carlson shrugged and then really shut up and said nothing. Hill rolled his eyes and said, the boy's skills are better than I expected. Carlson said in a deep voice, his anti-detection ability is also very strong. When I approached them, I was cautious enough, but he still found me in the first place. I didn't even see his movements clearly, and he subdued me. Hill said helplessly, such a report will only make Fury more interested in this boy. Carlson shook his head and said, next time, let him do it himself. On the other side, the press conference was already in an uproar, because just now, Tony Stark announced in front of everyone that the weapons department of Stark Industries would be permanently closed. This is the most profitable department of Stark Industries. Abadia sat next to Tony, staring at him in a daze. After a while, the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. But, even so, reason kept telling him to calm down. Tony dropped a bombshell speech, letting it set off a huge wave, and walked out of the press conference without looking back. Then, Abadia stood up and said to all the reporters present, Tony was just a little stimulated in Afghanistan. When he wakes up, he will realize that he made an outrageous joke. Please don't take it seriously. After that, he ignored the questions from the reporters below the stage and hurried out of the scene. He chased after Tony in the direction he left. But Tony, who already knew all the truth, how could he calm down and talk to Abadia? Stanley, what do I need to explain to you? This group is called Stark Industries. It was founded by my father, and I'm the owner here. Tony was almost out of control, roaring at Abadia, and directly shocked the latter. Seeing this, Happy walked to Tony and whispered a few words in his ear, and then he gradually calmed down. I'm sorry, I just left the terrorist base, and I'm not very stable emotionally. After Tony apologized, Abadia came back to his senses. He patted Tony's shoulder gently and comforted him. It's okay, I understand. When you feel better, we can talk about this topic again. Then, under Abadia's eyes, Tony and Happy whispered and left here quickly. Pepper has got the evidence, right? Yes, not only the process of your kidnapping, but also the scene of him reaching an agreement with the terrorists. I really should have punched him just now. If you want, I can do it for you. Tony stopped and looked at Happy's fat body. After thinking for a while, he said, it's a good idea, but Happy, objectively speaking, you may not be able to beat him. Happy's eyes suddenly became resentful. The four of them met in Tony's mansion, and Pepper handed the USB drive to Tony. They looked at it again in the living room. Tony was so angry that he picked up the vase on the table and was ready to smash it. Fortunately, Pepper quickly snatched it away. You bought this at the California Art Exhibition last time, and it's worth $500,000. Only a few $100,000? Give it to me. I'm going to smash it today no matter what. Abadia returned to the office. He gradually felt that Tony's attitude was very wrong, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. His intuition told him that Tony seemed to know the truth. Whether it was an illusion or not, Abadia was not going to sit and wait for death. He called all the board members except Tony, preparing to abolish Tony's position as president and remove him from the board of directors. But Abadia didn't expect that Tony had already obtained all the evidence of his crimes, and no matter how many calls he made, it would be in vain. The next day, Abadia did not wait for the board members, but instead waited for a large group of FBI agents. Abadia was thrown into prison with a hysterical roar before he could create Ironmonger to compete with Iron Man. Naruto World. After the nine-tailed beasts were successfully sealed by Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama invited the sealing masters of the Uzumaki clan to handle the follow-up. Because the nine-tailed beasts will be taken to the Land of Lightning for the Five Shadows Summit for distribution, Uchiha Madara's seal can only last for a while, and cannot guarantee long-term stability. Rather than saying it is a seal, it is better to say that he temporarily controlled these powerful tailed beasts with the power of the Sharingan. Many people from the Uzumaki clan came, and the scene was very grand. The team could line up from the street to the end of the alley. Chu Yang stood on a roof and silently looked at this scene. At this time, Chu Yang realized it might not be just a few sealing masters. There should be someone who is about to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito. That is, the candidate who is about to become the wife of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Hashirama's wife is on that carriage. Uncle Madara appeared beside Chu Yang without knowing when, and his words were full of vicissitudes and melancholy. TSK, I thought you were heartbroken. Through such a marriage, the relationship between the two big families can be completely consolidated. Only on this basis can Senju Tobirama agree that the people of the Uzumaki clan can become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As he said that, Uchiha Madara suddenly stared at Chu Yang with burning eyes. I understand everything you said. Chu Yang coughed dryly and said carefully, it is the teacher who is getting married, not me. Why are you staring at me? Uchiha Madara's mouth corners slightly raised. Without further explanation, he was determined to make Chu Yang the son-in-law of the Uchiha family. But which family's daughter should he marry? Chu Yang's status is very special. Unless Senju Hashirama's future children are more talented than Chu Yang. Otherwise, the position of the head of the Senju clan will sooner or later fall on Chu Yang's head. But can the Senju clan really give birth to a younger generation with higher talent than Chu Yang? Uchiha Madara didn't think it was possible. How much good luck would it take for something like this to happen? Considering Chu Yang's increasing reputation in the village, it was almost certain that he would become the future Hokage or the head of the Senju clan. In the Uchiha clan, girls from ordinary families were obviously not qualified to marry Chu Yang. After thinking about it, it seems that only my child, or Aizuna's child, can marry him. Uchiha Madara, with a sad face, came to such a conclusion. He had never thought about getting married in his life, but now, in order to stabilize the relationship between the two families, it seems that he has to get married. Madara, I seem to hear you talking about getting married just now. Who wants to get married? Chu Yang couldn't help but complain. Seeing my teacher getting married, you have to get married too? What kind of mentality is this? Uchiha Madara looked at him unkindly. Chu Yang smacked his lips and fell silent. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and disappeared in front of Chu Yang the next second. Did I provoke him? Chu Yang was confused and had no mood to watch the fun. The arrival of the Uzumaki clan made Konoha village lively for a whole day. Villagers could be seen discussing this matter everywhere. The next day, in the mansion of the Senju clan, the elders of the Uzumaki clan were permanently sealing the Nine-Tails into the body of Uzumaki Mito. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara stood by to guard. With such a luxurious linoop, no blind guy should dare to mess up. The guy who is most likely to make trouble has been permanently left in Chu Yang's Soul Palace. When the seal was successfully completed, Senju Tobirama was relieved. The rice has been cooked. Next, I will trouble you to go to the Land of Lightning. Uzumaki Mito must go to the Land of Lightning with other tailed beasts to let the Five Shadows confirm the fact that she has become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If she doesn't go, other ninja villages will think that Konoha village has hidden the Nine-Tails. Then in order to get the Nine-Tails, fighting is inevitable. Uzumaki Mito nodded gently. This was something that had been discussed long ago, and she was not surprised. As for the candidates for escorting the tailed beasts this time, Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Madara very naturally. We'll send the Buddha to the west, and I'll have to trouble you to make another trip. Uchiha Madara nodded. Yang should go with us too. Big brother hasn't seen you for a long time, and he must miss you very much. Senju Tobirama looked at Chu Yang with a smile. Okay. Chu Yang accepted the order happily on the surface, but secretly complained in his heart that as long as Uchiha Madara participated in important operations, he would always arrange for him to follow. While not trusting Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama didn't want the other party to know that he didn't trust him. Therefore, Chu Yang was the best cover. Senju Tobirama could feel that Uchiha Madara favored Chu Yang. After a night's rest, the three of them, accompanied by several Anbu teams, set out on the road to the Land of Lightning. Some sealers of the Uzumaki clan also accompanied them. To go to the Land of Lightning, you have to pass through the two small countries of Tang Country and Frost Country. These two countries are located at the border between the Fire Country and the Lightning Country. Because of the special geographical location, Chu Yang and his team must follow normal diplomatic procedures to pass through Tang Country and Frost Country. Now is the period of the 5-Cage Conference. Once a conflict occurs in Tang Country or Lightning Country, the neighboring Lightning Country will definitely think it is a provocation. It doesn't matter if you walk slowly. Not only Chu Yang likes the scenery here, but even Uchiha Madara, who doesn't understand romance, will stop and take a look. Tang Country has a very beautiful natural environment, so in peacetime, many ordinary people will come here to travel. And the ninja village of Tang Country is also in this atmosphere, gradually letting go of the fighting spirit and becoming an outlier among many ninja villages. Of course, this is many years later. The current Tang Country has beautiful scenery and also has the Tang ninja village with a very strong fighting will. 5 days later, Chu Yang and his group finally arrived in the territory of the Lightning Country. Measured by the pace of a ninja, this is already a very slow situation. The 5 shadows who received the news in advance, except for Senju Hashirama, the others have been waiting anxiously. Chu Yang and his group, with Uzumaki Mito and many sealed-tailed beasts, appeared directly in the room of the 5 shadows meeting. The powerful pressure formed by the 8-tailed beasts plus a 9-tailed Jinchuriki constantly demonstrated the strength of Konoha village. Uchiha Madara didn't even say hello and sat directly on the main seat at the conference table. No one present dared to question his behavior, because they knew that the man in front of them was completely different from the first generation of Hokage of Konoha village. They could show a little rudeness and arrogance in front of Senju Hashirama. With Senju Hashirama's personality, he would not care about them. But if they did the same thing in front of Uchiha Madara, then they would face a bloody battle. This is the essential difference between the two. Hashirama, why are you still standing? Isn't there something important to decide? Uchiha Madara asked. Hashirama Senju smiled slightly and sat down in the main seat next to Uchiha Madara. Next, let's talk about the distribution of the tailed beasts. After Hashirama Senju sat down, the other cages also sat down in an orderly manner. Among them, the relatively weak Mizuki Balian found that there was a missing chair. Uchiha Madara squeezed his seat down. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. At this time, Chu Yang, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, made a wooden chair with wood release. Thank you. Balian nodded slightly and sat down. Was it wood release just now? Reikage looked at Hashirama Senju with an incredible look. After the establishment of Konoha village, Chu Yang has been teaching in the school, so his reputation is limited to Konoha village, and there is little news about him outside. Ha 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 ha, Yang is my disciple. Hashirama Senju laughed loudly, looking quite proud. With a genius disciple like Chu Yang, he has every right to be complacent. Senju Hashirama's undisguised attitude also made everyone present realize Chu Yang's position in his heart. With a good teacher, there will naturally be a good disciple. Sitting on the chair made by Chu Yang himself, the embarrassment of Mizuki Balian was swept away and he smiled. Fenkage Lee Dao's eyes wandered between Chu Yang and Uchiha Madara. He didn't understand why Uchiha Madara would act with Senju Hashirama's disciple. Moreover, this disciple also knew would escape and might become the second Senju Hashirama in the future. If it were him, he would definitely find a way to kill this disciple halfway. Such a prodigy is a great threat to his family. However, Uchiha Madara and this kid named Senju Yang get along quite well. The relationship between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan seems to be closer than the rumors outside. After thinking for a long time, Lee Dao came to a conclusion. Even if Senju Hashirama died, the major families in Konoha village would still maintain a relatively stable state. For other ninja villages, this is not good news. The stability and prosperity of Konoha village means they will continue to be suppressed for decades, or even hundreds of years. Thinking of this, Kazukage Reto's expression became more and more lonely. At this time, everyone has begun to discuss how to distribute the tailed beasts, although it is at the cost of money. But the tailed beasts are strategic weapons that cannot be bought with money, so it is more appropriate to describe them as distribution. In fact, everyone knows that if Senju Hashirama really has no idea of dominating the ninja world, with the current strength of Konoha village, plus the 9 tailed beasts, they can easily defeat them. Every cage is fighting for the tailed beasts that rank lower for his country. Although there is no clear ranking of the combat power of the tailed beasts, it is an undeniable fact that the more tails there are, the more chakra there is. The 9-tailed Jinchuriki has become an irreversible fact, so the 8-tailed has become the focus of the 4 cages in the conference room. The 4 people exchanged sharp words, and they refused to give in. The ninja village that used to be proud of became extremely weak in their mouths at this moment, as if without this 8-tailed, the country would be destroyed in an instant. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara looked at each other. There was a smile in both of their eyes. Chu Yang had predicted this scene long before the start of the tailed beast capture plan. He even planned the specific distribution plan. When the 4 people were deadlocked, Hashirama Senju slowly said, "I have an idea, you might as well listen to it first." The conference room immediately became quiet. The 4 cages focused their eyes on Hashirama Senju at the same time, and they were extremely nervous. The dispute they just had was nothing more than speaking to Hashirama Senju. This first generation Hokage with the strongest strength was the one who finally finalized everything. The Sand Village gets the 1-tail and the 6-tail. The Rock Village gets the 2-tail and the 5-tail. The Mist Village gets the 3-tail and the 4-tail. The Cloud Village gets the 8-tail. And the other small ninja villages outside the 5 major ninja villages jointly hold the 7-tail, represented by the Iron Country. Forming an alliance. After Hashirama Senju finished his opinion, the other 4 cages began to discuss in a low voice. They nodded frequently and seemed to agree with this distribution plan. Tsuchika Ishikawa couldn't help but sigh. It's amazing that Hashirama-sama let other small ninja villages share the 7 tails. Reikage AI sighed. I haven't thought about this issue at all. It's really embarrassing. Senju Hashirama smiled and said, in fact, Yang mentioned this distribution opinion to me a long time ago. I just said it again. Mizukage Balian looked at Chu Yang standing by the door in surprise. The other 3 cages also looked at him. Their guards, that is, the next cage of their respective ninja villages, were also looking at him. This young man's ideas and opinions can actually directly affect Senju Hashirama. Everyone, if you have any opinions, you can raise them now. Uchiha Madara seemed to be in a good mood, and a smile appeared on his face for the first time, but his eyes were still very oppressive. He looked around at everyone and said indifferently, if you say it again later, it will be a provocation. The 4 cages were shocked. I agree. Reikage AI nodded first. Although the Cloud Ninja Village had 1 less tailed beast than the other ninja villages, they got the strongest 8-tailed beast besides the 9 tails, which was a sure win. I agree. I agree. I agree. The Kazakage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage nodded in succession. Hashirama Senju nodded with satisfaction and laughed. I hope that from now on, there will be no more disputes among the 5 great nations, and we hope that we can live in peace in the future. Everyone present smiled at the same time. After the distribution was completed, it was the turn of Konoha village to ask for the corresponding price. Before Hashirama Senju set off, Tobirama Senju had already drawn up a suitable price and handed it to Uchiha Raizuna for execution, and he didn't need to worry too much. Just when Chu Yang thought that the transaction would go smoothly, Uchiha Madara suddenly changed the transaction requirements. He required each ninja village to not only pay appropriate money, but also to use a powerful ninjutsu for exchange. As soon as these words came out, the 4 shadows changed their faces at the same time. Even Chu Yang was shocked. Ban. Hashirama Senju stood up in surprise. Uchiha Madara had not discussed this decision with him. Brother, this request is not in the Senju Tobirama plan. Uchiha Raizuna hurriedly walked to Uchiha Madara and whispered to persuade him. Uchiha Madara ignored them and continued, in exchange, I will also take out a secret technique to exchange with you. Hearing that Uchiha Madara would also take out a secret technique as a bargaining chip, the faces of Fengying and others suddenly eased a lot. The 4 people discussed in a low voice for a while, and finally nodded and agreed to this request. Uchiha Madara smiled knowingly, pointed at Chu Yang and said, "Boy, if you want any ninjutsu, go and ask them." Chu Yang. This young man again. The four shadows had this thought in their minds at the same time. Although he did not do anything, he became the center of the meeting several times. These important figures had to shift their eyes to him several times. "Brother?" Uchiha Raizuna looked at Uchiha Madara with some surprise, but after thinking about it, he felt it was natural, and even he admired Chu Yang very much. "Haha, Madara, you will spoil him like this." Senju Hashirama slowly walked in front of Chu Yang, patted his shoulder and said, "Go." Since Madara said so, he must have his reasons. Chu Yang nodded, and immediately fell into deep thought. If there is a secret technique that he wants, the first one to bear the brunt is undoubtedly the dust release of the second generation Tsuchikage of Rock Village. Woo. This ninjutsu is a bloodline elimination that exceeds the bloodline limit, and it is the most powerful ninjutsu known to Chu Yang. But unfortunately, given the importance of this ninjutsu, even if Ishikawa agrees, Wu will never agree. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a ninjutsu of Rock Village, which is no worse than a strategic weapon like the tailed beast. This is a key force for whether the future Tsuchikage can deter other ninja villages. From another perspective, even if Rock Village agrees, without Wu's personal guidance, Chu Yang would not dare to practice rashly, based on his practice experience. 3 bloodline eliminations with different nature changes. It is more difficult to practice than the bloodline limit, and the probability of failure is too high. It is better to take the second best option, and choose the super light and heavy rock technique. This ninjutsu may not be as valuable as the dust release, but with the research ability of Chu Yang and Senju Tobirama, they can fully use the principle of this ninjutsu to analyze other similar secret techniques. For example, the super heavy rock technique. One for many, a sure win. Chu Yang is very interested in the puppet technique and sand manipulation technique of the Sand Village. Among them, the sand manipulation technique is a ninjutsu that Chu Yang wants to get more. However, the sand manipulation technique was a ninjutsu that the second generation Kazekage shaman began to research and develop after obtaining the one-tailed Shukaku. Now he only knows the puppet technique. Chu Yang can only choose this ninjutsu. The Mist Village is mainly based on water escape, but Chu Yang's teacher Senju Tobirama is also very good at water escape, and his strength may be stronger than the Mizukage Hakyun. If Chu Yang wants to learn water escape, he can just ask Senju Tobirama. The Mist Village ninjutsu is not very attractive to Chu Yang. The only thing Chu Yang favored was the steaming danger explosion of the second generation water shadow, Hazuki Jinjutsu. This ninjutsu can be repeated infinitely. When used properly, it is simply a killer weapon on the battlefield. Combined with wood release, Chu Yang can resist a ninja army by himself. Chu Yang also had some tricks. To learn this ninjutsu, you must learn Hazuki Jinjutsu's other unique skill, which is water release oil transformation. This is equivalent to buy one get one free. Rounding it off, Hazuki Jinjutsu is at a loss. There is also the Thunder Village. The ninjutsu of this ninjutsu village that makes people shine is of course the thunder release armor and one-handed hand that the third generation Reikage AI is good at. These two ninjutsu are known as the strongest shield and strongest spear. One-handed hand cannot be learned because it is the unique skill of the third generation Reikage, and the third generation Reikage is still a child at this time. As for the thunder release armor, it is actually just a B-level ninjutsu, and its official name is Thunder Release Chakra Mode. In the Thunder Ninja Village, as long as the conditions are met, everyone can learn this ninjutsu, but the effect varies from person to person. In the hands of the third Reikage, it is truly the strongest shield. In the hands of others, it is mediocre, so it is only B-level. If Chu Yang uses this ninjutsu as a trading condition, he will probably be regarded as a fool by the people of the Thunder Ninja Village. Therefore, the lightning release armor can only be used as a bonus. After sorting out his thoughts, Chu Yang put forward his requirements to the four shadows one by one. Super light and heavy rock technique, puppet technique, steaming danger explosion power, 3 ninjutsu, plus a book on the ninjutsu experience of thunder release, which needs to be written by the Reikage AI himself. Among the 4 conditions, 3 have nothing to do with the current shadow, but point to their successors. Not to mention that the Kazakage and others were surprised. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama showed curious expressions. Where did this guy get this information? Could it be that the Konoha Ranbu has infiltrated to this extent? The four shadows were startled, but still nodded in agreement. Uchiha Madara smiled. Just by looking at his reaction, he knew that Chu Yang had made a very good deal. So far, the purpose of the 5-cage conference has been achieved, and it can be said to have ended perfectly. Everyone got what they needed, and set off on their way home with satisfaction. Chu Yang himself did not expect that he would be the one who made a lot of money after coming out. The two Uchiha brothers gathered together and talked about something. On the way back, Uchiha Izuna looked at Chu Yang with a covetous look. Of course, it was not with malicious eyes. Although Chu Yang felt very uncomfortable, he still chose to greet him with a smile. After all, Uncle Madara gave him such a big gift. It made him embarrassed to continue to cheat the Uchiha clan. Chu Yang decided to change his thinking and strategy after returning, otherwise his conscience would be uneasy. Even more awkward than Chu Yang was Senju Hashirama. The always heroic Senju clan leader became shy for the first time when facing his new daughter-in-law. The look of wanting to see her, but not daring to see her made Chu Yang on the side couldn't help laughing. Such an interesting scene. I must tell my teacher when I go back. Hashirama, I also plan to get married after I go back. What do you think? Uchiha Madara appeared quietly beside Senju Hashirama, and Senju Hashirama, who focused all his attention on his wife, was shocked. What? Senju Hashirama widened his eyes and said in disbelief, you, a blockhead, actually want to get married one day. Objectively speaking, you are the blockhead. Uchiha Madara glanced at him. I made this decision only because it is beneficial to the Uchiha clan. Senju Hashirama suddenly realized and nodded. This is quite in line with your personality. Do you have a favorite? Like, this is meaningless as long as she is suitable for the Uchiha clan. Ah, you want to get married even if you don't like her? Then do you like this woman named Uzumaki Mito? Hehe. Seeing Senju Hashirama scratching his head and laughing, Uchiha Madara got the answer, and there was more smile in his eyes, and nodded. I will refer to your opinion. After a moment, after Uchiha Madara walked away, Chu Yang sneaked up to Senju Hashirama and asked in a low voice, Teacher, what did you and Madara-sama talk about just now? Senju Hashirama waved his hand like he was chasing a fly and said, why are you asking questions at such a young age? You won't understand, even if I tell you, so go away. Chu Yang felt very uncomfortable when he didn't get an answer. He always felt that the eyes of the two Uchiha brothers looking at him were strange, as if there was some secret that could not be told. The group walked for another 5 days and finally saw the gate of Konoha village. Chapter 81, The Wedding of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. A month later, Konoha village suddenly became lively. Every household was decorated with lights and colorful decorations. Every villager had a smile on his face. Not for anything else. Just because the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was getting married soon. This shows how popular Senju Hashirama was. I got a favor from Hashirama. If it was just me getting married, they probably wouldn't be as happy as they are now. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna stood on the Hokage rock, looking at the crowds below, and for the first time, envy appeared in his eyes. Uchiha Izuna was also envious. Being in charge of the Anbu is certainly a power in hand, but it also makes people around you keep alienating you. After all, normal people would be afraid of such a special power as the Anbu. Master Madara, I don't think so. The teacher is certainly worthy of respect, but there are also many voices blessing you. Instead of standing here alone and watching, it is better to walk into the crowd and listen for yourself. I believe the result will not disappoint you. Chu Yang appeared behind the two brothers, smiling and handing out a scroll. He didn't know the content inside. It was Senju Tobirama who asked him to give it to Uchiha Madara. Boy, I heard that you have mastered the secrets of the 4 ninja villages? Uchiha Madara took the scroll from Chu Yang, smiling, and teased. That is a secret technique with completely different chakra properties. In a month, even Senju Tobirama would find it difficult to do it, right? Chu Yang said sincerely. I learned it under the guidance of the teacher, but I still have to thank Master Madara. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have the opportunity to learn these secrets. Uchiha Madara smiled and said, "You both praised your teacher and flattered me. At such a young age, you are a perfect person." Chu Yang chuckled. Uchiha Raizuna asked, "Are you here for the wedding?" Chu Yang nodded and said, "The wedding customs of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan are different. Since you two plan to hold the wedding at the same time, you must discuss the details, otherwise it will be a joke." Uchiha Madara was a little impatient and frowned. "Didn't I say that you can do whatever is convenient for you? I don't care about these things." Chu Yang scratched his head with an embarrassed look and said, "The problem is that Mr. Hashirama said the same thing." "That guy Hashirama?" Uchiha Madara laughed angrily, shook his head helplessly, and then nodded. "I know. I will go back and discuss it with him and try not to embarrass you young people." Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "Thank you very much, Mr. Madara." Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly stopped on Chu Yang, staring at him for a long time, and slowly said, "Don't call me sir anymore in the future. Just call me teacher, like you call Hashirama." Chu Yang was stunned. What's going on? Chu Yang's hesitation made Uchiha Madara's expression gradually gloomy. He said coldly, "Why? My strength is not as good as Hashirama's, so I'm not qualified to be your teacher?" The biting coldness brought Chu Yang back to his senses. He immediately waved his hand and said, "I didn't mean that at all. It's just too sudden, and I'm a little hesitant." "Brother, don't scare him." Uchiha Raizuna laughed and laughed. "He can't make the decision on this matter. You should go back and talk to Lord Hashirama." "That's right." Uchiha Madara nodded and stopped being aggressive. Chu Yang always felt that the two brothers were playing the good cop and the bad cop, as if they were targeting him. Just now, Mr. Tobirama received news that the other 4Kage would come in person to bless him. Chu Yang quickly stated the main reason for coming here, wanting to get away from the two brothers as soon as possible. Oh, blessings. They can't wait to see the marriage of Uzumaki Mito and Hashirama, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, right? They just want to come and see the situation in Konoha. They haven't given up yet. Let them come and see. After this wedding, their only remaining ambitions will be completely crushed into powder. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, Chu Yang made an excuse and left. Uchiha Raizuna looked at his departing back, turned to Uchiha Madara and said, "Brother, didn't we agree to take it slow? Why are you so impatient?" Uchiha Madara shook his head and said, "I just want to test this kid's attitude. If he is so reluctant to become my disciple, how can he marry a woman from the Uchiha clan in the future?" Uchiha Raizuna sighed. "You have really put a lot of effort into the continuation of the family." Uchiha Madara smiled and said, "The current situation is good enough. As for Yang, it's my greed. I have never envied that guy Hashirama in my life, except for the matter of accepting disciples." The two brothers chatted for a while and then set off for the Hokage's office together. At present, Tobirama Senju was still handling government affairs there. Everything will return to normal after the wedding. The Four Shadows came to congratulate this matter in person, which delayed the original wedding for a few days. A few days later, the convoys from the four major countries entered Konoha village one after another. The rest of the small countries, led by the Iron Country, came to celebrate the wedding in an alliance. Konoha village assigned the Seven Tails to them, which was a great favor. This meant that those small countries could use this to gather enough forces to counter the five major countries. This was the most practical way to achieve peace. If the four major countries attending the wedding was a manifestation of awe, then the alliance of small countries was a sincere thank you and blessing. Chu Yang could tell from their expressions. The Four Shadows went directly to the Hokage's reception room as soon as they arrived. When they passed by Chu Yang, their eyes were not as friendly as before. A nine-tailed fox was enough to break all their sense of security. As the only direct disciple of Senju Hashirama, Chu Yang was responsible for taking care of and receiving these important guests. After these people entered the room, Chu Yang kept guarding until Senju Tobirama arrived. The Uchiha brothers were also there. These three people may be the three most difficult people in Konoha. Senju Hashirama was not there. Obviously, they regarded him as an unnecessary existence that was in the way. With his good-natured personality, it would indeed affect the performance of the three of them. Chu Yang suddenly felt that the Four Shadows were a little pitiful, because these people were about to face an embarrassing situation where they could not talk or fight. Senju Tobirama patted Chu Yang's shoulder, then opened the door and walked in. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Raizuna followed closely behind. The chill gave Chu Yang goosebumps all over his body. He quickly closed the door. It was to save the last face for the 4 cages. Chu Yang stood outside the house and could not hear any sound. It was so quiet that it was scary. Also guarding outside the house were the second generation cages who were about to take over. They looked more nervous than Chu Yang. Time passed by minute. The people outside didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Squeaky, the door was opened. The guards outside the house immediately greeted them. Chu Yang turned around and saw the 4 cages slowly walking out. I don't know if it was Chu Yang's illusion, but their faces looked a little pale. The 4 cages said nothing and hurried away accompanied by the guards. Chu Yang walked into the room and saw Senju Tobirama and the Uchiha brothers still sitting calmly. Chu Yang grinned and said, judging from the reactions of those cages, it seems that the teacher said something extraordinary. Senju Tobirama's mouth corners slightly raised. Uchiha Raizuna said brightly, it is true that they said some harsh words, which scared the guests. However, they should face the reality, so as not to embarrass themselves in the end. Uchiha Madara stood up and said indifferently, humph. A bunch of idiots. We are willing to give them this piece now. Since they can't even figure out such a simple thing, they dare to put forward conditions to us. Chu Yang asked in surprise, what conditions did they put forward? Senju Tobirama's eyes flashed with cold light. The Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, they each want a clan member. TSK, they are aiming at the blood limit. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly. This group of people is really greedy. Uchiha Raizuna sneered. So, we gave them some warnings. Chu Yang gloated and teased. I hope these adults are still in the mood to attend the upcoming wedding. Senju Tobirama stood up and said meaningfully, they will. 3 days later, the grand wedding was officially held. Just as Tobirama Senju said, the 4 cages attended the wedding with smiles on their faces, without any reluctance. They acted very happy, and felt happier than if they were getting married themselves. 4 new lights. Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki. Uchiha Madara and another woman named Uchiha Mei. They got married in front of countless people. Chu Yang didn't know whether Uchiha Madara liked this woman, but at least he didn't look disgusted. The world of death gods. It has been a long time since the incident of Hankou Yosuke. Kirakira First High School has just finished the midterm test. Chu Yang has undoubtedly become the first in the class. Kurosaki Ichigo is the third in the class. In the school ranking, Chu Yang is still the first, while Kurosaki Ichigo has dropped to the 15th. Good academic performance, excellent athletic ability, not sociable, and a loner. Classmates often compare the two people with similar styles. In a sense, Kurosaki Ichigo has become Chu Yang's background board. Whenever others ask, Kurosaki Ichigo says that he doesn't care, but in fact, his curiosity about Chu Yang is stronger than any other classmate in the class. Because no one else has ever seen Chu Yang fighting with a hollow with his bare hands, Ichigo Kurosaki still remembers it vividly. Why is this person so powerful? What about the Fullbring that the Grim Reaper said that day? Do I have similar power? During this period, similar questions troubled Ichigo Kurosaki. He originally had no interest in power, but because of Chu Yang, Ichigo Kurosaki had a faint desire to win. Just when Ichigo Kurosaki was competing with Chu Yang in his heart, he met Rukia by chance. Rukia was chasing a hollow. Ichigo Kurosaki didn't intend to meddle in other people's business, but when he thought of Chu Yang, he followed him. As a result, Ichigo found that the hollow was attacking his family. Fortunately, Ichigo's appearance made the hollow shift its target. Ichigo wanted to fight back, but was directly knocked away by the hollow. He was no match at all. So this is what it feels like to fight a hollow. Ichigo Kurosaki was covered in blood, but his consciousness was clear. His mind was full of the scene of Chu Yang fighting the hollow. Why? He could do such a thing. But I can't. Seeing that Ichigo was about to be killed by the hollow, Rukia blocked the fatal damage for Ichigo at the critical moment. Idiot, if you keep daydreaming like this, you won't be able to protect your family. Ichigo Kurosaki finally came to his senses and hurriedly asked Rukia what to do now. Rukia stabbed the Zanpakuto in her hand into Ichigo's body. All the power of the god of death was domineeringly absorbed into Ichigo's body. Ichigo became the god of death. Facing the menacing hollow, Ichigo raised his Zanpakuto, and the terrifying spiritual pressure was like mercury pouring down. With just one knife, Ichigo cut the hollow in half. After killing the hollow, Ichigo didn't have time to get excited, and suddenly his eyes went black. When he woke up again, it was already the next morning. Strangely, neither his father nor his two sisters remembered what happened last night. Am I dreaming? Looking at the house that seemed to have been baptized by a tornado, Ichigo gave up this idea. What happened last night was real. On the way to school, Ichigo would sometimes look down at his hands. He couldn't believe that these hands had killed a hollow last night. I wonder who is stronger, me or Yang, in the state of death god. With curiosity, Ichigo pushed open the door of the classroom. He was looking towards Chu Yang, but he saw an unexpected figure. Ichigo froze. Rukia was standing next to Chu Yang, and the two were talking and laughing. She was still wearing the school uniform. What's going on? It was lunchtime. The three of them gathered on the rooftop of the school. Rukia explained her current state to Ichigo and Chu Yang. Ichigo then realized that he had absorbed all of Rukia's power. Chu Yang picked his ears. He already knew the whole story. I will stay here for a while before I recover my power. I hope you can keep it a secret for me. Rukia looked at Chu Yang, feeling a little uneasy. In her impression, Chu Yang was not a good person to talk to. I know. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Chu Yang yawned and walked towards the stairs. Did you just agree? Rukia looked at him blankly. What else? Chu Yang turned around with a surprised look on his face, and then left directly. Rukia turned around and said to Ichigo, I thought he would ask me for something. After all, I'm a god of death. He is not that kind of person. Ichigo shook his head and walked towards the stairs. Okay, I'm going back too. Before he finished speaking, Ichigo felt a punch on the back of his head. You actually attacked me. Kurosaki. Ichigo turned around angrily. Suddenly he found his body falling to the ground, and when he looked down, he found that he had turned into a spirit. You just became a god of death, and there are still many things you don't know. I must make up for it. On the other side, Chu Yang, who knew the beginning of the plot, was considering whether he should intervene. He was very interested in the power of Zanpakuto and Kid. Myself in other worlds also needs such power, and the best way to obtain Zanpakuto and Kid is to follow Kurosaki Ichigo into the Soul Society. Chu Yang, who was lost in thought, didn't notice that he ran into a student head-on when he went downstairs. Miraculously, neither of them was injured. It was like two walls crashing into each other. Chu Yang looked up at the boy in front of him who was much taller than him. Chadu Tehu. Chadu has been very troubled recently. Ever since he got a parrot from his friend last time, he has become very unlucky. It's not just as simple as choking on cold water. Either he was almost hit by a heavy object falling from the sky, or he was almost hit by a car. In short, every time it was a fatal disaster. This made Chadu absent-minded, so he planned to go to the rooftop to get some fresh air, but ended up bumping into Chu Yang. I'm sorry. Chadu subconsciously held Chu Yang's shoulders and apologized to him. As a result, he found that Chu Yang was standing very steadily and there was no sign of falling. I'm fine. Chu Yang waved his hand, looked at the haggard Chadu and asked, but your complexion looks quite serious. Have you not rested well recently? Chadu hesitated to speak and finally shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Chu Yang smiled and said, I heard that the parrot you brought to school today is the cursed parrot that has been making a lot of noise recently? Chad asked in surprise. How did you know? I heard it all. Chu Yang patted Chad's shoulder and reminded him, if there is anything wrong, you can tell Ichigo Kurosaki, and he can handle it. Ichigo? Chad wanted to ask why, but found that Chu Yang had already walked away. After school, Chad took the same route home as usual, but he had an exquisite birdcage in his hand, which contained a parrot. The parrot was very quiet and strange, and occasionally there was a human look in its eyes. Neither the people nor the parrot noticed, and Chu Yang followed them silently. The parrot hides the soul of a human child named Yuchi. Yuchi's soul was forcibly stuffed into the parrot by a virtual being. This was done for revenge. When the hollow was still a human, it was a murderer who did all kinds of evil. During one of its crimes, it targeted Yang and his mother. Yang mother was killed by the murderer in order to protect him, and Yang pulled the murderer's foot in a panic, causing the murderer to fall from the balcony of their house and die. The murderer, who was filled with resentment, became a hollow and began to take revenge on Yang. This guy was extremely bad both in life and death. In Rukia's words, it should be sent to hell and punished forever. Chu Yang wanted to deal with this hollow who was transformed from a murderer personally, and do some small experiments by the way. There was no way, he had no chance, to find other hollows to experiment with during this period, because he had not met any hollows. I have to say that the work efficiency of the god of death is really good. Chadu lived far away from the school, and it would be faster to take the bus, but he still chose to walk. He knew that, if he went to a crowded place, he might implicate innocent passers-by. In the past few days, there were too many accidents caused by him. After walking for a while, Chadu suddenly felt palpitations. In the past, whenever a disaster was about to happen, he would have a similar feeling. Chadu looked around vigilantly, and suddenly a whistle sounded behind him. An out-of-control truck was rushing towards him. Another car accident. After Chadu reacted, he rushed to the open space on the right. At the moment of falling out, he was still holding the birdcage in his arms tightly. Beep, beep, beep. The rapid whistle sounded with the sound of the whistling wind, passing by Chadu at lightning speed. Boom. The truck crashed directly into the electric pole on the side of the road, and most of the cab collapsed instantly. Chadu, who was sitting on the concrete floor, breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. It's not a close call, it was coming for you. Chadu looked up and saw Chu Yang passing by and asked in surprise, Yang, why are you here? Chu Yang did not answer him, but walked towards the out-of-control truck step by step. What do you mean you're coming for me? Chadu stood up, holding the birdcage, and followed Chu Yang. The two walked to the front of the truck. Chu Yang pointed at the cab and said, look for yourself. Chadu looked at the cab and his expression suddenly changed. The cab was empty. This is a truck without a driver. Leave here first, or you might get hurt by mistake. Chu Yang pointed at the entrance of the alley and said to Chadu, what do you mean? Chadu asked nervously. Chu Yang shook his head. At the end of the street, a humanoid hollow with green skin appeared. He ignored Chadu and went to meet him alone. Chu Yang used wood release to condense a wooden sword in his hand and then wrapped it with armament haki. Finally, he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The breath turned into a stream of colorful ribbons, as bright as the Milky Way. This is the ultimate breathing method. Breath of the source. The terrifying momentum spread from Chu Yang and spread to the surroundings like a tide. The hollow's footsteps paused, and his body was trembling slightly. The human in front of him was not the god of death. It did not feel any power belonging to the god of death from the other party. But death was like a shadow hanging over its head. That terrifying momentum was not even spiritual pressure, it was really just momentum. How many battles did he go through, and how many enemies did he kill to accumulate such a terrifying momentum? This was the first time that the hollow was afraid of ordinary humans. Chu Yang walked faster and faster. The figure pulled out a residual light in the evening sunlight. With the blessing of the breath of origin, the wooden sword in his hand seemed to have a fresh life. With a swing of the sword, Chu Yang had already appeared behind Zhu. The sword energy wrapped around Zhu's body, shining brightly, as if it was drowning in the Milky Way. Zhu screamed not because of pain, but because of fear. It could feel that the place where it was wrapped by the light band was crumbling. At the current speed, it would die completely in 10 seconds at most. Chu Yang inserted the wooden sword into the ground with his backhand, and his hand was on the handle, observing the scene carefully. The breath of origin has broken through the existing bottleneck and become a higher dimensional force. From the effect, it is already very close to the killing of spirits by Zanpakuto. If used with Zanpakuto, it will definitely form a very terrible force. The most important thing is that the breath of origin is improving every day. At least I'm far from feeling the limit now. If it continues to develop. Thinking about it, the screams in my ears stopped abruptly. Chu Yang looked up and saw a hideous and terrifying door hanging high in the void. The gate of hell opened and took the soul of the murderer into hell. Chu Yang was stunned. He thought that the breath of origin would completely kill this hollow, but the situation in front of him seemed not to be the case. Next time, I have to find a stronger hollow to do the experiment, otherwise it won't stand the toss. Chu Yang sighed, a little regretful, and then left the alley. A moment later, Rukia and Ichigo were attracted to the vicinity by the high-intensity spiritual pressure, and then the two saw the gate of hell in the air. Just saw the scene of the murderer's soul being pulled into hell. Rukia was shocked. There is obviously no god of death around here. What happened? Just when Rukia was panicking, Ichigo found Chad standing at the entrance of the street. He hurried over. "Chad, why are you here?" Ichigo walked in front of Chad, but his attention was attracted by the parrot in Chad's arms. He found that there was a human soul hidden inside. Chad told Ichigo everything that had just happened, and then took Ichigo to see the unmanned truck. "It's a hollow." Rukia appeared behind the two of them silently, startling them. "Your classmate killed a hollow. It's not surprising that he can do this with his ability, but..." Rukia stopped talking halfway through her words. She stood there with a frown, her eyes showing worry and confusion. "Yang told me that you can handle it." Chad handed the parrot to Ichigo solemnly. When they were praying for Yuchi's soul, they knew the whole story. The next day, at school, Rukia found Chu Yang and asked him about the details of the battle with the hollow yesterday. Chu Yang just said it was about the same as last time. Although she didn't see it with her own eyes, Rukia's intuition told her that Chu Yang was lying. She could only ask so much. She and Chu Yang were not close, and if she asked more, she couldn't guarantee whether Chu Yang would get angry. And when facing Chu Yang, she often had inexplicable palpitations. This palpitation has nothing to do with love between men and women. It is an instinctive fear. Rukia didn't want to admit it from the bottom of her heart, but her fear of Chu Yang was objective. The god of death is extremely sensitive to the soul. Rukia's fear comes from Chu Yang's soul. She guessed that Chu Yang's soul must be hiding a huge secret. After school, Rukia did not return to Ichigo's house for the first time, but went to a plain grocery store. The owner of the grocery store was a middle-aged man wearing a fisherman's hat, and he always had a smiling face when he saw Rukia. As soon as he saw Rukia, he became enthusiastic and began to sell things in the store. "You know my current state, so don't make such boring jokes, Mr. Urahara." Rukia rolled her eyes at him. Okay, I apologize." Urahara Kisuke raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. "How is the artificial body? Are you used to it?" Rukia stretched her body and nodded. "So far, it's okay. Of course, my store is full of good things." Urahara Kisuke stood up and shouted to the inside of the store, "Will you go get the Jahanmaru from the warehouse?" "Okay, Mr. Urahara." A very soft voice came from inside, and it was impossible to hear it if you didn't listen carefully. After a while, a little girl with twin ponytails came out with the Jahanmaru and handed it to Rukia, who was waiting nearby. "This is the Jahanmaru you asked me for. You know what to pay attention to, so I don't need to say more." Urahara Kisuke didn't say much, but he couldn't help but nagging Rukia. Rukia couldn't help but interrupt him. "Mr. Urahara, I came here this time to tell you something else." Urahara Kisuke looked at Rukia with some surprise. "What is it?" "It's about a human." Rukia told what happened after she met Chu Yang, and also specifically explained the shock she felt about Chu Yang. Urahara Kisuke was silent for a while and smiled. "In fact, humans like him are rare in the world, but they do exist. Time will always give birth to some gifted people with powers that even the gods of death can't imagine. For example, Ichigo Kurosaki, who is performing the duties of a god of death on your behalf, also has extraordinary potential in his body." Rukia seemed to be convinced by Urahara Kisuke's explanation and nodded silently. "As for palpitations," Urahara Kisuke spread his hands and said helplessly, "How can a bachelor like me who has been single for thousands of years understand the sparks of love that accidentally collide with you young people? You are putting me in too much trouble." Rukia was like a cat with its fur blown up. She jumped up excitedly and said angrily, "I told you it's not the case." "No." Urahara Kisuke touched his chin, and his eyes suddenly became deep. Just when Rukia thought he was going to say something serious, he suddenly said, "It may be that the artificial body has been in disrepair for a long time. Forget it." Rukia didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. After thanking him, she left the grocery store without looking back. Looking at Rukia's leaving back, Urahara Kisuke's expression gradually became solemn. Of course, he knew that the reason why Rukia felt palpitations was not because of love between men and women or the nonsense that the artificial body had been in disrepair for a long time. Urahara Kisuke knew very well that being able to make the god of death feel instinctive fear and palpitations meant that the gap between the souls of both parties was in an absolutely crushing state. This gap is impossible for an ordinary person. Interesting, really interesting. Urahara Kisuke laughed softly, half lying on the tatami and stretching. I thought that Ichigo Kurosaki was troublesome enough, but I didn't expect there would be another one. Aren't you going to take a look? A tall man with glasses and a mustache suddenly appeared behind Urahara Kisuke. Wuling Tese is the former commander-in-chief of the Ghosts in Soul Society, also known as the Great Ghost Master. And Urahara Kisuke, who seems to be laughing and joking, is the former captain of the 12th Division of the Soul Society's Gotei 13 and the director of the Technology Development Bureau. The two were framed for the helloification experiment 100 years ago and had to flee the Soul Society. In the present world, they opened a grocery store called Urahara Store. Such an interesting thing. Of course I have to see it with my own eyes. Urahara Kisuke slapped his thigh, and the smile on his face suddenly disappeared, becoming very solemn. Maybe, it's another experiment by Aizen. 1 o'clock in the morning. Chu Yang, who had fallen asleep in bed, suddenly opened his eyes. A figure stood in front of the windowsill of the room, looking at him with a smile. Looking at this man wearing a fisherman's hat, Chu Yang did not show much surprise. He sat up silently, leaned against the head of the bed, frowned and said, I hate it most when people disturb me when I'm sleeping, and secondly when I'm eating. Chu Yang's calmness made Urahara Kisuke more interested in him, and he couldn't help asking, normal people in this situation either scream or get angry, wouldn't they do something? I'm planning to do it. Chu Yang grinned. Do you think I'm chatting with you? No. I'm telling you in advance. The reason why you got beaten. When Chu Yang showed his murderous intentions to him, Urahara Kisuke finally understood what Rukia meant by palpitations. His neck seemed to be strangled by a pair of invisible big hands. There was a feeling of suffocation. This feeling was still from the soul level. Urahara Kisuke was like this, not to mention how Rukia would feel. He was slightly stunned. The sharp blade was close to Urahara Kisuke's face. The chill penetrated his bones. It was a wooden blade, but Urahara Kisuke felt that it could tear him apart. Ding. The wooden blade was blocked by the cane in Urahara Kisuke's hand. But the wall behind Urahara Kisuke exploded, as if it was hit by an invisible force. A huge hole appeared in Chu Yang's room. The temperature dropped suddenly when the wind blew. You are more irritable than I thought when you wake up. Urahara Kisuke was still unruly, and he was still thinking about teasing Chu Yang at such a tense moment. You are not qualified to say such things when you come to disturb people's sleep in the middle of the night. Chu Yang said coldly, and his aura changed again, and a large amount of burning breath burst out from his mouth and nose. Urahara Kisuke's face was stern, and finally he put away the smile at the corner of his mouth. His face was heavy. What kind of power is this? He has never seen such power before, and he is not even sure if it belongs to the full bring technique. As the source of breath burst out, the force transmitted from the wooden sword increased exponentially and instantly exceeded the range that Urahara Kisuke expected. The floor under Urahara Kisuke's feet cracked, and he himself could no longer bear this strange force, so he could only step back half a step to relieve the force. But as soon as his feet moved, the pressure on the crutches was like a tsunami, layer upon layer, one wave higher than the other, almost drowning him. Boom. In the end, he smashed hard into the middle of the road, and the ground collapsed several meters in an instant. The cracks continued to extend outward, and finally formed a huge spider web-like crack. Ahem. Urahara Kisuke, who fell in the deep pit, pushed away the gravel on his body. He looked very embarrassed, but he was not seriously injured. Without Zanpakuto, Shike, or Bankei, he has such a strong power with just full bring, and he still has some strength left. It seems that ordinary Shinigami are not his opponents. At worst, he is equivalent to the strength of a vice captain. As for whether he has the strength of a captain, it is still unclear. After muttering for a long time, Urahara Kisuke sighed, as if relieved. There is no trace of virtuality on his body. It should have nothing to do with Aizen. I can't make such a work, let alone him. Urahara Kisuke shouted loudly, brother, I apologize for what happened tonight, and I will stop here. Chu Yang appeared in front of him silently. He raised the wooden sword and stabbed it down fiercely. Urahara Kisuke's pupils shrank suddenly. Fuck. In a flash, Urahara Kisuke used instant step. The tip of the knife nailed his fisherman's hat firmly into the rubble. The pit collapsed several meters further. The area was like a dragon turning over, shaking violently, and countless people were awakened in the middle of the night. The panicked shouts of adults and the crying of children were mixed together, creating a chaotic scene. Urahara Kisuke flashed and retreated to a distance, saying with a headache, this guy has a really bad temper. If he continues to fight like this, the whole street will be affected. I should have known not to provoke him so rashly. Just as Urahara Kisuke was thinking about how to deal with Chu Yang next, Chu Yang did not launch another attack, but just stood there, staring at him with a stern look. Urahara Kisuke was confused. What was he doing? Was he tired of fighting and ready to take a break? Restore this place to its original state. Chu Yang pointed to the horrible street and actually went home directly through the big hole in the wall. He went home. Urahara Kisuke was stunned. What a unique young man. After complaining, Urahara Kisuke really lowered his head and began to repair the road. If someone came out to see, he would erase that person's memory. After a while, even the hole in Chu Yang's house was repaired by him. Mr. Urahara, what are you doing here? Urahara Kisuke turned around and found Rukia and Kurosaki Ichigo standing not far away staring at him. Haha. Urahara Kisuke laughed dryly and scratched his head. Nothing, just bored and out for a walk. I must not let them know that I was beaten into the ground. Rukia asked suspiciously. Just now I felt two very strong spiritual pressures colliding and thought that a very strong hollow appeared in this area, but it turned out that you were the only one here. Did this place just experience a battle? Urahara Kisuke avoided the two people's inquiring eyes and tilted his head to one side. No, nothing happened here. Kurosaki Ichigo said, I seemed to see you repairing the house just now. Did you damage someone else's house? Who said that? Urahara Kisuke denied it flatly. I just saw that this house has been in disrepair for a long time, so I was kind enough to help him repair it. It's very suspicious, Mr. Urahara. Rukia walked straight to Urahara Kisuke and looked back and forth at his face. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Urahara Kisuke now just wanted to slip away quickly. Click, the door of Chu Yang's house opened. Chu Yang stood at the door, staring coldly at Urahara Kisuke. You forgot to say sorry. Urahara Kisuke. Rukia didn't expect this to be Chu Yang's home. She stared at him blankly and then thought of the reason why Urahara Kisuke came here. Rukia stared at Urahara Kisuke. Mr. Urahara, could it be that? Urahara Kisuke scratched his head awkwardly and said, I was just curious, so I came to see, but I didn't expect this young man to have such a bad temper. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and stared at Urahara Kisuke with a bad look. I'm sorry. Urahara Kisuke immediately turned around and bowed slightly. Please forgive my impoliteness tonight. Hearing the apology, Chu Yang closed the door with satisfaction. Seeing Chu Yang's reaction, Rukia showed a look of astonishment. The noise just now was really you guys fighting. Mr. Urahara, can you tell me in detail? Urahara Kisuke shook his head without hesitation. No. Rukia was anxious. Why? Urahara Kisuke curled his lips. He is just an ordinary human. There is nothing to say. Kurosaki Ichigo said, you look guilty. Shut up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, Overlord Color Entanglement and New Social Animal. Chu Yang. Urahara shop. After Urahara Kisuke came back, he was still replaying the battle with Chu Yang in his mind. In addition to the terrifying power that shocked him, Chu Yang's swordsmanship was also amazing. If we ignore the abilities of Zanpakuto Chike and Bankei, Urahara Kisuke felt that Chu Yang's swordsmanship could even crush most captain level Shinigami. This was a pure difference in skills. Where did he learn such exquisite swordsmanship at such a young age? Urahara Kisuke was so curious that he was scratching his head while lying on the tatami. At this time, Wuling Tessei lifted the door curtain, revealing half of his strong body, and asked, "How is that, man? Is there a problem?" Urahara Kisuke nodded and said with a gloomy face, "More than a problem, it's a huge problem." Wuling Tessei's face was solemn, and his mustache curled up. "Is it related to Aizen?" Urahara Kisuke shook his head and said, "No." Wuling Tessei was confused by him and frowned. "Since it has nothing to do with Aizen, what else can be the problem?" Urahara Kisuke tapped the tatami with his fingers, frowning and said, "He is too strong. So strong that I can't quite figure out his origins. He is obviously ordinary people can hold their own against me." Wuling Tessei finally understood what he meant. He was stunned and asked in disbelief, "You lost?" Cough, cough, cough. Urahara Kisuke kept coughing and immediately turned over and sat up, saying solemnly, "How can you be considered a loser if you didn't use Shike and Bankei?" Wuling Tessei stared at Urahara Kisuke with contempt. "Using Shike on humans? You've been in the real world for so long. You've really fallen. You know shit." Knowing that Wuling Tessei was deliberately teasing him, Urahara Kisuke was too lazy to argue with him and turned over on his own with his back to him. Wuling Tessei saw that he didn't respond, so he changed the subject. "It's hard to imagine what this person would be like if he became a god of death." Wuling Tessei's unintentional words made Urahara Kisuke's hair stand on end. On the other side, Chu Yang was also reviewing the sudden battle tonight. He stopped at the last moment, on the one hand, because he was concerned about hurting innocent neighbors, and on the other hand, he recognized Urahara Kisuke and realized that he had no ill intentions. In fact, since he showed some of his abilities in front of Rukia, Chu Yang had expected such a situation to happen. The probability of him clashing with the god of death was not low, but he did not expect that Urahara Kisuke would be the first to clash. The opponent did not use Shike and Bankei, and the overall strength he exerted did not exceed 20%. It is natural that Chu Yang did not think there was anything to be proud of. Most of the top-ranked Zanpakuto, Shike and Bankei abilities are all level abilities. For example, Urahara Kisuke's Zanpakuto Benji Bankei, Guanine K Benji K. Within the range of Bankei, Urahara Kisuke can reconstruct anything touched by the Zanpakuto, and this object can be the enemy's body or his own body. The only ability of this level in Chu Yang's hands is Conqueror's Haki, but his Conqueror's Haki is not strong enough. Secondly, the Breath of Source, which is constantly improving and has extremely terrifying potential, may grow to the rule level in the future. Chu Yang himself did not expect that the Demon Slayer world, which has the lowest combat power, actually gave him the biggest surprise. If the Conqueror's Haki and Breath of Source grow to a certain level, Chu Yang is confident that he can defeat most of the captain level Shinigami in the Goto 13. Since accepting the role of the acting Shinigami, Ichigo Kurosaki has been late and absent from time to time, and it has become more and more frequent. In order not to delay his studies and to allow Ichigo to transform into a Shinigami independently, Rukia gave Ichigo the Jimaru. The essence of the Jimaru is a temporary soul, which is used to squeeze Ichigo's soul out of the body. However, the Jimaru that Rukia got from Urahara's shop was a defective product. It was not a temporary soul, but a transformed soul. The day after getting the Jimaru, the transformed soul caused a big commotion in the school. Chu Yang watched all this happen silently. This means that he is getting closer and closer to the time to enter the Soul Society. The world of pirates. An island somewhere in the new world. The blue sky was cloudless, and flocks of seabirds flew by, but were struck by a black lightning. Then came two dark clouds, crushing each other in the sky, clearly separated. It was as if the whole sky was torn in half. The terrifying momentum made the animals on the island tremble. After a moment, the dark clouds dissipated. On the island, a man with red hair raised a wine bottle as big as his head and drank the wine. He was still emitting a horrified aura. Chu Yang sat on the edge of the cliff, recalling the feeling when he collided with Shanks' Conqueror's Haki just now. The growth of Conqueror's Haki requires constant confrontation with stronger Conqueror's Haki. Because of Shanks, Chu Yang made rapid progress after comprehending Conqueror's haki. He was like a peerless master in a martial arts novel, constantly feeding Chu Yang with moves. The training of the Conqueror haki is over. Shanks threw the bottle aside, drew his sword griffin from his waist, looked at Chu Yang eagerly and said, according to convention, the next step is the swordsmanship contest. In a certain encounter, after Chu Yang used the swordsmanship of Breath of the Sun in the battle with the enemy pirates, Shanks often asked Chu Yang to spar with him. As a great swordsman, it was difficult for Shanks to suppress his excitement. But to his surprise, after several competitions, the results were all ended with his complete defeat in swordsmanship. Shanks put away his contempt. Gradually, the two of them went from competing with each other to sharpening each other. Shanks taught Chu Yang how to use his domineering aura, while Chu Yang helped him hone his swordsmanship. Chu Yang, who was sitting on the edge of the cliff, slowly stood up, and suddenly there was a wooden sword in his hand. When he turned to look at Shanks, his eyes became sharp. The wooden sword in his hand was wrapped in the armed color and turned into the style of a black sword. Griffin also turned into a black knife, and Shanks held it in his hands with both hands. Shanks, whose arm was not bitten off by the Lord of the Near Sea, made rapid progress in swordsmanship. The two men simultaneously swung out several meters long slashes. The slashes left two huge gullies on the ground and then collided with each other. The slashes broke into tiny sword ki and turned into a storm that swept around. The sharp wind blades were like steel knives, scraping the ground 3 feet. Only after everything around them was ravaged beyond recognition did Chu Yang and Shanks end the simple test and rush towards each other at the same time. Why did those two start again? Chef Lazilu took a huge piece of roast meat in his hand, took a big bite, and then kept complaining about the fight between Chu Yang and Shanks. There's nothing we can do. There are not many people on the ship who like to fight with swords, and only the two of them are equally matched in swordsmanship. Jesus wiped the musket and looked over from time to time, wanting to know the result of the competition as soon as possible. Because Chu Yang and Shanks often competed in swordsmanship, over time, the pirates on the ship opened the market. Lucky Lo and Jesus Boo placed a lot of bets. If they lost, they would have to live naked for a month, not to mention eating barbecue every day. When Yang came, I only thought that his physical skills were great. His fishman karate was no different from that of the fishman. But after a few days, this guy became a swordsman. The ship's Dr. Dedge shouted loudly, he has only been holding a sword for a few days, but he is getting better and better every day, almost catching up with the captain. Jesus Boo paused in wiping his gun and glanced at Dedge. Isn't it wrong? In swordsmanship, Yang has won several times, and it's almost the captain who is catching up with him. Dedge glared at Jesus Boo fiercely. This time the captain will definitely win. Jesus Boo sneered. If you two who made bets can't make an objective evaluation, don't shout. Deputy Captain Ben Beckman stood aside, smoking a cigar. Jesus Boo and DJ asked at the same time, who did the deputy captain bet on? Beckman subconsciously answered, of course it's Yang. DJ. Just as the people on the ship were discussing who would win. On the distant island, the battle has come to an end. Chu Yang has entered the striped state at this moment, and the power of the source breath is fully opened. Shanks also felt a huge pressure, and subconsciously used the power of the Conqueror's haki. He himself did not realize that. He wrapped the Conqueror's haki around the blade of Griffin, like the armament haki. The two swords collided fiercely. The black lightning bursting from Griffin and the light band produced by Chu Yang's source breath also collided fiercely. The dazzling light instantly submerged the two. On the red fuzz, countless people watched this scene with bated breath. After the light faded, the wooden sword in Chu Yang's hand had broken into 2 pieces. Oh my god. How could I lose? I put all my living expenses this month into it. Is Yankee going to play a fake match? Beckman and Jesus were like eggplants hit by frost, wilting. On the other hand, DJ, who bet on Shanks to win, was grinning so hard that his mouth almost reached the back of his head. Lazilu patted Jesus' shoulder, showing a sympathetic and resentful expression. On the island, Shanks stared down at Griffin blankly. The entanglement of Conqueror's haki means that Shanks' strength has officially entered the level of Pirate Emperor. Chu Yang also had some insights, closed his eyes, and carefully recalled the scene just now. If he could also comprehend the entanglement of Conqueror's haki, his strength would definitely increase a lot. Shanks raised Griffin again and chopped it hard, and black lightning burst out from the blade. Ha ha ha. Shanks laughed up to the sky, and a lot of pride surged in his heart. He clearly felt that his Conqueror's haki was getting stronger. Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes and clenched his fists. Black lightning was also entwined on his fists. Shanks' laughter stopped abruptly. He stared at the domineering aura entwined on Chu Yang's fists with his eyes wide open. The world of death gods. Recently, a psychic named Tangwan Temple appeared on TV. He was in the limelight. The classmates in the class were imitating this guy's signature moves. It was like a cult organization preaching. Even Chadu, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, was having fun. Tonight, Tangwan Temple was going to live broadcast an exorcism in an abandoned hospital. Chadu asked Chu Yang if he wanted to watch it together, but Chu Yang decisively refused. He was not interested in that half-baked guy. Chu Yang wanted to go to Urahara's store to find Urahara Kisuke to learn something about the death gods, but no matter how he asked Rukia, the other party refused to tell him the location of the store. Urahara Kisuke seemed to be avoiding him, but it didn't matter. According to the speed of the plot, Urahara Kisuke would soon have nowhere to hide. Thinking of this, Chu Yang turned his gaze to a classmate named Ishida Uraiu in the class. This Quincy, one of the few remaining in the world, will soon make a big fuss in Karakura. The so-called Quincy refers to a group of guys who have the ability to absorb spirit particles from the external environment and construct them into weapons to destroy hollows. Quincy is different from Shinigami. The former completely destroys the hollows and erases them from the world, while the latter purifies the sins of the hollows. The spirit particles of completely destroyed hollows will also disappear completely and will not enter the cycle between soul society and the real world, thus affecting the balance of souls. Therefore, 200 years ago, the Shinigami massacred the Quincy. In the end, only a few people were left to survive until now. Ishida Uraiu is the only remaining Quincy in the world. The above statement comes from the Shinigami. But in fact, the authenticity of this statement needs to be verified. Because the ancestor of the Quincy, Yalhabach, once led the Quincy to capture the Soul Society 1,000 years ago, causing great turmoil. But Iwachi's ambition was not fulfilled. He fell under the zanpakuta of Yamamoto Jinryu Shijakuni, the founder and captain of the Gotei 13. Otherwise, the Soul Society might be ruled by Quincies now. Perhaps because the existence of Quincies would be a hidden danger, the Shinigami would kill them and completely wipe them out. The real reason is probably only known by the person who gave the order. As the only remaining Quincy, Ishida Uraiu is an extremely important character. Chu Yang has been paying attention to him silently. The next day, Ichigo and his friends were on TV last night for making a scene in the abandoned hospital, and they were called to the principal's office and severely educated. All day today, Ishida Uraiu's eyes were focused on Kurosaki Ichigo. A few days later, after school, Chu Yang sat in the classroom, waiting quietly. Chad saw that he was alone, so he asked, "Yang, it's not your duty today, aren't you going to leave?" Chu Yang shook his head and said, "I'll sit for a while." Chad was a little confused, nodded, turned around and walked out of the classroom. At this time, Inaoraheim tilted her head and glanced at Chu Yang. Most of the semester had passed, and she had not spoken to Chu Yang. "Oraheim, what are you still looking at? Let's go." Hearing her friend's call, Inaoraheim hesitated for a moment, gave up the idea of greeting Chu Yang, and walked out of the classroom. However, not long after she left, Chu Yang felt an unusual spiritual pressure appearing in the school. But he did not move, just practiced breathing techniques to keep himself in the state of full concentration. This hollow that appeared in the school would eventually be dealt with by Inaoraheim, who awakened the Fullbring, and he did not need to do anything. More importantly, he was not interested. This hollow was the same as the hollow that the murderer turned into some time ago, and could not withstand the power of his experiment of the breath of the source. After a while, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. The crack continued to expand and extend, like a broken mirror. A large number of hollows fell from the crack and landed on Karakura town. Chu Yang's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing an excited smile. "Finally, they are here." In order to prove that the Quincy is stronger than the god of death, and that the world does not need the god of death, Aishida Urayu attracted countless hollows. But as more and more hollows appeared, he began to be overwhelmed. Aishida Urayu realized the insufficiency of his own strength. Kurosaki Ichigo persuaded him to put aside his prejudices and work together to eliminate these hollows. Otherwise, the entire Karakura would be in danger. In the end, Aishida Urayu chose to cooperate with Kurosaki Ichigo. Both of them are very strong, and they showed a strong tacit understanding in their first cooperation. Those hollows that came to the world were eliminated by them at a speed visible to the naked eye. If everything goes well, it won't be long before everything will be restored to its original state. Unfortunately, God doesn't do as he wishes. The crack in the void suddenly opened, and a pair of big hands stretched out from it, pinching the edge of the crack and constantly exerting force. The sky is like a piece of paper torn in the middle by someone, revealing a huge hole. Deep in the hole, a hollow hundreds of meters high poked its head out from inside, staring at Kurosaki Ichigo and others in front of him. Although it was covered by the mask, Ichigo Kurosaki always felt that the big hollow was laughing wantonly and rampantly. Aishida Urayu was trembling. After being a Quincy for so many years, he had killed many hollows, but he had never seen a hollow of such a huge size. Not to mention him, Rukia, who had been a god of death for decades, had never seen one either. She had seen it in a textbook when she was in class at the Mayo Academy of Spiritual Arts before. Big hollow. If a hollow continuously devours other hollows, and the number reaches a certain level, it will evolve into a big hollow. Big hollows usually exist in the Hukomundo, and are divided into 3 stages. The first stage of the big hollow is called Killian, which is of lower level. It is characterized by huge size, slow movements, and intelligence similar to that of wild beasts. In most cases, actions are driven by instinct. The second stage, the intermediate big hollow, is called a Chukas, whose combat power is several times that of Killian, and has a higher intelligence. As a leader, it commands a large number of Killian tribes. The evolution method of a Chukas is still similar to Killian, and it still needs to constantly devour its companions. After becoming an Achukas, if they do not continue to devour hollows of the same level, they will degenerate. Achukas that degenerate into Killian will never be able to evolve again. Achukas that have devoured to the limit may not continue to evolve, and may continue to exist in the form of Achukas. Only a very small number of Achukas will complete the transformation and break through the limit to become a superior Great Hollow. The superior Great Hollow, which is the third stage of Hollow, is called Vastode. Vastode's body size is much smaller than the previous 2. The higher the level of the hollow, the stronger the combat power, and the closer the body size is to that of a human. Hollows of this level have combat power above the captain level of the Shinigami. The huge hollow that appeared from the crack in the sky is Killian. It is huge in size, and has low intelligence, but its destructive power is extremely amazing. The spiritual pressure generated by the fusion of hundreds of hollows alone is enough to suppress everyone present. Rukia was about to go up to help, but Urahara Kisuke stopped her in place and told her not to make trouble. A ball of red light appeared in front of Killian's mask, which was very similar to the state of the tailed beasts in the Naruto world using the tailed beast bullet. Hollow Flash. After the spiritual pressure is highly concentrated, the beam condensed, has a very strong destructive power. The power of Hollow Flash can directly destroy the park where Ichigo and his friends are. The red light gradually became dazzling. When Ichigo was about to rush forward to take this move, there was a figure in front of the hollow. Chu Yang, holding a wooden sword, rushed towards Killian excitedly. Under the cover of red light, the breath of origin burst into a dazzling silver light. Chu Yang was like a meteor that cut through the night. The next second, Killian suddenly took a step back and had the tendency to retreat directly to the Hukomundo. It has no wisdom, only the instinct of a hollow. His instinct is fear. However, the huge size made Killian's movements very slow. Just when he retreated halfway, Chu Yang had already rushed in front of it. Killian could only release the Hollow Flash with all his strength. When the light of the Hollow Flash reached its extreme, the red light in the sky pressed on the sky above Chu Yang's head. Chu Yang held the sword with both hands and slashed it. From bottom to top, the dazzling silver light was like a dragon leaping up, tearing through the red light formed by the virtual flash. Like a band of light from the Milky Way, it swirled and entangled along Killian's body. Roar. Ah. Hundreds of different screams came from Killian's body. Some sounded like people, some sounded like beasts, some were men and women, some were old and young. All kinds of voices intertwined. Countless people wailed in your ears, which was creepy. What's going on? Urahara Kisuke was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Hollows were either killed or purified, which was just a matter of a moment. There had never been such a scene of torture. Unless it was in hell. What kind of pain would make a hollow make such a sound? Rukia's whole body was trembling, and her eyes were full of fear. The two of them were like this, not to mention how terrified Ichigo Kurosaki and Uriah Ishida were. After spending most of the semester together, Ichigo looked at Chu Yang's back and felt so strange. Killian was collapsing and decomposing. Countless hollows flew out of its body. Each hollow had a light band wrapped around it, and it looked like a sky full of stars. Killian failed to escape back to Hukomundo. The huge body gradually disappeared like bubbles blown away by the wind. His attack seems to cause great pain to the spirit. The previous wailing seemed to still be in his ears, and Urahara Kisuke's face was solemn. Chu Yang would always use his actions to overturn his views again and again. What kind of impact will this guy have on the Soul Society in the future? In addition to worrying, Urahara Kisuke also had an irrepressible curiosity about Chu Yang. He decided to have a good exchange with this human. Late at night, Urahara Kisuke took the initiative to find Chu Yang. This time, he came in, after knocking on the door. Before Chu Yang asked him why he came, Urahara Kisuke took the lead. Young man, are you interested in making a deal with me? I still can't escape the fate of being a worker after traveling through time. Chu Yang, wearing a black suit, was holding a cup of coffee, standing on the rooftop of the company, and complained with a sad face. I forgot that this place is not called a worker, but a social animal. The weather today is very good, the sun shines on people, warm, but Chu Yang's heart is cold, because his salary for last month and the month before last has not been paid yet. As expected, you are here again. A heavy and vicissitudes voice sounded behind Chu Yang, with a flat tone, as if he was indifferent to everything. Chu Yang turned around, and saw a blond man wearing glasses walking towards him. He waved his hand and replied listlessly. It turned out to be Senior Nanami. You scared me. Senior Nanami walked to Chu Yang's side, looked at the bright weather with him, and then said, the good weather makes people upset. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang couldn't help laughing. In the whole company, only this person in front of him was a little interesting. Senior Nanami asked, since you hate your current life so much, why don't you just leave? Chu Yang stretched and sneered. Senior, other companies are similar, just jumping from one quagmire to another. Senior Nanami nodded and said, that's right, it's all a bunch of shit. Chu Yang scratched his head and said, Senior, you really like to use shit to describe everything. Senior Nanami said indifferently, going to work is shit, and labor is also shit. Chu Yang asked curiously, Senior, you seem to hate work more than I do, so why do you still do this? Senior Nanami said sincerely, the financial industry is very profitable. I want to make some money before I'm 40, and then live in a country with low prices and sing the praises of life. Chu Yang commented without comment, this ideal really suits you. Senior Nanami glanced at Chu Yang and prepared to leave. Before going downstairs, he said, if you don't plan to jump off the building or change jobs, it's better to get back to work as soon as possible. After that, he left without looking back. Cold-faced but warm-hearted guy, you came up to me because you're afraid I'll jump off the building, right? Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. This is just the beginning. Chu Yang grinned, stretched, and threw the paper cup in his hand away. After get off work, after everyone left, Nanami Senior suddenly appeared next to Chu Yang. Chu Yang was very surprised. Usually, Nanami Senior would leave as soon as he got off work. After all, his life motto was not to work overtime. Yang-chan, I'm going to resign. Don't joke, Senior. It's true. Before I leave, I want to tell you that, if you can't stand it in the future, just leave. Although the outside world is also shit, at least you can find shit that you like. Senior, why so suddenly? Yesterday, I went to the bakery to buy bread as usual. The clerk there had a sore shoulder, so I helped her. Then what? She said thank you to me. Chu Yang looked at senior Nanami, and after a long silence, he asked carefully, Senior Nanami Kento, are you going to work in a massage parlor? Nanami Kento. Humph. Nanami Kento snorted coldly, and turned and left. He now knew that his worry about Chu Yang was unnecessary. This guy's much stronger than he looks. Resign. Chu Yang sat for a while, thinking about these two words, and his heart became more and more throbbing. In the end, he took his briefcase and rushed downstairs. Senior Nanami, which massage parlor are you going to? I want to go check it out too. Nanami Kento, who had already walked to the company gate, heard Chu Yang's voice, and his eyelids twitched with anger. He suddenly looked up, and was about to curse, but found that Chu Yang's breath suddenly disappeared. Nanami Kento's face changed, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He loosened his tie with one hand, and with the other hand, he threw down his briefcase, and fumbled for his waist. Although I haven't officially returned to my identity as a sorcerer, it's past working hours now, and what I hate most is overtime. Nanami Kento took out a weapon wrapped in a curse from his waist, and walked back into the building aggressively. On the other side, Chu Yang was still going downstairs. His calves began to ache, but he still didn't reach the bottom. This staircase suddenly seemed to have no end. Chu Yang noticed something unusual, slowly stopped, and leaned out half of his body to look down. Below was a spiral staircase winding around and around. It seems that our company only has 5 floors. After wiping the cold sweat from his head, Chu Yang turned back and muttered, it's too early to go home now, so why not go back and work overtime to cultivate my sentiments. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. Chu Yang counted silently in his heart, and soon exceeded the 5th floor, but he still didn't see the familiar workstation, and was still wandering in the stairwell. Fuck. It's really a ghost. Chu Yang wanted to cry, but had no tears, and his whole body began to shiver. At the same time, the temperature around him seemed to be dropping. Ripples appeared on the wall of the stairwell, and a huge black shadow condensed on the wall. Then a pair of hands stretched out from the ripples on the wall, and directly put on Chu Yang's shoulders. Chu Yang's body trembled, and took a deep breath. He didn't turn around like the protagonist in the movie, who was looking for death, but lowered his head and ran down. The reason is simple, running down is easier than climbing up, and with his physical strength, he can persist for a long time. Chu Yang ran madly. Even if he sprained his ankle, because he stepped on the wrong step in the middle of the way, he didn't stop for a second. The shadow monster in the wall was chasing him relentlessly. Damn you. He was so frightened that his internal organs almost reached his throat, and he was about to vomit. Gradually, the hand that stretched out from the wall was about to touch Chu Yang's shoulder. Chu Yang kept running, and his consciousness began to drift. It seemed that his soul flew out of his body and floated to a distant place. When Chu Yang came to his senses, he found himself standing in a majestic palace. Looking back, there were thrones behind him. Some were shining, and some were dilapidated. Where is this? Just when Chu Yang was confused, a surprised voice sounded not far away. Hey, there's another newcomer. Let me see. He's actually a white-collar worker. No matter what job he has, as long as he's not a student. Finally, an adult has appeared among us. Chu Yang looked at the strange figures that kept appearing in front of him, but he felt unusually familiar and kind in his heart. Haha, it's normal to be confused. You'll know what's going on soon. A boy wearing a familiar wizard robe patted his shoulder. Then countless memories began to emerge in Chu Yang's mind. So your world is Jujutsu Kaisen. Magic. Chu Yang patted Jujutsu Chu Yang on the shoulder and sighed. The time when you entered the Soul Palace was really close. Jujutsu Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. I really envy you for having a normal start and not having to go through such an exciting thing. Then, other Chu Yangs also gathered together. Everyone began to share their recent memories and their significantly improved abilities. Conqueror's Haki Entanglement. Hokage Chu Yang looked at Pirate Chu Yang in surprise and said, you actually comprehended Conqueror's Haki Entanglement? Then our strength has reached the level of the 4 emperors, hasn't it? Pirate Chu Yang laughed and said, how can it be so exaggerated? The strength of Haki is still a long way off. Wait a little longer. Now there is one more person. The Haki improvement has become faster. Maybe we can catch up with the 4 emperors in a while. Demon Slayer Chu Yang patted Hokage Chu Yang on the shoulder and said with a smile, you have also gained a lot and learned so many secret techniques. Super light and heavy rock technique, puppet technique, ghost lantern Huanai's steam danger explosion power, and so many lightning release ninjutsu. Hokage Chu Yang sighed, it's a pity that I couldn't get dust release. That thing is the real killer. Let's talk about it next time there is a chance. Magic Chu Yang spread his hands and said self-deprecatingly, I learned super light heavy rock technique. My flying broom will probably be useless in the future. Hokage Chu Yang asked curiously, can you disassemble the flying broom's flying principle, add the super light heavy rock technique, and optimize it? I think it should be effective. Magic Chu Yang said with emotion. Sure enough, they are the same person, and their ideas coincide. If it weren't for the difficulty of casting magic spells without a wand, I would have wanted to disassemble it and the ninjutsu and try to merge them into our own spells. Death God Chu Yang came over and said, I'm about to enter the Soul Society and plan to find a way to stay there and become a death god. Then I can try to add the kid. Magic Chu Yang said in surprise, becoming a death god? Isn't it a bit too dangerous to do this? No way. Death God Chu Yang said helplessly, at the beginning, I also planned to avoid the Soul Society and choose I want a more stable life, but now I can't avoid it. I overlooked a problem, that is, my soul is an abnormal existence for the real world. With the continuous addition of new people, my soul pressure will continue to grow, and my existence itself will naturally restrain the god of death. If I don't become a god of death, then the Soul Society will treat me as a hollow sooner or later. Magic Chu Yang suddenly realized, and then smiled. Becoming a god of death is also a good choice. Pirate Chu Yang frowned and said, you choose to become a god of death, then what about the 1000-year bloody battle afterwards? You don't want to put the safety of your life on Kurosaki Ichigo, right? Death Chu Yang shook his head and said, of course not. I won't entrust my life to anyone, so I need your help. Hearing this, every Chu Yang focused their eyes on him. Chu Yang looked at the Hokage Chu Yang and said solemnly, I need the power of the 6 paths. Chu Yang frowned and said, the power of the 6 paths? Are you talking about the power of the 10 tails Jinchuriki? Chu Yang teased, can you get the 10 tails now? Chu Yang rolled his eyes, you're dreaming. Pirate Chu Yang followed suit and said, set a small goal. If it is achieved, everyone can just lie down. Demon Slayer Chu Yang smacked his lips. I'm already lying down. What should I do? Stop kidding. Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. I'm not talking about the power of the 6 paths sage in his heyday. You can understand it as Naruto's state in the later period. Magic Chu Yang thought for a while and said, it is a special state that activates the 6 paths sage's chakra in the sage mode. I remember that in that state, you can use yin and yang escape. Creating everything out of nothing and giving it life is much more terrifying than would escape. The 9-tailed beasts were created by the 6 paths sage using yin and yang escape. That's right. Death God Chu Yang explained. If you don't count the 10 tails, it is almost the strongest state of the 6 paths sage. As a descendant of the 6 paths sage, you can trace that power from your bloodline. Magic Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. You don't want to learn Uchiha Madara? Death God Chu Yang nodded and said, he can obtain the Samsara through some of Hashirama's cells, which proves that my idea is feasible, and we will do better than him. Hokage Chu Yang asked puzzledly, why do you say that? Death God Chu Yang pointed at Pirate Chu Yang and smiled, because the pirate world can find bloodline factor technology, whether it is Vegapunk or Sanji's father, Vinsmoke Judge, they are better than Orochimaru in this regard. Hearing this, the Chu Yang in other worlds took a breath of cold air. Pirate Chu Yang widened his eyes. You really dare to think? Death God Chu Yang looked around. Everyone was the same person. What they were thinking, they could guess, just by looking at their expressions. Everyone was very excited. Death God Chu Yang smiled proudly. You can definitely give it a try. Magic Chu Yang, who is a think tank and logistics researcher, was the first to nod in agreement. One after another, Chu Yang followed suit. Only the pirate Chu Yang said with a bitter face, bloodline factor technology is not so easy to get. The Vinsmoke family is like vagrants, running around everywhere, and having no fixed place to live. Not to mention Vegapunk, who is a core researcher of the world government. Death. Chu Yang winked at him and said, Shanks' background is extraordinary. If not, go through his back door. Get out. Why don't you go through his back door? We are all one person. If you leave, isn't it the same as me leaving? I'm not interested. If you want to leave, go by yourself. You two should talk about the real back door. Everyone started to complain. The plan was finalized. After all, the power of the Six Paths was there. Who wouldn't be tempted? The Six Paths Sage was the ceiling of the combat power in the Naruto world. He had surpassed the combat power structure of that world and touched the soul level. It was at the same level as the world of Death God. He himself had transcended the cycle of reincarnation, and his true combat power was already inestimable. If the power of the Ten Tails was added, it was really hard to imagine how powerful he was. I just don't know who is stronger, the Six Paths Sage in his peak state, or the captain of the Goto 13, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijikuni. But what is certain is that, if the Death God Chu Yang obtains the Six Paths Sage mode, coupled with the breathing of the source and the entanglement of the Conqueror's Haki, he will be stronger than most of the Death God captains. It should be no problem to protect himself in the 1,000-year bloody battle. I really envy you guys. You live a fulfilling life. Marvel. Chu Yang sighed. If it really doesn't work, how about you join my logistics team? Magic. Chu Yang chuckled. Both of them have relatively ideal research environments, one in Hogwarts, the other in Stark Industries. One represents magic, the other represents technology. Magic plus technology seems to be more promising. Death. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he began to think wildly again. What I said about stability is not very stable. Marvel. Chu Yang scratched his head and said, Nick Fury has been targeting me, and he always wants to get me to SHIELD. SHIELD has been completely infiltrated by Hydra. Could it be that I will learn from Captain America and go in and shout long live Hydra and play Mission Impossible? Magic. Chu Yang reminded him, I have found the substitute formula for the wand core. When I learn the 3 unforgivable curses, you can control Hydra through the Imperious Curse. Marvel. Chu Yang immediately became interested. Unlike other worlds, there are many ordinary people in the Marvel world, and they cannot resist the Imperious Curse. Casting the Imperious Curse here will not be pursued, but it may be noticed by the Supreme Sorcerer afterwards. The Cruciatus Curse is also unlimited. Wait until you learn the Imperious Curse. I don't want to wade into the muddy water now. Marvel. Chu Yang said, it is more important to learn knowledge at the moment, especially the knowledge about the Iron Man suit and the arc reactor. Magic. Chu Yang grinned. I saw you in college in my memory, and it felt good. Marvel. Chu Yang shrugged. It's similar to when you were in Hogwarts. Magic. Chu Yang said, I'll give you a little advice. When you really have the opportunity to control Hydra, find a way to get the Cosmic Cube and the Mind Scepter. The energy of the Cosmic Cube can create a Captain Marvel, and the Mind Stone and the Mind Scepter can create vision. We can fully utilize such powerful forces. You can ignore the other Infinity Stones, so as not to attract Thanos in advance. Marvel. Chu Yang nodded. At this time, fog was everywhere in the palace, and everyone knew it was time to leave. Chapter 83. Gojo Satoru's Trial. Curse World. When he opened his eyes again, the panic and fear on Chu Yang's face had long disappeared. Only the cold killing intent remained. The cursed spirit on the wall had pressed most of its body against Chu Yang's back, and its hands were tightly pinching Chu Yang's shoulders. Hehe. The whole stairwell was filled with creepy laughter. Chu Yang reached out and grabbed the cursed spirit's palm, and the laughter stopped abruptly. He turned around suddenly and saw an extremely ugly face. It was like a face pieced together from the facial features of 4 or 5 rag dolls. Weird and terrifying. The moment Chu Yang turned around, the cursed spirit let out a short and piercing scream. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Chu Yang's head. In a flash, Chu Yang's body emitted a blue lightning and also emitted a piercing cry. The cursed spirit bit Chu Yang's thunder escape armor. There was also a layer of armament haki under the thunder escape armor. The harder the bite, the more serious the injury. A series of blood flowers burst out of the cursed spirit's mouth, and lightning continued to spread inside along the wound. The cursed spirit screamed hysterically, but soon, the screams weakened. Chu Yang's thunder escape armor disappeared. He picked up the dying cursed spirit with one hand, intending to give it a final blow. Yang Jun. Chu Yang looked down and found that senior Nanami was looking up at him from the stairs below. Nanami Kento was holding a knife in his hand, which exuded a terrifying aura. Chu Yang scratched his head and silently calculated how to explain it in his heart. I miscalculated, Yang-chan. I thought you were an ordinary person. Nanami Kento adjusted his glasses, jumped in front of Chu Yang, and chopped the cursed spirit's head with a knife at a ratio of 7:3. The next second, the cursed spirit collapsed. The strange atmosphere in the entire stairwell disappeared instantly, and Chu Yang could finally hear the sound of traffic outside. Nanami Kento looked at Chu Yang silently. Senior, what was that just now? You don't know. How dare you do it? If it hits me, I will definitely hit it. You kid. Nanami Kento was speechless. It was the first time he had seen such a reckless person. He had been with Chu Yang for quite a while, and he was very sure that Chu Yang did not have any curse power before. Did you capture the curse power in the negative emotions in the crisis and use it subconsciously? This was the only explanation Nanami Kento could think of. Chu Yang asked, Senior Nanami, can you explain what happened just now? Nanami Kento shook his head and said, no, I'm off work. Didn't you resign? As a sorcerer, I'm off work too. What is a sorcerer? It's shit. Senior, this is not the answer I want. I can only give you this answer. This time it was Chu Yang's turn to be speechless. In the past, he thought Nanami Kento's complaints about the company and the surrounding environment were very interesting, but now it looked a bit annoying. Nanami Kento took a deep breath, as if he had made a decision, and asked, do you plan to quit? Chu Yang nodded and replied as a matter of course, that's why I asked you which massage parlor you're going to work at. Nanami Kento took another deep breath, and his eyelids twitched with anger. Even a vein was looming near the Dayang point. This kid has a problem with his brain, and he has been exploited by the company. Don't bother with him. Come to my house tomorrow. I'll take you to see someone. Nanami Kento said this and left directly. He didn't even look back when Chu Yang shouted behind him. Take me to see anyone. Just don't let me go to Jujutsu High School. I'm so old. I'll make those guys laugh to death. As the only adult among all himself, Chu Yang's only bottom line in the Jujutsu world is not to be a student. Early the next morning, Chu Yang found Nanami Kento's house. It seems that, in order to save money quickly, Nanami Kento lives in a very cheap, dilapidated apartment. Chu Yang stood in front of a rusty iron door and was about to knock on it when it opened with a click. Hello. A man with an eye mask and white hair leaned half of his body out from the other side of the door and greeted Chu Yang with a smile. Chu Yang asked, I should be in the right place. Who are you? The white-haired man said solemnly, hello, I'm Nanami's boyfriend. Chu Yang was silent for a moment and shook his head regretfully. I didn't expect that senior Nanami would be like this. Two idiots. Nanami Kento suddenly appeared, opened the door, and looked at Chu Yang and the white-haired man with contempt. This is the person you are going to meet today. His name is Gojo Satoru. He is a sorcerer like me, and he is better than dogshit. Nanami Kento adjusted his glasses, then looked at Chu Yang and said, come in. If you have any questions, just ask. He will answer them for you. Chu Yang nodded and went into the room, while Gojo Satoru stood aside, silently observing Chu Yang, and seemed very interested. The smell of cursed power is very strong, and it is still growing. Nanami, was he really just an ordinary person before? As a 6-eye curse master with a 100-year history of the Gojo family, Gojo Satoru can directly distinguish the cursed power of the opponent. This special ability is like a combination of the Sharingan and the Byakugan in the Naruto world. Before yesterday, I was still working overtime in the company. No one knows his situation better than me. He was just an ordinary human before. Nanami Kento said firmly and decisively. Since you say so. Gojo Satoru didn't finish his words and suddenly attacked Chu Yang and punched his head. Chu Yang glanced at him coldly and stretched out his hand to block Gojo Satoru's fist. The actions of the two people ended in less than a second. Nanami Kento's face changed. The smile on Gojo Satoru's face was restrained, revealing a look of surprise. In order to test Chu Yang's physical fitness, he deliberately interrupted the power of stop on his body just now, but he didn't expect Chu Yang to be able to block his attack. Gojo Satoru became interested. After Chu Yang blocked Gojo Satoru's fist, he used Fishman Karate to counterattack. He wanted to grab the opponent's wrist, but suddenly he couldn't touch the opponent. A huge rebound force suddenly appeared, and Chu Yang was thrown out unexpectedly. He suddenly twisted his waist in the air, adjusted his body with his strong core strength, stepped on the ceiling with both feet, pushed hard, turned over again, and landed steadily. Wow, excellent physical fitness. Gojo Satoru shouted in an exaggerated tone. Although Chu Yang didn't touch him just now, from the feedback of power of stop, Gojo Satoru has already felt the terrifying power of Chu Yang. What an outstanding reaction speed. Among the humans I have seen, there is probably only one who can be compared with you. Gojo Satoru said in amazement. That person has been dead for many years. His physical strength is exchanged for zero cursed power, but you. This is the first time I have seen someone who has extremely powerful cursed power and body at the same time. Gojo Satoru turned his head to look at Nanami Kento, and said happily, how come you can meet such a monster when you go to work in an ordinary company? Nanami Kento did not expect to hear such an evaluation from Gojo Satoru, and the look he gave Chu Yang was completely different from before. That was Gojo Satoru, the most recognized cursor in the curse world. When he used the word powerful to evaluate a person, the power of that person belonged to another dimension to others. From the fight just now, I can already confirm that you are a human. Gojo Satoru tilted his head, and the whole person exuded a cynical feeling all the time. He grinned and said, next, I can teach you some common sense with confidence. Chu Yang nodded, and sat on the old sofa in the living room very naturally. Nanami Kento adjusted his glasses again. You are really outgoing. Chu Yang curled his lips and said, senior, don't be so stingy all the time. It will be difficult for you to raise enough money to go abroad before you are 40. Nanami Kento's eyebrows twitched violently. Seeing this, Gojo Satoru laughed and said, just now I wanted to say, Nanami, apart from talent, your junior is really interesting. Nanami Kento looked at Gojo Satoru and said indifferently, from a certain perspective, you two do have something in common in your personality, and sometimes you are as disgusting as dog shit. After saying that, Nanami Kento did not give Gojo Satoru a chance to refute, pushed the door, and walked out of the room, and left the apartment in a short while. Chu Yang and Gojo Satoru were left staring at each other. Ahem. Gojo Satoru coughed awkwardly a few times, then asked, how much do you know about sorcerers? Chu Yang shook his head blankly. It seems that I should start from the beginning. Gojo Satoru scratched his head. Do you still remember the thing that attacked you yesterday? Chu Yang nodded. I remember you seemed to call it a cursed spirit, right? Gojo Satoru said, that's right. Most ordinary people's negative emotions will emit cursed power, and a large amount of cursed power will gather together to become a cursed spirit. Specific negative emotions of a specific object will produce a specific cursed spirit. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people cannot see cursed spirits, and physical attacks are ineffective against them. Only cursed power is effective against them. Whether it is a cursed spirit or cursed power, it is a kind of curse. In addition, there are spells, curse tools, cursed objects, etc. A spellcaster is responsible for dealing with curses, removing cursed spirits, or destroying a cursed object that has a huge impact on a region. Gojo Satoru began to explain everything about this world to Chu Yang in detail. His tireless appearance really felt like a people's teacher. After listening for a long time, Chu Yang was about to doze off. He looked up and asked, what are the wages and benefits of this industry? Gojo Satoru fell silent immediately. He felt that Chu Yang didn't take what he said before to heart. Only this question was what he really cared about. However, thinking that Chu Yang and Nanami came from the same company, Gojo Satoru was immediately relieved. Is this question very sensitive? Seeing that Gojo Satoru didn't speak for a long time, Chu Yang laughed awkwardly. There was no way. After traveling to this world and being a social animal for too long, Chu Yang had sequely in his heart. He didn't want to get involved in a job without financial security. From this point of view, he and Nanami Kento are exactly the same type of people. After the level of the sorcerer is assessed, there will be a basic salary. The basic salary of the lowest level sorcerer is roughly the same as that of an ordinary civil servant. but every time a task is completed, the sorcerer will receive a bonus several times or even dozens of times. So, living sorcerers basically have no shortage of money. Chu Yang said solemnly, in what you said just now, it seems that only staying alive is the key point. Bingo. Gojo Satoru stretched out both hands and pointed at Chu Yang, laughing. Congratulations, you got it right. Of course, you can also choose to refuse to become a sorcerer. Not everyone who awakens the power of curse has to be a sorcerer. Gojo Satoru said in a deep voice. However, after you awaken the power of curse, the curse spirits will be attracted by the power of curse in you. No matter where you go, there will be more and more curse incidents around you. You may be able to solve it easily at the beginning, but as time goes by, unimaginable curses will definitely appear. Chu Yang said, to be honest, I didn't hear any room for refusal from your explanation. Why don't you just tell me where I can punch in for work? Before becoming a professional sorcerer, people like you who have cursed power, I suggest that you should go to Tokyo Metropolitan College of Jutsu for further studies. Study, right? I won't go. Is it my illusion? You seem to be very resistant to going to school. Nonsense, you haven't taken the college entrance examination. Do you know that I survived 3 years of high school and 4 years of college? If it were you, would you still want to go back to school? I understand, but I still suggest. Then I quit. No matter if the curse comes or not, even if I die in the end, you sorcerers will have to clean up my mess. Chu Yang's firm attitude made Gojo Satoru say, changing the subject. Actually, it's not necessary to go to Jujutsu High School for further study. As long as you pass my test, I'll let you intern with Nanami. Chu Yang frowned and said, test? Gojo Satoru spread his hands. If you don't even agree to this, then there's nothing to talk about. If it weren't for your air talent, I wouldn't give you so much room for negotiation. Of course, I also admire your character. There's no other guy as interesting as you in Jujutsu High School. From Gojo Satoru's tone, Chu Yang heard that this should be the other party's final bottom line, so he nodded in agreement. It was still difficult for him to give up this dangerous, but equally rewarding career. Half an hour later, Gojo Satoru took Chu Yang to an abandoned development zone, and a group of unfinished buildings stood in front of Chu Yang. It was clearly early in the morning, but Chu Yang could feel the biting cold when he stood here. As a social animal who has worked hard in society for several years, you should understand how much blood and tears of ordinary people are buried behind unfinished buildings like this. Gojo Satoru looked around and was very emotional. Because of his profession as a sorcerer, he often faced the ugliness and darkness of human nature and witnessed many sorrows, hatred, anger, regret, greed. Even if I can't see it, I can feel the negative emotions that are everywhere here. Chu Yang asked, a space like this is most likely to produce curses, right? Gojo Satoru smiled self-deprecatingly and replied, yes, the pain of ordinary people is the best nutrient for curses. Chu Yang sighed lightly. What do you need me to do? Gojo Satoru explained, originally, I planned to let the students of Jujutsu High School clean up this area. Now this task belongs to you. As long as you can complete it successfully, the bonus is also yours. Chu Yang nodded, didn't say much, did some warm-up exercises, and walked into the ruins hidden in the city. Looking at his back, Gojo Satoru was a little expectant. Since it was a task that was planned to be completed by the students of Jujutsu High School, the difficulty level would not be too high. The level of curses, or cursed spirits, is the same as the rating of the sorcerer, usually starting from the lowest level 4, and increasing in sequence. Level 4, Level 3, Level 2, Level 1, Special Level. Among them, before the promotion of Level 2 and Level 1, there are Quasi Level 2 and Quasi Level 1. It seems that there are only 5 levels, but for the sorcerer, there are actually 7 levels. The unfinished building area has been rated, and no cursed spirits above level 4 will appear, so it was used by Gojo Satoru to test Chu Yang's actual combat ability. To put it another way, with Gojo Satoru here, no matter what level of cursed spirit appears, it will not threaten Chu Yang's safety. The cursed power in this area is like a hazy fog, which will scatter in all directions when the wind blows. However, because of this, Chu Yang can't use the curse power to lock the location of the curse. He can only wander around in it casually. Most of the building structures in front are intact, and they are the kind that can be moved in after a little decoration. But the deeper you go, the more broken concrete, exposed steel bars, and collapsed roofs are everywhere. The breath of desolation is overwhelming. Ding ding dang dang, a section of steel pipe suddenly fell from the top of Chu Yang's head. He grabbed it and kneaded it in his hand, forcibly kneading it into an irregular ball. Then Chu Yang threw it out like throwing a ball of waste paper. Boom. The moment the steel ball landed, Chu Yang looked up at the window on the third floor of the unfinished building next to him. There was a grey figure standing there. Ghost? I thought it was a curse. It seems that he was forced to jump off the building and couldn't even resist. He could only make a little noise to scare people. Should I say he is pitiful or pathetic? Chu Yang sighed, shook his head, and quickly left the area. This kind of ghost that he could destroy with one punch would hardly grow into a curse if left alone. There were few people around here, and it was impossible to continuously generate negative emotions to provide it with the cursed power to grow. In the distance, Gojo Satoru, who observed this scene, suddenly smiled. Unlike his usual carefree smile, his smile at this moment was warm. He has a good heart. No wonder Nanami takes care of him so much. Gojo Satoru stretched and murmured, I hope he can always protect the kindness in his heart in the future and not be like that guy. Unknowingly, Chu Yang walked to the last area of the unfinished building. Chu Yang looked around. There was no unfinished building around, only the dilapidated construction site. The interrupted construction showed the tragic situation of the complete break of the capital chain at that time. In the center of the construction site, a cursed spirit that exuded an ominous aura was constantly wandering. It held the engineering drawings in its hands and kept muttering to itself. Why did it fail? How could such a good project fail? Impossible. Seeing this, Chu Yang immediately thought of the emaciated manager in the company, and his eyes were full of sympathy. The boss made all the money, and the workers suffered all the sins. Rest in peace. Chu Yang walked forward slowly. The cursed spirit suddenly stopped, and its mouth stopped muttering something. It turned back suddenly, staring at Chu Yang with its empty eyes, and black mist kept coming out from the depths of its eye sockets. It seemed to be crying. The next second, the cursed spirit ran towards Chu Yang like crazy. With every step it took, its body suddenly grew larger. In an instant, the man who looked like a manager turned into a huge monster. Several blood holes suddenly appeared on the broad shoulder blades of the cursed spirit, and some flesh and blood tissue extended from them, quickly growing into 4 thick arms. Chu Yang stopped, and the sympathy on his face disappeared. He said irritably, can't you just wait to die? Gojo Satoru was looking at him, so Chu Yang couldn't use his full strength. At least, ninjutsu like wood release was not suitable for use against the enemy. Therefore, Chu Yang was impatient, which meant that he had to fight the cursed spirit in a physical battle. The cursed spirit with 6 arms looked like the Hulk, and it was very powerful. It took only a few steps to run to Chu Yang, and raised one of its arms to hit Chu Yang. Chu Yang wrapped his fist with cursed power and punched back. 2 fists of completely different sizes collided. At the moment when Chu Yang and the cursed spirit exchanged fists, Gojo Satoru suddenly felt like an egg hitting a meteorite. The cursed spirit was the egg, and the meteorite was Chu Yang. The next second after the fists collided, the terrifying force set off a hurricane, and the cursed spirit's arms exploded like a pile of tofu dregs. The unbelieving cursed spirit howled angrily and continued to punch Chu Yang. In the blink of an eye, the cursed spirit threw 3 punches. Then, 3 arms exploded. The 6 arms that looked extremely oppressive turned back to 2 in the blink of an eye. The cursed spirit was stunned. It began to tremble wildly. The belated fear occupied its heart. It wanted to turn around and run away, but its feet were like lead, nailed to the ground, and it dared not move. The indescribable momentum was like a mountain looming over the head of the cursed spirit. In the end, it could only watch helplessly as Chu Yang punched it. Bang! The fist landing on the cursed spirit's abdomen was like igniting a bomb, exploding its upper body directly. Gojo Satoru, who had been half leaning on the railing, suddenly stood up straight, even took off his blindfold, and stared at Chu Yang with his beautiful and outrageous eyes. Only a very small amount of cursed power was used to wrap the fist, and this power came entirely from the flesh. It's really scary. If he had the heaven and curse binding, his physical strength might be stronger than Fushiguro, and his zero cursed power physique could also gain natural resistance to cursed power. But his full body of cursed power, which is not inferior to his physique, allows him to completely eliminate the curse without the help of the power of curse tools. From this point of view, in the future he can at least grow into a heaven and tyrant without any shortcomings. At the same time, the mist-like cursed power of the unfinished building quickly dissipated, and Chu Yang also walked out of the ruins. Gojo Satoru pulled down his eye mask again, and said with a smile, "I'm really looking forward to it." The next day, Chu Yang's bank account had a large amount of money, which was 10 times his previous monthly salary. Chu Yang, who had been a worker in this world for many years, suddenly couldn't stop laughing. A sorcerer is really a good profession. Pirate world. Chu Yang stood on the deck and felt the sea breeze, frowning. His mind was full of thoughts about Vinsmoke Judge's bloodline factor technology. Apart from him, only Vegapunk met the requirements. Caesar, that idiot, was a half-assed one. Where the hell am I going to find the Germa Kingdom? As the only sea kingdom in the world with no fixed place to live, it would be dozens of large ships if it was disassembled, just like the pirates running around the world. Chu Yang's desire to find them was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Except for knowing that the Germa Kingdom is in the North Sea, I don't have any more information. Just when Chu Yang was thinking about it, the cry of a seagull suddenly came from the sky. A newspaper fell on Chu Yang's head, and he threw it aside without thinking. The newspaper fell into Jesus Boo's arms. Today's news? Jesus Boo grinned, then spread out the newspaper and read it carefully. On weekdays, apart from banquets, there are not many entertainment activities. Newspapers are a good thing to relieve boredom. The recent news is very dull. Jesus Boo's eyes kept wandering on the newspaper, trying to find some fun to pass the time. God will not let down those who work hard. When Jesus Boo turned the page of the newspaper, he finally saw the news that made his eyes light up. There is a war between the Vinsmoke family and the Don Quixote family in the North Sea again. The two sides fought very fiercely. What a pity. Last time we came out of the windmill village, we should have taken the North Sea route back to the New World, so that we could join in the fun. Jesus Boo's face was full of regret. The red hair pirates are now famous, and the number of people who dare to fight has decreased dramatically. Sometimes even if everyone wants to fight, they don't have much chance. While Jesus Boo was complaining, Chu Yang's face changed. He suddenly remembered something. The reason why the Vinsmoke family wandered around in the New World was that they lost to the Don Quixote family in the power struggle in the North Sea. They were supposed to be the overlords of the North Sea, and now the Vinsmoke family is still competing with the Don Quixote family for the North Sea. Thanks, Jesus. Chu Yang patted Jesus' shoulder heavily with excitement, and then got into the cabin. He was going to the North Sea. At this time, everyone was eating in the restaurant on the first floor. Shanks and Beckman were discussing the next route while eating meat. Chu Yang walked up to the two of them and said solemnly, "Captain, I have to go out for a while." Shanks looked at him with some surprise. After sailing for so long, it was the first time that Chu Yang made such a request. In fact, it is not uncommon for crew members to request to leave the team midway, especially when large pirate groups are sailing for a long time. For example, the most prestigious whitebeard pirates will not forcibly restrict the actions of the crew. As long as they return to the team within the specified time, there will be no problem. However, considering Chu Yang's age, Shanks still specifically asked him why he left the team. "I want to go back to Fishman Island to see my friends." "Are you talking about the adventurer Mr. Tiger?" "Yes. They are also on the voyage. You may not be able to see them if you go back now. Try your luck. If they are not there, I will come back." Shanks pondered for a while, and finally nodded in agreement, then turned to look at Beckman. Beckman smiled knowingly and said, "Yang, when you come back from Fishman Island, go directly to the Seven Water City. We will wait for you there." Chu Yang asked curiously, "Why go to the Seven Water City?" Beckman stroked the mast next to him and whispered, "The Redfish has been sailing for a long time. We must make some changes to it, otherwise it will be difficult for this old friend to accompany us to continue the journey." Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he said happily, "We want to expand the hull, right? I heard you talking about this last time. Let me make it clear first. You must leave a room for me. I want to sleep alone." Shanks and Beckman looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Without waiting until the next day, Chu Yang left the Redfers by boat. After a while, after Chu Yang could no longer see the Redfers in his sight, he gave up the boat, performed the super light and heavy rock technique, rushed into the sky, and flew directly to the North Sea. "It's so cool," Chu Yang shouted excitedly in the air. Free flight is the ultimate dream hidden deep in human genes. With Chu Yang's strong chakra, he would not be exhausted, even if he flew from the New World to the North Sea. When the sky gradually darkened, and the stars began to emerge one by one, Chu Yang had successfully flown over the Twin Gorge. Chu Yang took out the map, and began to look for the location of the Germa Kingdom. It was not the Sea Kingdom composed of dozens of large ships in the future, but a real island. Chu Yang, who was in the sky, could easily compare the location on the map through the characteristics of different islands. It only took a few minutes to find the Germa Kingdom. After determining the direction, Chu Yang continued to fly and arrived at the destination half an hour later. Looking down, Chu Yang was shocked. The island below, which was supposed to be the Germa Kingdom, was now submerged in a sea of fire. The madly burning flames illuminated the night like day. Chu Yang suddenly remembered what Jesus said during the day. The war between the Vinsmoke family and the Don Quixote family is still going on. The current scene is probably that Doflamingo is leading his family members to attack the Germa Kingdom. I didn't expect to come at the right time. Chu Yang wanted to take advantage of the chaos to steal Judge's bloodline factor technology. At the moment, he must be fighting with Doflamingo and can't take care of anything else. Thinking of this, Chu Yang immediately descended and flew straight to the Germa Palace. There was a sea of fire below. Who would pay attention to the dark night sky? The fierce battle nearby provided the best cover for Chu Yang. He flew into the depths of the palace smoothly. Listening to the shouting and killing outside, Chu Yang always maintained his observation color and avoided the soldiers who kept going out to reinforce. The Germa Kingdom has a lot of troops, but the disadvantage is that it does not have high-end combat power. It is impossible to defeat Doflamingo by relying solely on human wave tactics. Because Doflamingo's string fruit can control others at will, it just restrains the human wave tactics. What's more, Chu Yang's puppetry restrains the ability of the string fruit to control others. If the plan to steal the bloodline factor technology goes smoothly, Chu Yang doesn't mind messing with Doflamingo when he leaves. As he went deeper, Chu Yang found a room similar to a laboratory. He pushed open the door and found that it was full of culture chambers. Countless Germa soldiers with the same appearance were sleeping quietly here. Start looking from here. Chu Yang used the wooden clone. Soon, the room was filled with wooden clones. Chu Yang then directed the wooden clones to search for documents about the bloodline factor everywhere. Time passed by, and the wooden clone still couldn't find the target. There were only some experimental records about clones in the laboratory. Although Chu Yang could infer a little from these records, he was unwilling to do such a time-consuming and laborious task. Chu Yang used the sealing technique to seal the lengthy experimental records into a scroll and took them away and continued to look for the next laboratory. The sound of gunfire and the deafening shouts of killing outside came in faintly. Chu Yang had to speed up his actions and searched 3 similar laboratories in succession. The results were the same. Nothing was found except the experimental records. If this continues, I will go to check Judge's bedside table. Chu Yang cursed in a low voice, walked into the last laboratory with his head down, and kept searching with his wooden clone, but still couldn't find it. Just as Chu Yang was about to really go to check Judge's bedside table, he caught a glimpse of a small room in the laboratory from the corner of his eye. It looked like an independent archive room. Chu Yang walked in. Then, he finally found the relevant documents of the bloodline factor technology. At the same time, the battle outside was in full swing. Germa used advanced weapons and equipment to fiercely cover the Don Quixote family with firepower. At one time, it gained an absolute advantage on the battlefield. But as Doflamingo controlled more and more Germa soldiers, the situation of the war changed significantly. Judge was very anxious and realized that he might lose the war. He even thought about using his 4 children who had not yet fully grown up But in the end, reason prevailed. Ryuju and the others are too young to perfectly control their abilities, and without combat uniforms, it is meaningless to fight. Retreat. Judge gritted his teeth and gave the order. Even if he was unwilling, he had to give up the Germa Kingdom's stronghold on land. At the same time as the order was given, countless clones poured out of the castle and launched a suicidal attack on the Don Quixote family. The young Doflamingo was about to mock Judge's behavior, but suddenly found that the clone soldiers he controlled also charged. Doflamingo's face suddenly changed. The Don Quixote family carters beside him were stunned. Young master, don't joke, it looks scary. Treble was so scared that his nose was running everywhere, and he looked at Doflamingo in panic. My ability seems to have failed. Doflamingo laughed grimly. That fellow judge actually managed to trick me before he ran away. When I catch him, I will kill him. Diamond drew out his sword and said coldly, protect the young master. Upon hearing this, all the carters formed a circle to protect Doflamingo. Hey, doesn't this make me look too incompetent? Doflamingo sneered and roared, get out of the way. Everyone made way. Doflamingo stomped his feet hard, and the ground immediately turned white. A closer look showed that it was all made up of thin lines. The white lines turned into huge waves that swept around, and whether it was gunpowder smoke and flames or clone soldiers, they were completely annihilated by Doflamingo's ability. Chu Yang stood at the top of the castle palace and watched this scene silently. He was still considering whether to kill Doflamingo by the way, but now he gave up the idea. Doflamingo's fruit ability has been awakened, and with that group of carders, it will be very troublesome to fight, and there is no benefit. Anyway, the bloodline factor technology is already in hand, so there is no need to do such a thankless task. After appreciating the grand fire baptism for a while, Chu Yang left with satisfaction. Next, he will start to study the extraction technology of bloodline factors. Naruto World. Chu Yang here is also preparing to obtain the 6 Paths Sage mode. In addition to studying the power of the 6 Paths Sage from the bloodline, the Sage mode must also be obtained. Ryochi Cave, Myaboki Mountain, and Wetbone Forest, the 3 major places where the sages practice. What conditions must be met to enter and practice? Chu Yang didn't know, but the only thing he could do was to go through the back door. Go through the back door of Senju Hashirama. So Chu Yang has been staring at Senju Hashirama during this period, trying not to leave him for 24 hours, just to know when he learned the Sage mode. The price was a beating. He was almost regarded as a pervert by Senju Hashirama. Come to think of it, they are newly married recently, and Chu Yang is always by his side. Anyone would have to beat him up. But this beating was not in vain. Chu Yang finally saw Senju Hashirama performing the Sage mode during training. He looked a little unfamiliar, and he must have just learned it not long ago. But Chu Yang didn't care about this, and immediately rushed over. Teacher, I want to learn this. Senju Hashirama had long been accustomed to Chu Yang's sudden appearance, and he has been like this recently. What do you want to learn? Senju Hashirama was stunned for a moment. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and poked his face a few times. I want to learn this fancy thing. Fancy? Senju Hashirama subconsciously stretched out his hand and touched his face a few times and suddenly said, Sage mode, this is not easy to learn. Chu Yang grinned. As the only direct disciple, Senju Hashirama's attitude towards Chu Yang is still very doting. After all, Chu Yang becoming the next clan leader is a foregone conclusion. Senju Hashirama thought about it. He then described the whole process of learning Sage mode in great detail. The specific situation was similar to Jiraiya's experience. The only difference was that Jiraiya was in Myaboki Mountain, while Senju Hashirama was training in the Wetbone Forest. The Wetbone Forest was the place where the Slug Sage practiced. Compared with Myaboki Mountain and Ryochi Cave, the Wetbone Forest was better at healing. In Sage mode, this effect would be multiplied. This is why the healing ability of Senju Hashirama, who has activated Sage mode, is so terrifying. After talking about the general situation of the Wetbone Forest, Senju Hashirama said solemnly, I can teach you how to sign a contract with the Slug Sage, but you must remember that once you practice in the Wetbone Forest, you cannot switch to the other 2 places of practice. Chu Yang nodded. Then, Senju Hashirama took out the summoning scroll and slowly unfolded it. It was filled with densely packed names. On the last page of the scroll, Chu Yang saw the names of the people who left Senju Hashirama, and then, under the guidance of Senju Hashirama, he left his own name on it with chakra. After doing all this, Hashirama Senju performed the summoning technique, and after a puff of smoke, a slug the size of a basketball appeared on his shoulder. I would like to recommend a new NBA book by a friend. Book lovers can read it. NBA, starting from torturing Jordan and adding some upgrades. The author is a tentacle monster. It will be released on the 1st. It is said that there will be more updates on the first day than me. Chapter 84, Make a Big Thing. Master Hashirama, what's the matter with summoning me? A gentle female voice came from the slug's body, making people feel like being bathed in spring breeze. The thing is, Senju Hashirama explained to the clone of the slug sage that Chu Yang wanted to practice the sage mode. If it were an ordinary person, the slug sage would definitely refuse, because the practice of the sage mode is extremely difficult, and most people have lost their lives because of it. But since he is a disciple strongly recommended by Senju Hashirama, there must be something special about him. After thinking for a while, the slug sage agreed to Chu Yang's request, and prepared to use the reverse summoning technique to summon him to the wet bone forest. The 3 holy places in the ninja village are actually the same world, not a different space. The essence of the summoning technique and the reverse summoning technique is the time-space ninjutsu. It's just that the form of expression is different from the flying thunder god technique created by the 2nd generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. The process of moving reminded Chu Yang of the feeling of performing phantom shift in the magic world. There is a potential hard condition for apparition, which is that the target location should be one that you have been to before, or have a detailed understanding of. Otherwise, you cannot firmly focus your consciousness on a place that you are completely unfamiliar with. After the short dizziness ended, when Chu Yang opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a place similar to a primitive jungle. Every tree here is as thick as a few dozen people hugging together, and there are some plants with exaggerated stems and leaves. A leaf alone is as big as an adult, and it can completely block the sunlight. Walking under it is like walking in the dark. Only in the sparse parts, some sunlight falls, and light and darkness interweave into wrong spots, a faint halo, and even a bit of dreamy colors. Standing here gives you the illusion of being in a fairy tale kingdom. I finally know how Gulliver's Travels was written. As he spoke, a large number of black shadows were surging over densely. Chu Yang did not feel any malice, and stood quietly in place. After a careful look, I realized that those shadows were slugs. A large number of slugs condensed into a super large slug that covered the sky and the sun in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang bowed slightly and greeted, "Hello, Slug Immortal." Slug Immortal asked curiously, "You look very calm. Isn't this your first time to practice?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "It's the first time, but I'm used to some big scenes." Slug Immortal sighed, "Children like you who survived the war are really different." The two exchanged greetings for a while. Slug Immortal took Chu Yang through the dense forest and came to an ancient temple. This is where Slug Immortal practiced. From today on, you will practice sage mode here. At the same time, as a teacher, Chu Yang's absence from class caused a great disturbance in the ninja school. In Chu Yang's class, there are not only geniuses like the 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen. There are also children from major families. In a sense, only he can calm these students. The news soon reached Senju Tobirama's ears. Busy with government affairs, he had to take time out to find Senju Hashirama for details. After knowing that Chu Yang was training in the wet bone forest, Senju Tobirama temporarily handed over Chu Yang's position in the school to others. In his eyes, Chu Yang's future priority is the highest. This is related to the prosperity of the village for the next 100 years. Magic World. Since returning from the Soul Palace last time, Chu Yang has been thinking about a problem. As a logistics team, it would be best if he could synchronize his own situation to his own in other worlds in real time. Just like Demon Slayer Chu Yang. In this way, he can update his research results at all times, instead of waiting to share them every time he enters the Soul Palace. To do this, Chu Yang must put killing Voldemort on the agenda. Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes. Chu Yang still has a lot of knowledge from various worlds to sort out, and he has no time to look for it. Just trying to integrate ninjutsu and magic spells, as well as the ghost way and curse techniques that may be obtained in the future, has consumed a lot of Chu Yang's energy. Those who do scientific research are all loticus, and their principle of doing things is to stay still if possible. It is more reliable to leave it to the natives to deal with the boss. Chu Yang has to find a way to reveal this information to Dumbledore. It is definitely not possible to say it directly, and hints will also arouse Dumbledore's suspicion. He cannot let him doubt himself, otherwise all previous efforts will be wasted. He must first let Harry know these things, and then let Dumbledore know through Harry. In this way, Chu Yang can distance himself from the matter. How can I let Harry find clues about the 7 Horcruxes? Chu Yang thought for a long time and finally thought of a place. The Room of Requirement. Chu Yang plans to compile the clues about the 7 Horcruxes into a book and hide it in the same place as the Ravenclaw diadem. When Harry finds it, he will think that this is a response from the Room of Requirement. And Harry knows that he is Voldemort's last Horcrux, and he will definitely tell Dumbledore about this news. If everything goes well, everything will probably develop in the direction of Chu Yang's plan. In the dead of night, Chu Yang came to the 8th floor of the castle. After walking around the corridor, he found a tapestry. The entrance to the Room of Requirement was on the wall opposite the tapestry. Chu Yang stood in front of the wall, thinking that he needed a place to hide things, and then walked back and forth in front of the wall 3 times. The next second, a smooth door appeared on the wall. Chu Yang pushed the door open and entered, and it was full of containers. It's really magical. I don't know what the magic principle of this room is. If time permits, I really want to stay here to study it. After sighing, Chu Yang summoned the wooden clone to find the Ravenclaw's diadem hidden in the Room of Requirement. After the Room of Requirement simulated a large number of containers, it was convenient for Chu Yang to find things. After flipping through the layers, Chu Yang found the Ravenclaw's diadem in less than half an hour. Chu Yang put the books he carefully made aside and then left the Room of Requirement. The next day, Chu Yang first learned about Hermione's plan to borrow books today while having breakfast in the Great Hall. After the meal, he did not go to the classroom, but went to the library first and stuffed his own made-up book next to the book she wanted to borrow. The title on the cover was about the old things you don't know about Hogwarts. With Chu Yang's understanding of Hermione, she would definitely be aroused by such a title, and the content inside would guide her to find the Room of Requirement. Chu Yang was not worried that someone would find the book before Hermione. Because of all the students in Hogwarts, there was only Chu Yang who arrived at the library earlier than Hermione every day. However, Chu Yang had not been going to the library very often recently because he had to organize the knowledge of the Naruto world in the Marvel world. So in this regard, Hermione was a well-deserved number 1. After putting away the fake books he made, Chu Yang returned to the classroom to attend the class as usual. Until after class, Chu Yang followed Hermione silently and came to the library. Then under his gaze, as expected, Hermione took the fake book with the title about the old things you don't know about Hogwarts. The little girl's cheeks flushed slightly, full of excitement, as if she had discovered something incredible. Boom. Hermione, who was walking with her head down, fell into Chu Yang's arms. What made you so happy? Don't you even look at people when you walk? Chu Yang pretended to complain. Oh, sorry. Hermione stared with her big bright eyes and apologized hurriedly, then left impatiently, found an empty corner, and secretly read a book. Seeing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh for a while, then left. Night fell. Taking advantage of the dead of night, Chu Yang sneaked out of Hogwarts and ran to the Forbidden Forest. Then he performed apparition and went to Nocturne Alley. Regarding the 3 unforgivable curses, if Chu Yang asked Professor Flitwick, he would probably teach him, but he would definitely report to Dumbledore afterwards. Chu Yang felt troubled just thinking about it, so he might as well come to Nocturne Alley to catch a dark wizard to learn the spells of the 3 unforgivable curses. This thing is a standard for dark wizards. Dark wizards who don't know these 3 spells are rare. Chu Yang spent a night, caught 15 dark wizards, and killed 10 of them. Only then did he collect the complete spells and casting details. Back at school, Chu Yang was about to go to class when Hermione appeared beside him mysteriously and whispered, "I found an incredible secret. I'm going to verify it with Harry and the others tonight. Do you want to join us?" "Thank you for your invitation, Hermione," Chu Yang said helplessly, "but I'm a little busy recently." Hermione was a little regretful, but soon cheered up and said, "We are looking for a place similar to a secret base. If it is confirmed to exist, I will take you there when you are free in the future." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I'm looking forward to it. I wish you all the best." Hermione nodded, and with a smile on her face, she jumped away. The next night, the trio began their night adventure to explore the location of the Room of Requirement. Chu Yang unfolded his observation haki and quietly followed them until he saw them find the Room of Requirement. After the three of them successfully entered, Chu Yang left and found the Room of Requirement. Sooner or later, the three of them would find the Ravenclaw diadem and the intelligence book that Chu Yang had carefully prepared. Everything that follows is up to time. Marvel World. Go to college during the day and go to Tony's laboratory to be an assistant at night. This is Chu Yang's regular life recently. At this time, Jarvis's artificial intelligence level is still insufficient and cannot play a good auxiliary role. Moreover, Chu Yang can help test the strength of the suit anytime and anywhere. Tony believes that, as long as the suit can be destroyed by Chu Yang, it is not a good suit. Recently, he has begun to add aviation materials to the suit. It is a little strange that Tony always avoids people when replacing the reactor energy bar on his chest recently. During this time, Chu Yang and Pepper cannot enter his laboratory. Pepper doesn't understand, but Chu Yang knows that Tony's abnormality is due to palladium poisoning, and the toxin is constantly eroding his body. Even if the injection is injected, it can only alleviate it, not cure it, unless Tony replaces the palladium with a new element. The key to solving the problem lies in the video that Tony's father Howard left for him, but he never wanted to finish watching it. This is Tony's heart knot, and Chu Yang can't solve it. Because Tony has been immersed in the laboratory to study the Iron Man suit, he has not fulfilled his responsibilities as the president of Stark Industries. Every day, piles of documents are handled by Pepper in the name of assistant. This is a very troublesome thing, and the workload is huge. When Pepper found Tony again and asked him to return to the position of president, Tony impatiently gave up the position of president to Pepper. "From today on, you are the CEO of Stark Industries." Tony just grabbed Pepper's shoulders and said solemnly. But Chu Yang and Pepper both saw the disapproval flashing in his eyes, knowing that if this continues, Pepper will have big problems for the company and Tony. He can only nod and agree helplessly. A few days later, Pepper brought his new secretary to Tony and prepared to let him sign the important document agreeing to change the CEO. The new secretary walked in front of Tony with a charming step, and her sexy figure almost hooked his soul. "Hello, Mr. Stark. My name is Natasha Romanoff." After a day of classes, Chu Yang came to Tony's house as usual, ready to help him. Chu Yang happened to meet Pepper, who came out with her new secretary at the door. "Hello, Yang. Good afternoon, Miss Potts. Who is this?" "Oh, she is my new secretary, Natasha. Tony just signed the CEO change document." "Congratulations, Miss Potts." "Thank you, but I prefer my previous job. Being an assistant is much easier than being a CEO." The two smiled at each other. Chu Yang turned his gaze to Natasha. He admired the Black Widow in the Avengers. You know, as a normal person, working with those superheroes who are either cheating or mutated is not an easy thing. Natasha is very sensitive to men's gazes. When she realized that Chu Yang was looking at her, the corners of her mouth rose involuntarily. Most of the men Natasha has seen are similar. As long as they are not physically weak, they can't help but stare at her with an extremely aggressive gaze, not to mention a boy in puberty. However, Natasha soon felt that Chu Yang's eyes seemed a little different. It was a very clear look, not related to desire, but with a little admiration. Natasha was stunned for a moment. Chu Yang nodded to Natasha and then brushed past her. Pepper pointed at Chu Yang's departing back and explained with a smile, "Let me introduce you. That's Yang, Tony's assistant, and a genius funded by our Stark Industries. You will deal with him often in the future. Remember to say hello and get familiar with him in advance." "Oh, I mean familiarity in terms of work. Don't mess around. He's still a child." Natasha smiled. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Potts. After completing the daily experiment, Chu Yang did not leave Tony's house, but asked to stay here for one night. Tony said with a look of disdain, "Fortunately I'm going to Las Vegas tonight, otherwise I would definitely kick you out. My bed can only sleep with beautiful women." Chu Yang sneered, "I will sleep in the lab. There may be some virus in your bed." Tony laughed, drank a glass of red wine, and said, "At your age, there is actually no need to stay in the lab all day. Some things, after a while, you will never experience them again." Chu Yang shook his head secretly in his heart. He could experience many things countless times. For example, when he was a student. Not long after, Happy came to pick Tony up. For the first time, this time they went to Las Vegas not to play, but to work. Chu Yang continued to build a reactor in the laboratory. He tried many times, but failed in the end. If he built a reactor, based on the model that Tony had already built, it would actually be easy to complete. But that was meaningless. Chu Yang wanted to build his own reactor. From the basic theoretical data, to the mature stage model, to the final complete body, he had to complete it independently. This was difficult. Even Tony, a genius who was called, cursed by knowledge by Thanos, had accumulated more than 20 years of knowledge before he successfully created something like the arc reactor from theory. It would be very difficult for Chu Yang to catch up in a very short time. Unless he had a few more clones. As the night deepened, the only voices in the entire laboratory except for the hissing sound of the laser were Chu Yang and Jarvis. With high concentration, Chu Yang's 5 senses became extremely sharp, and very fragmented sounds rang in his ears. It was like someone was walking with a hunched back. Thief. Chu Yang smiled. He chose this time, obviously knowing that Tony was not there, and being able to avoid the heavy guards and advanced warning system in Iron Man's home. His ability was extraordinary. There was only one person who met the above two conditions at the same time, and that was Black Widow, who transformed into Little Pepper's secretary, Natasha Romanoff. The Iron Man suit had attracted Nick Fury's attention, and he sent Black Widow to get some data, which was very consistent with his style of doing things. Because of the deviation in the plot, Tony did not fight a Badiastane, and Nick Fury did not have much actual combat information about the Iron Man suit. So, it is normal to be curious. So far, all of Tony's actual combat was completed with the help of Chu Yang. All the battles were lost. This also stimulated Tony's self-esteem to a certain extent, and he was frantically working on creating new armor in the laboratory. How could he wear an iron suit that couldn't even beat a miner? Chu Yang did not stop his work, and his observation haki was always staring at Natasha. Her movements were very quiet, and it was difficult to catch them with just hearing. If it weren't for the observation haki, Chu Yang would really have a hard time staring at her. Seeing Chu Yang staying in the laboratory like a big Buddha, Natasha was a little anxious, so she prepared to make some noise outside to lure Chu Yang out. Natasha deliberately smashed Tony's newly bought red wine glass, lit a fire, and the whole bar was on fire. She took 2 steps at a time and flew to the ceiling. Afterwards, Chu Yang walked up the stairs to the living room and went straight to the bar. He saw the flames and searched for a fire extinguisher. Natasha took advantage of the fact that the door of the laboratory below was not closed yet, jumped up, and rolled into the laboratory. At the same time, Chu Yang, who was putting out the fire, stopped, looked back at her, and couldn't help laughing. Natasha looked around after entering the laboratory and slowly walked towards the host. As a super agent, Natasha's hacking skills were not bad. But compared with Tony, it was basically the difference between a MIT PhD and an elementary school student. An elementary school student would be fine. Anyway, it was enough to steal data. After inserting the special USB flash drive with the program implanted into the host, Natasha looked at the progress bar on it rising little by little, and then she felt relieved and looked at Tony's laboratory casually. The next second, she froze. Chu Yang, who was supposed to be putting out the fire outside, stood quietly behind her. If the other party launched a surprise attack, she would have died long ago. Ms. Potts said that you have been working alone in the lab until now, so I wanted to bring you some food. That's a poor excuse, Ms. Natasha. Doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D. have any training in this area? Chu Yang mercilessly exposed Natasha's lie, making her angry. Yes, when this happens, we usually take action. As soon as she finished speaking, Natasha pulled out several tranquilizer darts from her waist and threw them directly at Chu Yang. In fact, she could have just drawn her gun and shot, but before the mission began, Nick Fury warned her not to kill anyone, especially Chu Yang. This was a high quality talent that Nick Fury wanted to recruit into S.H.I.E.L.D. But Natasha never dreamed that Chu Yang actually reached out to catch the tranquilizer darts and then threw them back at a faster speed. Several black shadows flashed by and pierced Natasha's full breasts. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything else, it was a mistake." Chu Yang was still explaining, and Natasha had already fallen heavily to the ground. It's easy for a man and a woman to accidentally discharge a gun when they are alone in the same room, Miss Natasha. Chu Yang did not approach the unconscious Natasha and still kept a certain distance from her. Natasha did not move. Chu Yang shook his head and said, "There are mechanical arms everywhere in this room. I can take off your clothes without touching you. If you continue like this, I will take advantage of the situation." Natasha, who should have fallen into a coma, immediately turned over and sat up. Natasha sighed. "You don't look like a student who should be in high school." Chu Yang asked, "Didn't Agent Hill talk to you about me when he went back?" Natasha pouted and said, "I didn't talk to you, but I cursed you a lot. Do you want to listen?" Chu Yang waved his hand. "Then forget it." After that, Chu Yang walked towards the host, unplugged the USB drive that has reached 80% of the reading progress and throw it under his feet to slowly crush it. You should adopt a more friendly attitude instead of running to someone's house to steal things. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs some information to make sure Tony Stark is worth cooperating with. Don't worry, we don't have the idea of taking his research results for ourselves. If you were me, how much would you believe what you just said? Facing Chu Yang's questioning, Natasha shrugged and said helplessly, "If it were me, I probably wouldn't believe a word of the criminal's words." Very good awareness. Chu Yang nodded and smiled. "Since you are so sincere, you can leave, but after you go back, please tell the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. that, if he wants to cooperate with Tony, sincerity is a must." "Really?" Natasha was a little surprised and looked at Chu Yang in surprise. Chu Yang didn't say anything, but stepped aside to make way for him to leave. Natasha walked over doubtfully and suddenly stopped when she passed by Chu Yang. Hill and Carlson both said that you are very skilled. I think you have seen it just now. To be honest, I was a little careless just now. So. Natasha showed a malicious smile and suddenly attacked Chu Yang, but she was very measured and did not use weapons. Chu Yang guessed that this might be a task left for her by Nick Fury to find a suitable time to test her combat power in detail. The two started fighting in the laboratory, and Chu Yang only used Fishman Karate and Observation Haki to fight the enemy. Originally, he only planned to use Fishman Karate, but Chu Yang was afraid that she would use dirty tricks if she got angry, so he used Observation Haki. Facts proved that Chu Yang's worries were not unreasonable. The Black Widow, who was beaten and angry, slowly began to use some rogue tricks that specialized in the lower three roads, and even props such as hypnotic spray. He tried everything. As agents, no one knew what equipment they had hidden on them. After a while, the door of the mansion opened. Natasha covered half of her face and limped out. After standing on the side of the road for a while, a black supercar stopped in front of her. It was not some idle rich second generation, but Agent Carlson. Carlson rolled down the window and looked at Natasha in shock. "Oh my god, what did he do to you?" "It's okay, I fell down by myself." "Where did you fall like this? Is there a 100-story spiral staircase hidden inside?" "Shut up, Carlson." Natasha, who was sitting in the passenger seat, glared at Carlson in anger. "Do you want to roll down from the 100-story spiral staircase too?" Carlson shut up angrily, and the engine sound of the supercar immediately became deafening. Carlson drove Natasha back to S.H.I.E.L.D. After getting off the car, Natasha went to see Nick Fury alone. In the empty office, Nick Fury stood by the window, looking at something. Dong dong dong, the knocking sound in the middle of the night became particularly dull. "Come in." Natasha pushed the door open. Mission failed. Nick Fury turned around suddenly and stared at Natasha, who was walking slowly in front of him. "The guy named Yang is in the lab." "So, You seem to have underestimated him. Did he find you? Yes. Nick Fury was immediately interested, and at the same time, he also found the bruises on Natasha's face. He said in surprise, "It seems that you and him had a big conflict." Natasha shrugged, "It's not what you think." Then, Natasha told the whole story. Nick Fury was silent for a while and asked, "Do you think he is a mutant?" Natasha shook her head and said, "Except for his great strength, there is nothing suspicious about him, and there is no direct evidence to prove that he is a mutant." Nick Fury frowned and said, "When he beat you, didn't he use any superpowers?" The word beat deeply hurt Natasha's self-esteem. Natasha gnashed her teeth and replied word by word, "Yes, he beat me up with his fists. Is that alright, sir?" "Relax, that's not what I meant." Nick Fury realized his impoliteness just now and quickly comforted her. Black Widow didn't buy his tricks and asked coldly, "Anything else you need to ask?" "No, you can go down." Nick Fury saw that she was in a bad mood and quickly asked her to go back and rest. After Natasha left, Nick Fury stood alone by the window again. Sincerity. I haven't heard this word for a long time. The next day, when Tony came back from Las Vegas, Chu Yang told him what happened last night. The predicted anger did not appear. In Chu Yang's surprised eyes, Tony slowly sat on the floor of the laboratory in a daze. "Hey, Yang, do you think I should hand over what I have in my hand? In this way, if something happens to me one day, others can continue this research." I'm afraid even Pepper couldn't have thought that the playboy Tony would be so depressed one day. Chu Yang said, "Don't be silly. Who else can study this stuff besides you?" Tony smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not as good as you think. What I can do doesn't mean that others can't do it." Chu Yang shook his head. "You may have some misunderstanding about what I just said." Chu Yang took out a playing card from his pocket. Looking at the familiar playing card, Tony jumped up from the sofa like a spring and waved his hand quickly, saying, "No, no, no, don't." The card drew a beautiful arc under Chu Yang's fingertips and then left its mark on the latest battlesuit developed by Tony. Tony was stunned in the same place. Chu Yang smacked his lips. "I mean, people may not look down on such a crappy thing." Tony's neck was visibly red, his veins bulged, and his eyes seemed to be about to spit out flames. "Just wait, I must develop the best battlesuit." Chu Yang smiled happily. "Look, isn't this cheering up? The world of pirates, the Seven Water City. It is also the birthplace of the ancient weapon Pluto 800 years ago. This place is very special and has a very high degree of autonomy. It is called a city, but it is more like a country. The high degree of autonomy is because the Seven Waters has a lot of shipbuilding companies, which bear more than 90% of the Navy's warship manufacturing business. If the Seven Waters suspends business one day, it will even affect the Navy. Therefore, even if the Seven Waters accepts all guests and even the pirates' business, the world government will turn a blind eye. However, since the Redfers appeared in the Seven Waters, there have been fewer pirates coming here to repair ships. After several major battles, Shanks' reputation has gradually caught up with other sea emperors, and the pattern of the four emperors has taken shape. The transformation of the Redfers has not been completed yet, and Shanks, who has nothing to do, takes his crew to drink in the bar of the Seven Waters every day. I don't know where Yang got some weird instruments and equipment from and put them on the ship. He studies them every day and doesn't even leave the house. If he continues like this, his brain will probably break down. Sniper Jesus Boo drank a large glass of wine and couldn't help complaining to the people around him. Yang is much healthier than you. Instead of worrying about his brain, you should worry about yourself. If you drink so much, you will be the first one to break down. The ship's Dr. Dej complained in reverse, causing everyone present to laugh. But then again, what is Yang studying? He even asked the captain for a separate room. If the Redfers' transformation was not only half completed, it would be difficult to give him such a large room. Chef Lucky Lou's face was full of curiosity, but the captain had strictly forbidden them to disturb Chu Yang, so no one knew what was in Chu Yang's room. They only saw those weird instruments once on the day Chu Yang came back. I saw him once by accident. He seemed to be doing research with his own blood, and he was talking about factors and cells and other nonsense. Captain, is he really okay? Beckman turned his head to look at Shanks, a little worried that Chu Yang had gone astray. Yang is a man with his own ideas. He knows what he is doing. Don't worry about it anymore. Shanks raised his glass with a smile, and the rest of the crew also raised theirs. Soon, everyone focused on drinking. In fact, Chu Yang had explained the bloodline factor to Shanks on the day he came back. Although the latter didn't understand the bloodline factor technology very well, he also felt the importance of this technology, so he met Chu Yang's request. During the period of the Redverse transformation, Chu Yang had been staying on the ship to do research. He was trying to use the bloodline factor technology to strip part of the wood release ability from his body, just like Vegapunk stripped Kizaru's flash fruit and added it to the artificial weapon Pacifista. If this can be done, then Chu Yang can create the Six Paths bloodline in the Naruto world and obtain the chakra of the Six Paths sage. The red hair pirates stayed in the Seven Waters for another week. The long stay even attracted the attention of the Navy headquarters. The Navy headquarters located in Marineford was not too far from the Seven Waters, and it was a bit sensitive. The red hair pirates stay in the Seven Waters felt like they were not letting others sleep soundly under their bed. After a while, the Navy headquarters responded, and warships began to appear frequently near the Seven Waters. However, both the Navy and the red hair pirates were very restrained, and no conflict broke out. The two sides would not go to war in the Seven Waters, because once losses were caused, everyone would become the target of public criticism overnight. Let's go out for a walk. After a week of continuous hard work, Chu Yang had made great progress in bloodline factor technology, but at this moment his spirit was at its limit. Thinking that he had been in the Seven Waters for half a month and had not been able to go around, Chu Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had been a little crazy during this period. Chu Yang went up to the deck and looked around. The red fuzz was 4 or 5 times bigger than before. During this time, he had been staying in the room and could not feel the changes in the red fuzz. At this time, apart from Chu Yang, there were only a few new trainee crew members on the red fuzz watching the ship. When they saw Chu Yang, they immediately came over. "Yang, you finally came out. I heard that there was an event today." The whole water city of Seven gathered together. The captain and others also went to watch the fun. The trainee crew member said excitedly. Chu Yang asked curiously, "What event is it that even Shanks is interested in?" The trainee crew member scratched his head and said, "I heard that the sea train was completed. Don't you see that there is a track connecting to the water city of Seven?" Chu Yang was a little confused and suddenly remembered that the current timeline was more than 10 years ago. Without time to say hello to the trainee crew members, Chu Yang rushed off the ship and rushed into the water city of Seven at a very fast speed. The world's #1 shipbuilder, Tom of the Fishman clan, was convicted of building a pirate ship for the Pirate King Roger, but he also got a chance to make up for his mistakes because of the feat of building the sea train. Unfortunately, this chance could not be used to save his own life. Spandam, who was not yet the head of CP9, a secret agency directly under the world government, knew that Tom had a design of Pluto. Spandam, who failed to take it by force, was resentful, so he stole the Frankie battle invented by Tom's disciple Frankie and used it to attack the judicial ship sent by Judicial Island. This is a serious crime. It is no less serious than Tom's helping the Pirate King Roger build a ship. Spandam used this method to put the serious crime on Frankie. In order to protect his disciple, Tom used the credit for inventing the sea train to make up for Frankie's crime. He himself had to be tried and taken to Judicial Island to be executed. Today is the day when the sea train is completed, and it is also the day when Tom, the world's #1 shipbuilder, is executed. Chu Yang walked through the crowded port and happened to see Tom in shackles. The young iceberg's eyes were full of despair. Chu Yang took a deep breath and looked around, searching for Shanks. Since they were here to watch the fun, there must be members of the red hair pirates around. After looking around and not seeing anyone, Chu Yang prepared to activate his observation haki. Even though there were many people and the noise was loud, he had no choice but to do so. The next second, Chu Yang felt someone pat his shoulder, and when he turned around, it was Shanks. "Boy, you haven't been out for so many days, and you had to wait until today. We were just about to leave." Shanks looked at Chu Yang helplessly, and the latter suddenly showed a creepy smile, which made Shanks shudder. "Captain, before we leave, how about we do something big?" Chapter 85 The Progress of the Three Worlds and the Newcomer Chu Yang in Ancient Costumes, Seeking Monthly Tickets. Follow-up reading. You're not really stupid from doing research, are you? Shanks rolled his eyes. Captain, I want to save this fishman. Chu Yang said solemnly. Mr. Tom? Why? Shanks was halfway through his words when he suddenly realized, you forgot that you were saved by the Fishman tribe. Mr. Tom? You know him. Chu Yang also said suddenly, he built the Pirate King's ship. It would be strange if you don't know him. Shanks nodded. At this time, Beckman suddenly appeared, put his arm around Chu Yang's shoulders, and whispered, in fact, we knew about this a long time ago, but the captain said that Mr. Tom could complete the sea train, so we didn't do anything unnecessary. Shanks sighed. If Chu Yang hadn't been away for a while, I wouldn't have thought of coming to the Seven Water City to renovate the Redfors at this time. I originally wanted to celebrate for Mr. Tom privately after the completion, but I didn't expect this to happen today. Chu Yang looked at Tom, who was covered in injuries, and asked, save him now? Shanks shook his head. No, the reason why I haven't taken action until now is that I'm afraid that Mr. Tom's disciples will be implicated. Chu Yang looked around and didn't see Frankie. He only saw Spandam, who was wrapped in bandages. Obviously, this guy had been broken by Frankie. Beckman laughed and said, don't worry, wait until we get to the sea. There are many warships around, and we can't do it here. Chu Yang nodded. Tom was escorted to the sea train smoking Tom that he built with his own hands. The culprit Spandam was also carried in by his men. The crew members of the Red Hair Pirates also returned to the ship one after another, preparing to set sail. The patrolling warships were a bit slower to react, and they only reacted after the Redfors followed the smoking Tom and left the Seven Water City. Several parties headed towards the Judicial Island at the same time. The news was quickly passed back to the Navy headquarters. Sengoku, who was still an admiral at the time, took the phone and his face changed immediately after hearing the report. Sengoku rushed to the Judicial Island with a group of vice admirals and major generals on a warship. They thought that the Red Hair Pirates' target was the Judicial Island. At the same time, the Redfors was getting closer and closer to the smoking Tom, and Spandam on the train also noticed something unusual. Damn, those pirates are coming for us. Red Hair? Why did he come to this muddy water? Spandam was very scared. In addition to Edward Newgate, the white bat who has already firmly sat on the throne of the Pirate Emperor, Kado, and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Shanks is already the first person under the Pirate Emperor. How could Spandam not be afraid when such an enemy is targeting him? Redfors. How to stop this sea train? If you use brute force, Mr. Tom on the train will be injured. If it doesn't work, then we can only destroy the track. This is built by Mr. Tom. If it is damaged, he will be very angry, right? Everyone discussed how to save Tom. Shanks had a headache after listening to it. The surrounding warships were constantly approaching. If it was too late, it might be difficult to take action. At this time, Chu Yang saw a young man standing on the track in the distance. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. I have a way. Chu Yang jumped onto the side of the ship, half squatted and turned back and said, the surrounding navy is left to you. Shanks stretched out his hand to stop Chu Yang. What are you going to do? Before he finished speaking, he saw Chu Yang flying out. Yes. Chu Yang flew out. He used the earth escape, super light and heavy rock technique. Shanks stood there dumbfounded. The crew, including Beckman, were also stunned. Captain, I seem to be a little seasick today. I saw Yang flying. Shanks, I'm a little seasick too. He flies quite fast. Captain. Ugh, I'm really seasick. The warship launched an artillery attack without any warning, hitting the Redfors from left to right. People standing on the deck were like playing on a seesaw. Shanks came to his senses and immediately ordered the crew to meet the attack to cover Chu Yang. Chu Yang quickly flew to the top of the train, fell into the cab, kicked the driver into the sea, and then stepped on the brakes. The high-speed sea train almost derailed, and after rushing a short distance, it slowly stopped. The boy had dull eyes and opened his arms blankly to block the train. At this time, the train was only an arm's length away from him. On the other side, Chu Yang was attacked just after he came out of the cab. A team of Navy soldiers from Judicial Island and spies belonging to CP9 opened fire at the same time. Facing a group of small fish, Chu Yang raised his arm and summoned a thick tree stump. After sweeping around, the carriage suddenly became exceptionally clean. Spandam in the corner was trembling. I hate it so much. Why didn't you knock me out just now? Spandam cursed in his heart. Chu Yang walked up to Spandam and grabbed the bandage wrapped around his wound. Spandam wailed in pain. Chu Yang activated the Conqueror's Haki, knocked him unconscious directly, and then threw him out of the carriage. Killing this kind of person would only dirty his hands. It would be better to throw him into the sea to feed the fish, which would also maintain the ecological balance. Environmental protection is very important. When he walked to the second carriage, Chu Yang saw Tom, who was slumped in the corner, covered in blood and breathing weakly. Chu Yang hurried forward and transferred a large amount of vitality into Tom's body. Frankie, who was frightened, finally came to his senses and rushed into the carriage just in time to see Chu Yang treating Tom. Frankie's eyes were full of tears and he was very nervous. Chu Yang ignored him and focused on transferring life force to Tom. Frankie slowly approached and wanted to see Tom's condition, but Chu Yang suddenly stood up and kicked him out. Frankie spit out a large mouthful of blood, was kicked out, and fell into the sea, and the blood soon dyed the surrounding sea red. Young Frankie couldn't get involved with the red hair pirates yet, otherwise he would be the first to suffer after they left. Chu Yang knew this, so he kicked him fiercely. Then, he took Tom, whose breath was gradually stabilizing, away from the sea train. The Navy's artillery attack was very fierce. But the Redfers, which had just undergone a transformation, was not afraid at all, and also responded with dense artillery fire. Both sides were very restrained, and no close combat occurred. But the Navy's formation was constantly closing, with a tendency to encircle. At this time, Chu Yang took Tom back to the ship. Shanks shouted from the bow. Set sail. Set sail. The belated Sengoku could only watch the Redfers break through the Navy's encirclement and head for unknown waters. In fact, he was also relieved. He was the only admiral left at the headquarters. If there was a conflict with the Red Hair Pirates in Water 7, the Navy headquarters would be depleted of combat power and there would be a big problem. Sengoku came here with a lot of pressure. Fortunately, Shanks had no idea about the judicial island. Why did this guy make such a big fuss? On the way back, Sengoku turned around and asked the naval generals around him. A major general replied, I heard that the Red Hair Pirates rescued Tom, the shipwright who was supposed to be executed. Sengoku thought for a while and asked, is it Tom, the one who built the Oro Jackson, and is known as the world's #1 shipwright? The major general nodded and said, yes, Admiral Sengoku. That's not surprising. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Red Hair was originally a member of Roger's ship. This action was probably to repay a favor. The Major General asked in surprise, Red Hair Shanks is actually a member of the crew of Pirate King Roger? You don't know? Sengoku looked around and found that many people showed shocked expressions. Admiral Sengoku, don't reveal such big information all the time. It will scare people, just like Mr. Garp. The then Vice Admiral Aokiji Kuzen leaned against the side of the ship with a helpless look on his face. Don't compare me with that old fool. Sengoku was furious when he heard Garp's name and said angrily, now that the new world is in crisis, he ran back to the East China Sea. I don't know what he is doing. I don't know, but Mr. Garp said that he would kill Red Hair the next time he sees him. Kuzen shrugged and teased. It seems that the two of them seem to have a big grudge. The night he left the Seven Waters, Tom woke up and knew that he was on the Redfers. Tom was silent for a long time. If you go back now, everyone in the Seven Waters who has a relationship with you will be punished by the world government. In the worst case, it will probably be a death sentence for everyone. Chu Yang reminded him on the side. Tom sighed deeply. Why save me? You should have other purposes, right? Shanks smiled and said, the only purpose is to repay your kindness. If it weren't for the Oro Jackson you took the trouble to build, Captain Roger would find it difficult to achieve his ideals, and of course there would be no future Pirate King. Hearing this, Tom suddenly raised his head and looked at Shanks with a surprised face. I used to be a trainee crew member of Roger's pirate group. Shanks scratched his head and said. Tom then remembered that there were indeed two little radish heads on Roger's pirate ship, and it seemed that one of them was red-haired. The two exchanged pleasantries for a long time, and then Shanks invited Tom to join the banquet tonight. There is nothing more worth celebrating than successfully saving the lives of companions. At least, that's the case for the red hair pirates. The restaurant, which was 4 or 5 times wider than before, became a banquet hall, and the lights were on all night. All the pirates sang and danced, and their glasses were never empty. Tom slowly blended in, and soon got drunk. When he got up the next day, he accepted the fact that he had become a member of the ship. Chu Yang re-entered the research. I don't know if it was because of his good mood, but the research on bloodline factor technology went very smoothly. 5 days later, Chu Yang successfully extracted a bloodline factor with the effect of wood release. Naruto World. Chu Yang, who had been practicing in the wet bone forest for many days, successfully comprehended the sage mode, but he could not enter this state instantly like Hashirama Senju. It is not so easy to enter the sage mode instantly. Even Jiraiya, who would later become one of the 3 ninjas, could not do it. It requires a balance of 3 energies in the body: physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy. Chakra is the product of a balance between physical energy and spiritual energy. To add natural energy to it, the established balance must be broken. But inertia is terrible, especially when the body is used to how to produce chakra. This inertia has long developed into instinct. This is the fundamental reason why the sage mode is difficult to practice. When the mind is highly concentrated, it is not difficult to enter the sage mode. The difficult part is to maintain the sage mode, to act, even to fight. Chu Yang successfully made a facial mask appear on his face on the first day of practicing in the wet bone forest. It took 3 days to act as he pleased. It took 5 days to fight normally. This speed was unprecedented in the eyes of the slug sage, but Chu Yang was still not satisfied. If you can't guarantee that you can enter the sage mode at any time during the battle, then there is no point. For this reason, Chu Yang specially went to ask Senju Hashirama for advice. Senju Hashirama, just like this, then like this, and finally like that. Chu Yang. Senju Hashirama gestured, and the words he said made Chu Yang feel familiar and unfamiliar. He seemed to think that his description was very detailed, even vivid, until Chu Yang looked at him blankly. Tobirama has always said that I'm not suitable to be a teacher. Senju Hashirama scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. I think actual combat is easier for you to understand. Chu Yang sighed. This is the rhythm of him getting beaten. But in order to enter the sage mode faster, Chu Yang could only nod in agreement. In actual combat, except for the sage mode, other ninjutsu or senjutsu cannot be used, which means that Senju Hashirama's most advantageous wood escape cannot be used. If it is just a physical skill, the gap between Chu Yang and Senju Hashirama is not that big now. The problem is that Senju Hashirama will not give Chu Yang the opportunity to enter the sage mode in actual combat. He has been suppressing Chu Yang from the beginning. The outcome of Senju Hashirama in sage mode fighting Chu Yang, who has no sage mode and can only use physical skills, can be imagined. Chu Yang was stunned. Not to mention entering the sage mode, he could only barely defend against the attacks of Hashirama Senju with all his strength. Most of the time, he was like a human sandbag. The two fought from morning to dusk. Chu Yang was swollen all over. Hashirama Senju said with a refreshed look, I haven't had such a good time in a long time. The last time was the battle with Madara. After becoming the Hokage, there were no opportunities to fight. Sometimes I really envy Madara. At least he can fight the tailed beasts. How is it? After fighting for so long, have you found any feeling? Chu Yang, with a swollen nose and face, looked up at Hashirama Senju and said resentfully, do I look like I have any feeling? Hashirama Senju concentrated and held his breath and asked solemnly, who are you? Chu Yang sighed deeply. Teacher, this joke is not funny at all. Really? Ha ha ha. Hashirama Senju scratched his head and laughed to himself. Hashirama Senju's teaching method is simple and violent, but it was very effective, and it stimulated Chu Yang's potential to the fullest. Chu Yang was beaten for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally learned how to enter the fairy mode instantly in battle. Harry Potter World. After Chu Yang mastered the 3 unforgivable curses, he resumed his research on spells. As for the wand, it was temporarily suspended. Chu Yang's wand making skills have reached a very high level, and he has even found a formula for the replacement of the wand core, but it is still difficult to find a stable substitute for the wand core, so that himself in other worlds can make wands. So Chu Yang decided to change his research direction and prepare to learn the secret of wandless casting from Professor Flitwick or Headmaster Dumbledore. The wand is actually a product of Europe. Before the British wizard Isolcel established the Isle Vermorny school, the indigenous wizards in North America were all using wandless casting. African wizards only began to use wands in the 20th century. Strictly speaking, the wand is not a necessity for casting. The difficulty of wandless casting is very high, at least much more difficult than the owl and newt exams. The appearance of the wand lowered the conditions for casting spells, making them more controllable and simple. It was a key factor in the European wizards' crushing of wizards from other regions in the ever-evolving history. The wand and wandless casting are like the internal combustion engine and the steam engine, the latter of which has been abandoned by the times. For most wizards, giving up the wand and choosing to use wandless casting is as incomprehensible as modern people giving up high-speed rail and choosing steam trains. Even a strong man like Dumbledore would never use wandless casting in battle. But for Chu Yang, compared with the high learning threshold and shortcomings of wandless casting, it is more important to allow himself in other worlds to use magic. As for the shortcomings of wandless casting, Chu Yang can slowly overcome them with the knowledge of various worlds, and he is not worried about this at all. Headmaster Dumbledore has been very busy recently. Since Chu Yang passed on the information about Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes, he has rarely been seen in Hogwarts. Harry's mood has also become a little low, but fortunately Ron and Hermione are often with him. Since Dumbledore was not in school, Chu Yang could only ask Professor Flitwick to teach him the skills of wandless spellcasting. As the champion of the dueling competition, Professor Flitwick's spellcasting ability was second only to Dumbledore in the whole Hogwarts. Snape and Professor McGonagall were also good at wandless spellcasting, but they were not necessarily as thorough as Professor Flitwick. This was not their strong point. After class, Chu Yang did not go to the Great Hall to eat with his classmates, but went to the 8th floor alone, passed by the Room of Requirement, and walked along the corridor to the office near the West Tower. He reached out and knocked on the door. "Come in." Professor Flitwick's shrill voice came out. Chu Yang pushed the door open and saw Professor Flitwick making coffee. "Would you like a cup?" Professor Flitwick smiled. He liked students like Chu Yang to come to him after class. When the two discussed spells, Chu Yang's wild ideas often gave him great inspiration. "No, Professor, I came here to ask you for some knowledge." Chu Yang sat on the sofa very skillfully. "Did you encounter an incomprehensible spell?" Professor Flitwick held a cup of freshly brewed coffee and sat across from Chu Yang curiously. "It's not a spell." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I want to learn the skills of wandless casting from you." "Wandless casting?" Professor Flitwick was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, "Why do you want to learn this?" "Wandless casting is inefficient and difficult, just like the stone tools in the hands of primitive people." It is not difficult to judge from Professor Flitwick's words that he despises wandless casting and, like most wizards, thinks that wandless casting is very backward. Seeing that the topic was getting further and further away, Chu Yang quickly interrupted him. "I've been studying the history of magic recently, and I'm very curious about the earliest history of wizards. I want to know how European wizards cast spells before the invention of wands." "Oh." Professor Flitwick suddenly realized, smiled knowingly, and said, "I used to be like you, curious about everything in the wizarding world. Since you want to understand wandless spellcasting, I must first explain the relationship between magic power, wands, and spells. Everyone's own magic power is like water in a large bucket, and the magic power required to cast a spell is like water in a small bottle. If we want to pour the water in the large bucket into the small bottle accurately, we need a funnel, and the spell acts as a funnel to help us regulate the output of magic power. Even if I pour a little too much water sometimes, the funnel can help me adjust it and prevent the water from overflowing. If there is no wand, it is equivalent to pouring water from a large bucket into a small water bottle without a funnel. In case you use too much force, the water overflowing is still a small matter. Sometimes it will even knock over the water bottle. At this time, the entire spell will fail. In serious cases, there will be a backlash of magic. For wizards, this is a very terrible thing. At this point, Professor Flitwick's expression became extremely serious. Yang, you should have read about the consequences of wizards losing control of their magic power in books. And most of the magic out of control in wandless spells will be even more serious. The magic power will run wild in the body, like an endlessly inflated balloon. I don't need to say more about the end, right? Chu Yang immediately nodded and said, I see, Professor Flitwick. Well, very good. Professor Flitwick's smile reappeared on his face, and then he began to further teach Chu Yang the key points of wandless spell casting. Without a wand, our body takes on the role of the wand. Without a wand to act as a regulator, we must use mental power to strictly control the output of magic power. Mental power is the natural barrier to wandless spell casting. If the mental power is not strong enough, it is impossible to accurately pour water from a large bucket into a small water bottle. And a person's mental power will become stronger and stronger with age and constant meditation. This is why Headmaster Dumbledore's wandless spell casting seems easier than others. Professor Flitwick talked freely and told Chu Yang the key points of wandless spell casting. That night, Chu Yang sneaked out of school and went to the Forbidden Forest to practice wandless magic. The whole process was indeed not easy. If the total amount of magic power of a normal person can fill a large bucket, then Chu Yang's magic power can almost fill an entire black lake. The terrifying total amount of magic power made it very difficult for Chu Yang to control it. He couldn't do it at all, as Professor Flitwick said, to pour water into a small water bottle. That lake of water poured in, not to mention the water bottle, the bucket, water tank, and reservoir were all washed away. Chu Yang could only train himself to control magic power in a fine way. Chu Yang's advantage was that he had knowledge from other worlds. He tried to learn from the way of practicing chakra in the Naruto world to train his ability to control magic power. Waiter, serve the wine. Okay, sir. The waiter, dressed in linen, smiled and carried a jar of Kyubeilu from the backyard. Following the sound, he walked to the dining table by the window, poured a glass for the guests at that table, and then left the jar of wine on the dining table. Mr. Chu, please wait a moment. The wine and food will be here soon. Okay, thank you. Haha, Mr. Chu is always so polite. The waiter's face was flushed. It was undoubtedly a glorious thing for a scholar like Mr. Chu to thank him. Originally, the waiter wanted to say a few more pleasantries, but he immediately heard an urging voice in his ear. Waiter. He sighed and could only smile helplessly at Mr. Chu, then walked to another table of guests to greet them. Chu Yang nodded as well. As a former modern man, he was used to saying thank you to people, but it didn't have any special meaning. After coming to this world for nearly a year, Chu Yang got used to his identity as a teacher, and his speech and manner of conversation had changed drastically from when he first came. Chu Yang was a serious college student, and it was more than enough for him to be an enlightenment teacher for a group of little brats. He did a pretty good job, and he was well known not only in this town, but also in the surrounding areas. The smooth sailing at work could not heal Chu Yang's gradually drying heart. There was a lack of entertainment activities in ancient times. There was no TV, no movies, no computers, nothing. Except for listening to music in the brothels, there was nothing else. But even if Chu Yang's body could bear listening to music in the brothels every day, his wallet couldn't bear it. The profession of a teacher could only make Chu Yang worry-free about food and clothing, but it could not save those young ladies who were living in dire straits. Chu Yang felt very sorry. So coming to the restaurant to listen to storytellers when he had nothing to do became one of Chu Yang's few hobbies. The dishes on the table had just been served, and Chu Yang had just finished a glass of wine. In the middle of the hall, the storyteller, who was over 40 years old, gently dropped the wake-up stick in his hand on the table. Bang! The last time the book was about the Northern Song Dynasty's founders Ao Kuangai and the Southern Song Dynasty's founders Ao Guangai, brothers turned against each other and split the huge Song Dynasty into two countries, the Northern Song Dynasty and the Southern Song Dynasty. Hehe. Chu Yang couldn't help laughing. Everyone in the restaurant focused their eyes on him, but the storyteller was no longer surprised. Every time he talked about this, Mr. Chu, who had a somewhat strange temperament, would laugh, and there was also some mockery in his heart. Seeing that the guests were all staring at him, Chu Yang had to stand up and bow to apologize to the people around him, and then he calmed down the anger. The storyteller often continued, as the Song dynasty was split into two, the world's largest gang, the Beggars Gang, was also split into two, becoming the Northern Beggars Gang and the Southern Beggars Gang. The leader of the Northern Beggars Gang, Kyo Feng, and the leader of the Southern Beggars Gang, Han Kigang, are both top-notch heroes in the world. 7 days ago, the two agreed to compete at Yangmen Pass, wanting to represent the Northern and Southern Beggars Gangs to compete with each other. At first, the two used the Beggars Gang's unique martial arts to fight. Both sides had the same dragon subduing palm, and it was hard to tell who was better. Over Yanmen Pass, the sound of dragon roars could be heard incessantly, and the power of the palm was unstoppable. The aftermath could even break a towering tree 100 steps away. Halfway through the competition, the Liao army invaded Yanmen Pass. The two relied on the natural barrier of Yanmen Pass to hold off the army for a whole day. The leader of the Northern Beggars sect, Kyo, was young and vigorous. He lasted 3 hours longer than the old leader Hong, until the border troops and many Beggars sect disciples arrived. The Liao army saw that things were hopeless, so they left a pile of corpses and retreated in a hurry. As soon as the storyteller finished speaking, cheers rang out in the restaurant. Good kill. The two leaders are so heroic. Kill all those kitten dogs. Waiter. Another jar of wine, to help cheer us up. Successfully resisting the foreign enemy made everyone present very happy. Everyone was laughing. Chu Yang was also laughing. It's okay to travel through time, but it's so outrageous. The brothers Zhao Kuangain and Zhao Guangai turned against each other. Kyo Feng fought against Han Kigang. Brother Chu Yang, laugh a little quieter. If you keep laughing like this, people will think you're a fool. A little beggar who appeared out of nowhere sat down opposite Chu Yang and picked up food with chopsticks very naturally. Zhao Huan, Guangong fights Qin Kaian. Isn't this funny? Chu Yang asked back. I told you not to call me Zhao Huan. Only dogs are called Zhao Huan. The little beggar bared his teeth at Chu Yang angrily, then frowned and said, Guan Shengai and Qin Gangai are not from the same dynasty. How could they fight? Brother Chu Yang, your brain is getting worse and worse. Oh, forget it. Your brain has never been good anyway. How can a normal person invite beggars to dinner every day? Chu Yang smacked his lips and said, I didn't invite you. You sat at the table to eat by yourself. The little beggar Sido smiled cunningly. Then why do you often prepare 2 bowls when you eat alone? I want to prepare bowls and chopsticks. Chu Yang suddenly became sad and said with great sorrow, when I was a child, my family had a little yellow dog. It grew up with me. I treated it as a brother and always prepared bowls and chopsticks for it when I ate. Since it left home, this habit has been preserved. The little beggar was stunned for a moment and asked subconsciously, leaving home? Where did it go? Chu Yang replied with a smile, I went to beg for food. The little beggar immediately realized that Chu Yang was teasing him. His dirty little face instantly became angry, and he stood up to hit him. Relax. Chu Yang quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious first. Why are you still sitting there? You are saying some weird words that people can't understand again. The little beggar shouted like a girl, but he didn't really hit Chu Yang, but just stared at him with eyes as clear as a lake. What are you doing? Chu Yang had goosebumps all over his body. He held onto the railing and retched. He turned around and complained, if I had known you were this kind of person, I wouldn't have pitied you. A smile flashed in the little beggar's eyes, but he made a tearful expression on his face. He lowered his head and said in self-abasement, Brother Chu Yang, will you look down on me? I was born different from normal men, and I like different things. Chu Yang scratched his head awkwardly. He wanted to make a joke, but he didn't expect Zhao Huang to be so sad. Come to think of it, the issue of sexual orientation was also very sensitive in his original era, not to mention ancient times. Being different from ordinary people would only bring greater pressure. Looking at the little beggar with red eyes, Chu Yang felt that he was very pitiful for some reason and could only comfort him. I was just joking just now, and I didn't have any idea of discriminating against you. Really? The little beggar still looked like he was about to cry, with tears rolling in his eyes. Helplessly, Chu Yang could only put his head close to the little beggar's ear. The sudden approach made the little beggar's cheeks red. He was about to retreat when he heard Chu Yang's voice. "I'll sing a song for you. Don't be angry." After listening to it, the little beggar wanted to retreat, but Chu Yang's soft singing stopped him. Chu Yang's singing was very ordinary, not very good, and it could only be said that it was almost in tune. But the straightforward lyrics and a moving melody still made the little beggar immersed in it. The little beggar has been proficient in music since he was a child. The number of people in the world who can surpass him can be counted on 10 fingers. But it was the first time he heard a song of this style. It was very direct and deeply rooted in people's hearts. After listening to it for a long time, it even made people feel amazing. In order to make the little beggar understand, Chu Yang deleted the English part of the lyrics and replaced it with humming. Soon he sang the chorus, "Which rose has no thorns." The emotional lyrics kept bombarding the little beggar's heart. The little beggar looked at Chu Yang with a change of eyes, with some surprise and admiration. In his eyes, all scholars are pedantic. But the man in front of him is different from all the scholars he has met, since he ran away from home. He is a bit like his father. He has his own moral values, and is independent, and is regarded as a heretic by the world. Thinking of his father and the days when he ran away from home, the little beggar could no longer hold back the grievance in his heart, and tears flowed unconsciously. This time he really wanted to cry. Chu Yang only sang the chorus once and stopped, because the people around him kept looking at him, and the little beggar. I don't know what this man said to make a little beggar cry like this. He must have said something vicious, and whispered it in her ear. It's so despicable. Huh, isn't that Mr. Chu? The one who specializes in children's enlightenment teaching. It seems to be him. The world is going downhill. Chu Yang's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he whispered, "Xiao Huang. How about this? As long as you don't cry, you call me Xiao Chu from now on, and I call you Brother Huang." The little beggar burst into laughter. "We agreed. You have to call me Brother Huang when we meet in the future." Okay. Chu Yang nodded quickly, and before leaving, he did not forget to ask, "Are you full? If you are, we will leave quickly." The little beggar sneered, "If it wasn't for your face, I wouldn't bother to pick up my chopsticks. The food here is really bad, and I don't know why you come here every day. Stop bragging." Chu Yang rolled his eyes, grabbed his wrist and walked out. More and more people were watching the fun in the restaurant. The little beggar didn't know why, but he kept his head down all the way, being extremely obedient. Chu Yang grabbed his hand, like he grabbed the back of a cat's neck. "Hey, Brother Huang, although I don't discriminate against you, can you please stop doing this? I'm scared." After leaving the restaurant, they walked a distance. Chu Yang looked at the shy little beggar next to him, and was so scared that he let go of his hand instantly, and his scalp was numb. The little beggar couldn't help laughing. Seeing him laughing so happily, Chu Yang shook his head. He took out a cloth bag from his arms, which was filled with dry food he had just bought on the street. He handed the dry food to the little beggar. "Take it back, and share it with your companions." The little beggar said with a complicated expression, "When I first met you, you were giving food to beggars, and more than once. In this world, few people care about their lives like you do." Chu Yang sighed deeply, his face full of helplessness. As a communist successor born under the red flag, and raised in the spring breeze, it is difficult for him to turn a blind eye to this, whether in the original world or here. The little beggar said, "Xiao Chu, although your brain is not working well, you are kind-hearted. Except for occasionally coming to the restaurant to eat, you give away all your money." Hearing this, Chu Yang coughed violently, feeling a little ashamed. He did give a lot of alms. But in addition to beggars, there are also young ladies in the brothels. Alas, listening to music in the brothels is harmful. I don't know if it was because of the condemnation of his conscience. Chu Yang handed the dry food to the little beggar, and then he rushed home without stopping. The innocent eyes of the little beggar were too dazzling. The next day, Chu Yang announced the end of school amid the loud reading of the school children. There was a commotion in the yard, and the yellow sand rolled like an army approaching. Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction. "The flowers of the motherland are so strong. Very good. Everyone go home and do 3 more sets of homework." The naughty children suddenly quieted down and looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. Seeing the teacher nod slowly, they were like a bereaved parent. 3 sets of homework. The children with poor psychological quality have begun to cry bitterly. Seeing this, Chu Yang was even more satisfied. After school, Chu Yang, who had nothing to do, was going to go to the brothel. No, he was going to go to the East City Land Temple to see Xiao Huang. Then he went to listen to music. As a result, halfway through the journey, the road ahead was blocked by a group of guys with hairstyles like the family of Funeral Love. The leader had 3 big lumps on his forehead, each the size of a green date. Chu Yang's scalp was numb. "Brother, your folliculitis is very serious," Chu Yang said with some concern. The muscular man with 3 lumps on his head stared coldly at Chu Yang. Behind him, Chu Yang turned his head along the muscular man's line of sight. He suddenly saw a young man wearing a fur coat, leading a red horse, with large and small bags hanging on the horse, and a face that said "I'm an Avorish" following him. The young man grinned like a fool. "Good fellow, you dare to be so ostentatious in this world. Who else can I rob if not you?" The muscular man with lumps on his head had a very fierce look in his eyes. These 2 people probably have a grudge. Chu Yang walked to the corner silently and said with a smile, "You two can take revenge. If you have any grievances, don't worry about me." The tough guy roared, "It's this stinky boy who ruined our plan. Take him down." The enemy was coming fiercely. The young man put down his luggage and prepared to fight. He didn't forget to turn around and say to Chu Yang, "Sorry, I didn't mean to implicate you. Hey, who is your brother? Don't try to be a relative." Chu Yang hurriedly said to the group of killers in red clothes, "I don't know him, don't make a mistake." Before he finished speaking, a steel knife passed over Chu Yang's head. Chu Yang subconsciously hunched over, and his hair was cut off by the steel knife. The scattered hair fell from his eyes one by one. In extreme fear, Chu Yang was furious and raised his head and cursed, "Fuck you." The steel knife fell again, but this time, it would definitely not only cut off Chu Yang's hair. Chu Yang stared at the blade, and everything in his vision became slower and slower, as if it was frozen. His consciousness kept drifting away. When he came to his senses, he was already in a magnificent and mysterious palace. A circle of people stood around him, and everyone looked at him with curious eyes. Chu Yang looked at these people. Although he had never met them before, he felt familiar from the bottom of his heart. After a while, someone finally said, "Wow, this time it's ancient costumes." Chapter 86 Soul Palace Regular Meeting, the end of pretending. The regular meeting of the Soul Palace began. Chu Yang from the other world explained the situation to Chu Yang from the martial arts world, and then everyone shared their recent memories and abilities. According to the plan, Pirate Chu Yang found the bloodline factor technology and successfully separated some bloodline factors with wood escape characteristics. Hokage Chu Yang will use this technology to extract the required bloodline factors from the bloodline left by the Otsutsuki clan. Then he can try to create the bloodline factor of the 6 Paths Sage. Hokage Chu Yang has already learned the Sage mode. Adding the bloodline factor of the 6 Paths Sage can perfectly replicate the 6 Paths Sage mode. In addition, Hokage Chu Yang has another idea. "I want to try whether the bloodline factor technology can extract part of the chakra of the tail beast from the Jinchuriki. If successful, we can fuse these chakras and create our own Ten Tails chakra." This idea is very interesting and immediately aroused discussion among everyone. Magic Chu Yang said, "In theory, it should be possible. The tail beast itself is obtained by splitting the Ten Tails chakra, and different characteristics correspond to different tailed beasts. The key to the problem is that fusion may consume a huge amount of chakra. After all, the tailed beast chakra we got from the Jinchuriki is incomplete, and it must be supplemented to ensure the success rate of the fusion." Death Chu Yang reminded, "Put this plan on hold for the time being. The important thing now is to find a way to come up with the 6 Paths Sage mode. Urahara Kisuke's training of me is almost over, and I will follow Ichigo and the others into the Soul Society soon. I haven't had the experience of fighting a captain level death god with all my strength, so I'm not sure how much effect the Sage mode can have. 6 Paths Sage mode is a very important insurance for me." Hokage Chu Yang nodded. Magic Chu Yang asked, "Does Urahara Kisuke's training help you sense your own Zanpakuto?" Death Chu Yang sighed and said, "It does work, but I'm not Kurosaki Ichigo, so I can't do the same thing as him. I have to take the conventional route and join the death god camp to forge my Zanpakuto. Magic Chu Yang reminded, you have to make good use of your observation haki and try to avoid tricky opponents. Yamamoto Jinrai Seishijakuni, Aizen Sosuke, Kyoraku Shunsu, Anohanaritsu, Zaraki Kenpachi, these are the ones you have to avoid. Others can fight with confidence. Death Chu Yang scratched his head and said self-deprecatingly, counting it this way, there are actually not many I have a chance of winning. Demon Slayer Chu Yang suddenly opened. I have recently gained some insights into the origin of breathing. You can experience it after you go back. It may be helpful. Pirate Chu Yang also said, although I have been busy researching bloodline factor technology during this period, I have not fallen behind in my domineering practice. Don't worry. Death God Chu Yang nodded repeatedly and said, I know your intentions. I was just joking just now. I'm very confident about the journey to Soul Society. Marvel Chu Yang suddenly said, the core of Sage Mode is the balance of three energies, body, spirit, and nature. There should be no natural energy in Soul Society, right? Isn't everything there made up of spirit particles? In this case, how do you use Sage Mode? Death God Chu Yang was stunned. He had not thought about this question yet. Marvel Chu Yang patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Practice quickly after you go back how to use spirit particles to construct a new Sage Mode. Death God Chu Yang immediately fell into deep thought. Marvel Chu Yang turned to look at Magic Chu Yang and asked, with your current wandless spellcasting level, can you cast the 3 unforgivable curses? Magic Chu Yang shook his head, not yet, I can only cast some simple spells. Marvel Chu Yang felt a little regretful. He thought that, if his wandless spellcasting could barely reach the level of casting the Imperious Curse, he would consider joining SHIELD. If he could use the Imperious Curse to control the Hydra executives, he would get a lot of help. Everyone chatted for a while and then returned to their own worlds. Martial Arts World. The steel knife in front of him was 0.01 seconds away from hitting Chu Yang's head. As he opened his eyes, black lightning that ordinary people could not see began to rage wildly, and a terrifying force swept around. Overlord's Haki. The little minion rolled his eyes and fell straight in front of Chu Yang. Not only him, but all the thugs on the entire street were hit by the Overlord's Haki and fainted instantly. The muscular man with 3 large lumps on his head felt like he was hit by a hammer. He just reached out to touch the back of his head, rolled his eyes, and then fainted. He lasted 2 seconds longer than his younger brother. As for the big fool who directed the trouble to Chu Yang, he unexpectedly did not fall down, but leaned against a pillar precariously. Why is my head so dizzy all of a sudden? The big fool muttered to himself, looking like he wanted to vomit but couldn't. You little brat, you almost killed me. Chu Yang walked up to him and stared at him with gritted teeth. Brother, I'm sorry. The big fool bowed to Chu Yang's side to apologize. Obviously he was so dizzy that he couldn't tell east from west. No need to apologize. Let's get back at each other. Chu Yang smiled and then knocked the big fool unconscious in his blank eyes. Chu Yang searched all over his body, searched out all the silver and valuables, even the fur coat he was wearing. I'm being merciful by leaving you a set of clothes. Be smart next time, and don't drag innocent people into this. Not everyone is as lucky as me. Chu Yang glanced at him, then walked towards the members of the Zhang Ai family with exaggerated hairstyles. They have no grudges, but they can kill passers-by. I don't think they are good people. Chu Yang picked up the steel knife from the ground and casually cut one of them's throat. Then don't blame me for taking revenge. After saying this, Chu Yang walked forward with the steel knife. In an instant, the whole street was a river of blood. Chu Yang looked indifferent. If any ordinary citizen had the same experience today, they would have died at the hands of these people. Chu Yang had no psychological burden in killing them. When Chu Yang killed the last person, the guy with 3 lumps on his head suddenly got up from the ground and walked briskly. He had some basic skills in Kingang, but they were not very good. He ran for a long time without leaving Chu Yang's field of vision. Chu Yang threw the steel knife. With the blessing of brute force, even the most ordinary weapon became a deadly weapon. The man who was running away heard the sound of breaking air behind him. He looked back and saw a steel knife approaching from afar. The style was very familiar. It's over. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, the steel knife passed through his body. The terrifying power of the steel knife even made him fly up, and he and the knife were nailed to the wall of the street. Chu Yang walked slowly and looked up at him. "If you kill me today, my senior brother will not let you go." The tough guy left a cruel word, his neck twisted, and his eyes were wide open, full of unwillingness. "So, who is your senior brother? How could anyone tell you half of it?" Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and said, "It was you who wanted to kill me first, and then I killed you. It's just karma. You don't even have this kind of awareness after being a gangster. It's disappointing." The blood flowed down the wall. When it was about to flow to Chu Yang's feet, Chu Yang left, passing directly over the corpse with wide eyes. If nothing unexpected happened, the government officials would come soon. The big guy had been left by Chu Yang as a scapegoat. If the big guy was lucky enough, he might be able to leave here before the government officials came. The scapegoat is not absolute. After a while, Chu Yang, wearing a fur coat, came to the land temple. He looked around, but couldn't find the little beggar. After asking the beggars nearby, Chu Yang realized that the little beggar didn't live here at all. He lied to himself. But Chu Yang could understand it. It would be uncomfortable for people with unusual orientations to gather with people. After giving some food, Chu Yang left the land temple. He searched the city for a while, but still couldn't find the little beggar. At dusk, Chu Yang came to the restaurant as usual to listen to books and eat, but still didn't see the little beggar. Chu Yang wanted to share the joy of the plug-in with the little beggar, but he didn't expect that the boy would lose contact. Such a big table of food, no one to share, all went into my stomach. It feels good. People are in high spirits when they are happy. Chu Yang ate heartily. "What a little beggar, get off my feet." Chu Yang was in a good mood, and he was surprisingly quiet while listening to the book today. Even if he heard an outrageous story, he could remain calm. Since the last time the North and South beggars sects competed at Yangmen Pass, the martial arts world of the Northern and Southern Song dynasties has been much quieter. However, in the Ming dynasty, which borders the Northern and Southern Song dynasties, the martial arts world is turbulent. The two major demon sects in the Ming dynasty, the Ming cult and the Sun and Moon sect, have always had conflicts over doctrines, and their disciples have been arguing constantly. Just a few days ago, Yang Zhao of the Ming cult and Xiang Wentian of the Sun and Moon sect had a big fight. Both of them are the left envoys of light in their respective sects, and their status can be said to be second to none. Their fight has once again pushed the dispute between the two sects to the forefront. As for the cause, it seems to be because of a female disciple of Master Biju of Mount Emi, named Ji Zhaofu. And this fairy Ji Zhaofu, I heard, is the fiancé of Yin Liting, Yin Liuxia of Wudang Mountain, and has been missing for many years. Chu Yang was stunned. Ming cult versus Sun and Moon sect? It's fine that the Southern Song dynasty and the Northern Song dynasty became two countries, but now even the Ming dynasty has come out to join in the fun. Qiao Feng is in the demigods and semi-devils. Han Kigan is in the legend of the Condor Heroes and the return of the Condor Heroes. Yang Zhao is in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, and Xiang Wentian is in the Smiling Proud Wanderer. The entire northwest of Shanxi is in a mess. Just as Chu Yang was returning home, the big fool who almost killed him was taken to a mansion by someone overnight. The big fool opened his eyes and saw a ferocious looking bald man staring at him. He was shocked. "Who are you? Who am I? You killed my junior brother and 4 apprentices. Who do you say I am? Junior brother and apprentice? Are you talking about Hao Tang He and the 4 ghosts of the Yellow River? I didn't kill them. You still dare to quibble? They went there for you. How could they die at the hands of others? I really didn't kill them." The big fool kept making excuses, but he was too dumb. He kept saying it over and over again, but the bald man didn't listen at all. The bald man sneered, "Ji Yuojing. First you ruined the prince's plan to assassinate Temujin in Mongolia, and now you killed my junior brother and apprentice, Shatangshan. I will not forgive you no matter what. I will keep you in the palace and torture you slowly, so that you will live a life worse than death, to relieve my hatred." After that, Shatangshan asked his servants to drag Ji Yuojing away. "Old Shat, I don't think that stupid boy is lying." The person standing next to Shatangshan and talking was his good friend, Peng Lion Hu, the thousand-handed manslayer who was also one of the 5 masters and a one-iron Hongli. Peng Lion Hu said, Hao Tonghe and the 4 ghosts of the Yellow River are not bad in martial arts. Even if they can't beat this kid, they will never be killed by him. I have seen the wounds. The 4 ghosts of the Yellow River were all killed by a knife, and Hao Tonghe was pierced through the chest by a steel knife and nailed to the wall. It only took one move, and there were no other external injuries. Even if it's you and me, I'm afraid it's hard to do this, right? Peng Lion Hu's words shocked Sha Tongshan. He has always been irritable, and when he is furious, he will not think about the problem at all. However, after listening to Peng Lion Hu's analysis, he realized the seriousness of the matter. Let's not talk about his apprentice for now. Although his martial arts skills are not very good, his junior brother Hao Tonghe can always get through a few moves in his hands, and he is not completely powerless to fight back. Is it really someone else who did it? Sha Tongshan was full of doubts, wondering when he had provoked such a master. Peng Lion Hu said earnestly, don't touch that kid for the time being. If he has contact with the murderer, as long as he is with us, the murderer will show up sooner or later. As long as we enter the palace, we will go to Master Ling Si for help, and we will definitely be able to take him down. The more Sha Tongshan listened, the more he felt that Peng Lion Hu made sense, and he nodded repeatedly. Jiuo Jing, who was imprisoned in the dungeon of the palace, felt more and more wronged the more he thought about it. He really didn't do murder, but there was no one else at the scene except him. Suddenly, a figure flashed through Jiuo Jing's mind. That scholar in a long gown who seemed to be powerless. Although I accidentally implicated you, you took my money, took off my coat, and even framed me. Bad guy, don't let me find you. Jiuo Jing, who couldn't even curse, immediately shed tears of grievance. After surviving the disaster, Chu Yang's life did not change much. He still taught during the day and listened to books at night. In the past, Chu Yang only went to the restaurant to listen to books occasionally. But since Xiao Huang suddenly disappeared, he started to go to the restaurant more frequently. Chu Yang would habitually order a table of food and wait from dusk to dark. He was thinking, what if one day while eating, a certain brat suddenly appeared from the corner? But Xiao Huang had not been seen for several days. He just disappeared from the world, as if he had never appeared in this city. The brat usually has such a bad mouth, and is so mean. Could it be that he offended someone, was beaten to death, and thrown into the stinky ditch? The more Chu Yang thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. When Xiao Huang joked with him, he was always disrespectful. He didn't think there was anything wrong with getting along with the other person with modern thinking, but other people, especially those with status, would definitely not accept it. If he bumped into a noble, the consequences could be imagined. In ancient times, when human life was worthless, no one would care if a beggar like Xiao Huang died, not to mention one, even if hundreds of them died. Even if I report to the authorities may not care about the life and death of a small beggar. I have to rely on myself to find someone. After traveling through this world for so long, Chu Yang couldn't find another person who could be called a friend except Xiao Huang. It was difficult for him to stand by and watch. The worldviews of modern people and ancient people are not the same. It is more difficult for Chu Yang to find someone to talk to than to win the lottery. If Xiao Huang really died, Chu Yang would have to return to the predicament of no one to communicate with for a long time. It is a very scary thing to go into the spiritual desert again. After a quick dinner, Chu Yang went to the land temple in the east of the city again. Although Xiao Huang was not there, most of the beggars in the city gathered in this place. When it comes to the ability to find people, the disciples of the beggars sect are second to none, and no other faction dares to claim to be first. As soon as Chu Yang entered the temple, he smelled the stench coming towards him, which almost made him vomit his dinner. Mr. Chu. The beggars in the temple were all delighted when they saw Chu Yang. They immediately swarmed out and soon surrounded Chu Yang. The beggars in the land temple were very familiar with Chu Yang, because this Mr. Chu often gave them food, and was one of the most kind people in the beggars' hearts. Chu Yang did not disappoint them, and bought a lot of delicious food on the way. After all, it was a bit embarrassing to come empty-handed when asking someone to do something. After throwing roast chicken buns and a bunch of fancy food to the beggars, Chu Yang began to explain his purpose. Hearing that Chu Yang was looking for someone, the beggars took out the momentum of the disciples of the beggars sect, swept away their usual lazy appearance, and became extremely serious. Mr. Chu, don't worry. As long as the person you are looking for is still in the territory of Southern Song, we will find him, even if we have to dig deep into the ground. The person in charge of the land temple was a six-back disciple named Daeang. He made a solemn promise and patted his chest loudly. Then I'll leave it to you. Chu Yang bowed to the beggars in the temple and was very polite. As a famous teacher in the surrounding area, he gave enough face to these beggars' disciples. Daeang smiled from ear to ear. After his vanity was satisfied, he became particularly concerned about this matter. Before Chu Yang left, Daeang began to order the beggars' disciples under his command to go out and find someone. The beggars dispersed, and the land temple immediately became deserted. Finding someone is not something that can be achieved in a short time. Seeing this, Chu Yang did not stay any longer and left the land temple before it got dark. 3 days later, when Chu Yang was in the morning class, there was a knock on the door outside the courtyard. Chu Yang opened the door and saw that the person coming was Daeang. However, at this moment Daeang was not as confident as he had looked before. He said in a low voice with a serious expression, "Mr. Chu, we found the person, but the situation is not optimistic." Chu Yang frowned and said, "Brother Daeang, what do you mean?" Daeang took a deep breath and explained, "Brothers in the gang, based on the clues you provided, we have found the whereabouts of your friend. He seems to have been held hostage by a young master. Originally, those brothers were going to help you rescue the person, but that young man had good martial arts skills, and we brothers were no match for him at all. We were all injured. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, we are not strong enough to help you." Chu Yang didn't say much, but turned and went into the house, took out a purse, and stuffed it directly into Daeang's arms. Daeang opened the bag, and was shocked to see the rich money inside. He quickly handed the bag back. "No, Mr. Chu, I'm ashamed enough for not being able to help you save your friend. How can I take so much money?" Chu Yang pushed his hand back and shook his head. "Take it, show the brothers their injuries. Winter is coming soon. If they are injured, they may not survive. Treat them well, and don't let them get sick." Daeang's eyes suddenly turned red, and he trembled as he took the money bag back. "Mr. Chu, you are a good man. I thank you on behalf of my brothers. However, don't worry, I will find a way to ask the elders of the headquarters for help. No need to bother." Chu Yang shook his head and said, "Tell me all the news about Xiao Huang, and I will handle the next thing myself." Daeang was anxious and persuaded him, "Mr. Chu, don't be impulsive. That man is really a master. You, a scholar with no strength, can't beat him." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I'm not that stupid. I will ask others to help me when the time comes." Daeang didn't know what other masters Chu Yang knew, but seeing that he was confident, he stopped persuading him. "The person who held your friend hostage doesn't look like a master of the Central Plains martial arts. His martial arts moves have some shadows of the western regions. Now they are in a palace in Yanjing City." Daeang told the details of the situation, and Chu Yang felt more and more strange. Logically speaking, if Xiao Huang offended someone, he would most likely be killed on the spot. What kind of expert would take a little beggar to such a far place? Damn it, are these two people having an emotional dispute? Most likely they are not serious experts. Chu Yang subconsciously imagined a wonderful male drama, then shuddered fiercely, and felt a chill in his heart. Fuck, I suddenly don't want to save him. The next day, Chu Yang finished his last class and announced to the students that the private school would be closed for the holiday. Cheers rang out, and there was another commotion in the yard. Seeing them so happy, Chu Yang also smiled happily, so he immediately assigned a lot of holiday homework to ensure that the flowers of the motherland could spend every day fulfillingly. The cheers stopped abruptly, and the naughty children were stunned, and then burst into tears of joy. Chu Yang smiled and nodded, and pushed the door, and left with satisfaction. Yanjing City is located in the territory of the Jin Kingdom, and it is the capital of the Jin Kingdom. It is far away from the small town of Southern Song, where Chu Yang is. In this messy fusion world, the geographical map is completely different from the map in Chu Yang's memory. The geographical knowledge he learned before has no reference value. Maps were rare in ancient times. Chu Yang ran all over the town, but couldn't find a complete map. In the end, the storyteller in the restaurant gave Chu Yang a somewhat worn parchment map. This map has accompanied the storyteller to travel all over the country. It feels a bit patinated. People with slightly poor eyesight may not be able to see the words marked on the map. Chu Yang sighed and took the map to set off. In fact, Chu Yang was not worried about the blurry map. Anyway, he was going to fly over as long as the reference object was roughly correct. Taking advantage of the late night, Chu Yang used the super light and heavy rock technique to fly high in the sky. No one noticed him in the dark night sky. Looking down from the sky, the scene was very similar to the patinated map, with a hazy feeling. Half an incense stick of time, Chu Yang had reached the border of the Southern Song Dynasty and saw a majestic border pass. Further ahead was the territory of the Jin Kingdom. Chu Yang crossed the border and soon arrived in the territory of the Jin Kingdom. Seeing the cities one after another, he did not feel like he was going abroad because he could not see the difference between the two sides from the architectural style. Flying along the direction indicated by the map, Yanjing City soon appeared in front of Chu Yang. Compared with the small southern Song city where he lived before, the Yanjing City in front of him was more than 10 times larger. From a distance, it looked like an ancient beast lying dormant on the earth. Even in the middle of the night, the city was still brightly lit and looked very prosperous. The Jin people did not seem to pay much attention to curfew. The bright Yanjing city made it difficult for Chu Yang to settle down. After flying around the city, Chu Yang landed in the relatively quiet north of the city. This seemed to be an area where civilians gathered, and it was far less bright than other places. The people worked from sunrise to sunset and rested at sunset, and there was silence. There are many dignitaries living in Yanjing, and there are more than one palace. Where is Zhao Huang? It's late at night. Most people are sleeping, and the sight and hearing color can't work. I can't sense anything. Forget it. Find a place to sleep and talk about it tomorrow. Chu Yang walked alone on the street, and the surroundings were very quiet. Only the voice of the night watchman came intermittently. After leaving the north of the city, the light around was much brighter, and there were more hawking voices in Chu Yang's ears. Selling wontons, hot wontons, roasted meat, fresh mutton, deer meat, fish, 5 cents a string, delicious soup noodles, 8 cents a bowl. Looking around, the streets are almost all small stalls selling midnight snacks. Chu Yang walked by and suddenly had the illusion of being in a modern night market. Food is the first necessity of the people. No matter what era, the smell of fireworks is the most soothing to the heart. Chu Yang sighed, found a small stall selling wontons and sat down and ordered a bowl of wontons. Smelling the delicious wontons, Chu Yang's appetite was aroused and he lowered his head to eat. After flying all night, he was already hungry. Just as Chu Yang was concentrating on eating wontons, 2 figures came from a distance, looked around, and stood by the wonton stall. The wonton stall was not big, just a small table and a few benches. It could sit 3 people, but it was a bit crowded. So the 2 people stared at Chu Yang straight, ready to wait for him to finish eating before sitting down. Store owner, 2 bowls of wontons. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a vicissitudes of voice. He had grey hair on his temples, and his face was covered with wrinkles and scars. At first glance, he had a story. Next to the middle-aged man was a young girl, who was pretty. She was not the kind of delicate appearance, but delicate with some heroic spirit, bright eyes and white teeth. What really attracted people's attention was the girl's figure, with a protruding front and a curved back, and 2 long legs. The owner of the wonton stall stared at her. The young girl seemed to have noticed the boss's gaze, and shook the bag beside her, and a series of ping-pong sounds came from inside. The boss subconsciously looked at the bag. There were a lot of weapons inside, shining coldly. The boss's scalp numbed, his neck shrank, and he dared not look anymore, lowering his head, and cooking wontons honestly. Seeing this, Chu Yang's mouth corners slightly raised. The little girl was pretty, and had a bad temper. Boss, another bowl. As soon as Chu Yang finished speaking, he felt that the young girl standing next to him was a little unhappy. Why don't you leave quickly after eating? Aren't you afraid of being full after eating so much at night? The young girl muttered in a low voice, but every word entered Chu Yang's ears. I'm sorry, a bowl of wontons is really not enough to satisfy my hunger. I have a big appetite. Chu Yang turned his head and smiled. Hearing this, the young girl suddenly widened her eyes. She spoke very quietly just now, and ordinary people could not hear it at all. Oh soon, the fair face of the young girl turned red, and even her ears were burning. Chu Yang moved the bench and said, if you two don't mind, you can sit together. The middle-aged man glared at the young girl unhappily, then clasped his hands, and said to Chu Yang, my daughter is still young, and speaks without thinking. I hope this brother won't take it to heart. Chu Yang chuckled and said, it's okay. The middle-aged man smiled, and sat down next to Chu Yang very naturally, and did not forget to look back, and glance at his daughter. Although she didn't say anything, the girl felt her father's scolding eyes, and hurriedly lowered her head and sat down, saying sorry. Chu Yang politely replied that it didn't matter, he didn't take it to heart. The little brother looks like a scholar, but I didn't expect that he has such good kung fu. You can't judge a person by his appearance. The middle-aged man felt that Chu Yang's 5 senses were so sharp, he should be a martial artist, and his strength was not bad. Thank you for your compliment, big brother. I just know some basic martial arts. After saying that, Chu Yang focused on eating wontons, which made the middle-aged man who wanted to say a few polite words to him shut up and eat with his head down. While eating, the girl secretly looked at Chu Yang. This well-mannered scholar didn't look like a master at all. Before the girl could take a few more glances, Chu Yang finished the wontons in the bowl in no time, paid the bill, and left without looking back. Dad, is that man really a master? Looking at Chu Yang's back as he left, the girl was a little unconvinced. The middle-aged man frowned and hesitated. He should be a master. The young man gave me a very strange feeling, but I can't say where it's strange. The girl was confused. The middle-aged man shook his head and laughed. Whether he is a master or not is none of my business. If you have this time, you might as well think about tomorrow's martial arts competition to recruit a bride. The 4 words martial arts competition to recruit a bride made the girl's eyes flash with a hint of sadness. After eating and drinking, Chu Yang found an inn and had a good sleep. The next morning, he went around Yanjing City to find out information about the palace. Dayang only said that Xiao Huang was kidnapped into a palace. He didn't say which palace it was, but Chu Yang quickly identified the target because he heard a familiar name in the process of finding out information. Xiao Wangfu, Wanlian Hongli. As the initiator of the plotline of the Legend of the Condor Heroes, Wanlian Hongli is a very important character. There are many martial artists in Xiao Wangfu who can be called masters. Only people in Xiao Wangfu can hurt so many beggar gang disciples in the whole Yanjing city. As for who Xiao Huang offended, it doesn't matter now. If Chu Yang wants to rescue Xiao Huang, he has to go to Xiao Wangfu in person. In broad daylight, the palace must be heavily guarded, but Chu Yang doesn't care. Even if he breaks in by force, he can guarantee that he can come and go freely. None of the so-called masters in Xiao Wangfu can be his opponent. After asking a few passers-by on the way and confirming the location of the Xiao Palace, Chu Yang immediately set off and headed for the center of Yanjing City along the bustling streets. After passing through several alleys in succession, the street in front suddenly became lively. The common people didn't know what they were looking at, and they were crowded together, blocking the road tightly. Chu Yang smacked his lips and suddenly understood why Thanos snapped his fingers. He stood on tiptoe and looked at the sea of people in front of him. He was thinking about how to get out, and then he heard a scream. I saw a figure fell heavily on the open space in front of Chu Yang, like a fish that accidentally jumped ashore, fluttering violently, grimacing in pain. My goodness, what kind of acrobatics are you doing? Chu Yang looked up and saw a ring in front of him, with a flag on it, fluttering in the wind, and 4 big characters on the flag. Martial arts competition to recruit a bride. And the man lying on the ground was obviously kicked off the ring. It seems that he won't recover unless he lies down for 10 days or half a month. On the ring, the winner was actually a bald monk. So hard. Are all the monks here? Now the gender ratio is very unbalanced. Monks are afraid of not being able to find wives. Chu Yang shook his head and sighed. He didn't expect that he would have to worry about the birth rate in ancient times. The martial arts competition is so risky. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to sit down in a restaurant and talk about life? Foolish. Comparing martial arts is not as good as comparing dowry. The big monk stood on the ring and shouted wildly, "Who else?" Chu Yang was amazed. This master is really a man of temperament. He must be smoking and drinking. After waiting for a while, the crowd of people watching the excitement did not intend to disperse. Chu Yang planned to take a detour. If he squeezed hard, it would be like a tank running over this group of people. At this moment, a young man with gorgeous clothes and handsome appearance suddenly appeared in the crowd. He took 2 steps at a time, jumped up, stepped on the shoulders of passers-by, and rushed straight to the ring, as if he was going to participate in this martial arts competition. The handsome face of the young man, coupled with such a cool appearance, attracted everyone's attention. Even the girl who was competing for a husband on the ring was stunned. A proud look flashed across the young man's eyes. He liked the feeling of being the center of attention. The next second, his feet sank, as if he was hung by a heavy burden. His graceful posture came to an abrupt stop, and a teasing voice rang in his ears at the same time. "You can pretend, if you want to, but what's the matter with stepping on my head?" Chu Yang grabbed the young man's ankle, his face full of displeasure. If he hadn't been quick-witted, this guy would have stepped on his head and flew onto the ring. The handsome guy was very embarrassed. Now one of his feet was held by Chu Yang, and the other foot was on the shoulder of an old lady who was watching the fun. Not only was the old lady not angry, she also looked up and smiled at him with deep affection between her eyebrows, just like some crazy fans. The handsome guy shuddered, put away his foot that was stepping on the old lady, and suddenly kicked Chu Yang in the face. While Chu Yang was holding his ankle, he raised his elbow and used his elbow to push forward at the toes that were kicking him. With the powerful force, Chu Yang's elbow was not much different from a battering ram. The moment the handsome guy kicked him, there was a click and his entire foot suddenly lost consciousness. The severe pain turned the handsome guy into a pretty boy. Not only was his face pale, but even his breathing became rapid. Chu Yang smiled and threw him to the ground with force. The pretty boy suddenly felt dizzy. This man's attack was extremely cruel. With Chu Yang's temper, he would definitely deal with him. Just as the pretty boy was about to land, 2 people rushed out from the crowd. One was a llama wearing a red robe, and the other was a white-haired old man. Trumpet used a symbol to chop at Chu Yang's wrist, which was holding the pretty boy, and the old man shot several strange-shaped nails with his bare hands, pointing directly at Chu Yang's chest. The 2 of them attacked Chu Yang's gap at the same time, trying to force Chu Yang back and save the pretty boy. Be careful. After seeing Chu Yang's face, the girl on the stage remembered what happened at the wonton stall last night and couldn't help but remind him. What she didn't expect was that this young man dressed as a scholar didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Facing the sneak attack, he chose to smash the person in his hand to the ground. Boom. The pretty boy spurted out a large mouthful of blood and almost fainted from the pain. What a cruel man. Everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. At the same time, the symbols and nails hit Chu Yang's body. This scholar is doomed. The girl subconsciously had this idea in her mind. Not only her, but everyone else present had the same idea. However, the moment the symbol hit Chu Yang's wrist, the llama's face changed. From the feedback from the symbol, he felt that he didn't hit a human body, but a piece of extremely hard diamond. This slash made his entire right arm numb. Under the protection of the armament haki, the nails that shot into Chu Yang's chest seemed to hit the steel plate and fell to the ground with a clang. Oh no, it's a master of horizontal training. Llama's pupils shrank suddenly, and he shouted to remind his companions. He was about to retreat, but his sight just collided with Chu Yang. The coldness in Chu Yang's eyes was like a biting cold wind, blowing into Llama's bones, making his hair stand on end. Chu Yang stretched out his other hand and pressed it on the symbol, kneading it for a while. The symbol made of fine steel was like straw paper and was forcibly squeezed into a ball by Chu Yang, wrapping Llama's hand inside and unable to move. Llama's eyes were frightened and he looked like he had seen a ghost. He had been wandering in the martial arts world for decades, and this was the first time he saw someone who could turn fine steel into scrap iron with his bare hands. The old man on the side wanted to help, but when he saw this, he stopped in a hurry and left a long footprint on the ground. Chapter 87, Dimensionality Reduction and Attack on the Martial Arts World. My little prince is still young, so it's inevitable that he is a little naughty. If he offended you, I will apologize to you on behalf of the little prince. Please forgive him. The llama reacted quickly. After realizing that the enemy was not strong enough, he immediately surrendered. He was afraid. But the llama knew very well that, if something happened to the little prince here, he and Liang Ziwen would be the first to die. He bowed with both hands, but his hands were like Doraemon, and the weird appearance made the onlookers laugh. Little prince? Chu Yang glanced at the old man named Liang Ziwen next to him, and suddenly thought of something, and asked, are you Master Ling's he? The llama's face was delighted, and he quickly replied, I am. The one on the ground is the young Prince Huan Kang from the Zhao Wang mansion, the only son of Zhao Wang Wan Hongli. Since you know my name, you should also know Zhao Wang. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. It turned out to be Zhao Wang. What a coincidence. I was just planning to come to your house. Master Ling's he and Liang Ziwen smiled at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Although the young prince was injured, they brought back an extremely powerful horizontal training master this time. I think with Zhao Wang's tolerance, not only will he not punish them, but he may even reward them. Liang Ziwen bowed and smiled. It's really a flood that washed away the Dragon King temple. Family members don't know each other. After all this time, it turns out that you also want to serve Zhao Wang and serve the Great Jin Kingdom. Huan Kang, who was lying on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought he was going to die here. Before he could relax for long, Chu Yang's next words made his heart rise to his throat. Old man, you seem to have misunderstood. I went to the Zhao Palace because my friend was kidnapped to your Zhao Palace. I came to ask for him. Chu Yang sneered. You two go back and inform Wan Hongli to bring my friend here. Otherwise, he may not have any descendants today. Wan Kang was so scared that he trembled all over. Liang Ziwen hurriedly helped the injured Wan Kang up. Master Lingzi hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and chose to stand in front of the two to protect them. May I ask the name of your friend? When I return to the palace, I will definitely invite your friend out intact. Wan Kang's face was pale, and his strength was much weaker than before. Chu Yang glanced at him and said, my friend's surname is Huang, and he is a little beggar. After this, Wan Kang and others looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a while. Little beggar? How could the Zhao Palace kidnap a beggar? Wan Kang smiled awkwardly. You are making fun of us. Chu Yang replied with a half smile. If I really want to make fun of you, why not hang you three on a tree for a few days and nights? Wouldn't it be more fun? Lingzi Shangren and Liang Ziwen were shocked. Chu Yang's tone did not sound like a joke. Wan Kang took a deep breath and clasped his fists and said, please wait for a moment. After I go back, I will dig 3 feet into the ground to find your friends and bring them to you. Chu Yang shook his head. I didn't say you can leave. Wan Kang's smile froze, and the atmosphere became awkward. Wan Kang, Lingzi Shangren, Liang Ziwen, the three of them moved slowly, forming a horn, and seemed to be planning to give it a try. Suddenly, there was a noisy sound around, followed by the sound of uniform footsteps, shaking the ground slightly. The people who were just watching the excitement quickly stood on both sides of the road, leaving a road. An army came from not far away. In the center of the square formation was a gorgeous red sedan. It stopped in front of Wan Kang and his men after a while. Kanja, what are you doing? A woman's voice came from the sedan, soft and sweet, with the characteristics of a Jiangnan woman. Wan Kang slowly walked to the sedan and whispered in a wronged tone that he was bullied and hoped to use the army to deal with Chu Yang. The woman in the sedan was Wan Kang's biological mother Bao Zero. She knew Wan Kang's character very well and knew that it was probably him who caused the trouble, so no matter what Wan Kang said, she did not agree. Bao Zero has always been disgusted with her identity as a princess, not to mention using the Jin army to bully others, which has exceeded her bottom line. Wan Kang saw that he could not persuade his mother, so he gave up the idea of using the army, but the appearance of the army still gave Wan Kang a lot of confidence. His attitude towards Chu Yang was completely different from before. He returned to his previous arrogance and sneered, "Just now I respected your martial arts and was so polite to you because I valued your talent. You are so arrogant and domineering. Now I give you two choices. Either get out of here quickly or wait to be taken back to the palace by me." Chu Yang stared at Wan Yang Kang with a look of mental retardation and said, "I'm a stingy person. I only give you one choice. Stay and let someone bring my friend here." Wan Yang Kang narrowed his eyes, and murderous intent gradually appeared in his eyes. Bao Zero in the sedan heard the conversation between the two and hurriedly called Wan Yang Kang. When he came forward, he whispered to ask about the ins and outs of the matter. Wan Yang Kang had to tell him the reason why Chu Yang blocked him. Bao Zero also muttered after hearing this. How could such a big palace kidnap a little beggar? Bao Zero said hesitantly, "Kanja, that man is probably coming for you." Wan Yang Kang noticed that his mother's thoughts had changed, and he immediately became excited and hurriedly said, "That man relied on his martial arts skills to want to hold me hostage. Most likely he wanted to use me to threaten my father. What beggar friend is all nonsense? Such a thief must be captured and handed over to my father for disposal." Bao Zero gently lifted the curtain and looked at Chu Yang dressed as a scholar. After a little hesitation, she nodded and said, "You can take him away, but don't hurt his life. Wait until you return to the palace to determine the right and wrong." Wan Yang Kang was a little dissatisfied, but he still promised his mother not to hurt Chu Yang's life. He knew that his mother was kind. After getting Bao Zero's consent, Wan Yang Kang gave a look to the leader of the guards on the side. The latter understood and surrounded Chu Yang with a large group of soldiers without saying a word. When the people around saw this scene, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts, fearing that they would be affected. The bald monk who was standing on the stage and yelling "Who else?" was also frightened and ran away. Muniancy, who was dressed in red, didn't even look at him. She had been staring at Chu Yang since just now. "Dad, you are right. That scholar who looks gentle and refined is really a master," Muniancy exclaimed. "He actually broke the symbols in the hands of the Great Lama with his bare hands. He looks so young. He should be only a few years older than me, but he has such a powerful horizontal training skill." Yang Tixin, who used the alias Mu Yi, didn't hear what his daughter said at all. His attention had long been attracted by the big red sedan. There was the voice that he had been dreaming about. The gentle and soft voice like a wind chime pulled Yang Tixin's thoughts back to Niugia village 18 years ago. The stage turned into a warm little home in his memory in a blink of an eye. Brother Tai, the gentle and virtuous wife, stood in front of him vividly, laughing softly. Yang Tixin, who was distracted, subconsciously reached out his hand and wanted to touch his wife. The moment his fingers touched his wife's face, everything around him was like a dream bubble, becoming fragmented. Home is gone. Wife, children, brother Guozai Ocean, brother and sister-in-law leaping. Everyone is gone. Yang Tixin, who returned to reality, had red eyes, blue veins exposed, and looked crazy. He stared at the sedan chair. Yang Tixin wanted to know who was sitting behind the curtain. In the horrified eyes of Muniancy, Yang Tixin picked up the spear on the weapon rack and jumped off the ring without hesitation. He didn't even explain to Muniancy and rushed out alone. After Yang Tixin rushed out, Muniancy realized it belatedly and shouted, "Dad, don't." Yang Tixin, who was in a frenzy, couldn't hear Muniancy's call. He only wanted to see his wife, who he had been thinking about day and night. Even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, he would go and try. Since the leader of the guards had transferred most of the Jin soldiers to besiege Chu Yang, only a small group of Jin soldiers could stop Yang Tixin. The Yang family's spear skills were sharpened on the battlefield, and they were more handy for dealing with military formations than dealing with martial arts masters. Even though Yang Tixin's body was not as good as before, it was still no problem for him to deal with some Jin soldiers. In an instant, he killed through the weak military formation in front of him and rushed to a position 50 steps away from the sedan. Only Wan Yang Kang was left in front of Yang Tixin. Yang Tixin's behavior also completely angered Wan Yang Kang, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. He was already frustrated enough after being beaten up by Chu Yang today. Now even this street performer dared to attack him. Wan Yang Kang, who was burning with anger, circulated his internal force, and his 5 fingers formed claws, and then a gloomy and terrifying aura quietly filled the air. He wanted to use the 9 yin white bone claws to crush the top of the head of the middle-aged man in front of him. At this moment, Ling Zishangren and Liang Ziwang attacked at the same time and stopped Yang Tixin. Since the young prince was injured, Wan and Hang Li would most likely let them go. But if something happened to the princess, they would surely die. Master Ling's hands were wrapped in symbols, and he could not use his unique skills, the big handprint and the poisonous sand palm. His martial arts skills were greatly reduced, and he could not kill Yang Tixin. So Liang Ziwang became the main force against Yang Tixin. With the help of Master Lingzi, he suppressed Yang Tixin with a big grappling hand. If Yang Tixin had not fallen into madness and used a fighting method that traded his life for injury, he would probably have been taken down by these 2 people. When the 3 were fighting fiercely, Mu Niancy also chased after them. Although she didn't know why her father was like this, she had only one thought in her mind, which was to help Yang Tixin fight the enemy. Unfortunately, Mu Niance's martial arts were worse than Yang Tixin's, and she couldn't even break through the defense line of the Jin soldiers, and was trapped in the distance. She could only watch Yang Tixin vomit blood constantly after being beaten by Liang Ziwang and Master Lingzi. Who will save my father? Mu Niancy prayed in her heart while fighting with the Jin soldiers. On the other side, under the command of the guard leader, more soldiers attacked Chu Yang. The guard leader knew that Chu Yang was a master of horizontal training, so he asked the soldiers to hold long spears and attack from different angles, trying to find Chu Yang's vital point. It is rare to be an invulnerable master of horizontal training, but each of them has a vital point. Once the vital point is broken, the skills accumulated in one's life will be wasted. Facing countless spears stabbing at him, Chu Yang watched coldly and remained unmoved. Now his armed color domineering, let alone ordinary weapons, even Shanks' sword, Griffin, cannot be easily broken. When the spear tip stabbed Chu Yang's long gown, it broke directly. Dozens of spears broke at the same time, and the scene was very impactful. The Jin soldiers held the spears without the spearheads, just like holding fire sticks. The Jin soldiers' fighting skills were pretty good. When the weapons of the frontline spearmen were destroyed, they immediately retreated and changed their formation, allowing the spearmen in the back row to continue attacking. Wave after wave, the spears rained down on every part of Chu Yang's body. As long as the military formation was in operation, it would be like a ruthless killing machine that would never stop. This was the case under normal circumstances. But after 7 or 8 rounds of attacks, the Jin soldiers stopped moving, and the spears in their hands all turned into fire sticks, and the ground was covered with broken spearheads. The Jin soldiers were stunned, and the guard leader and Wan Iron Kang behind them were also stunned. Wan Iron Kang's face turned red, and he finally uttered a sentence after a long time. What kind of evil skill is this? Chu Yang looked at him with a smile. You will know in a while. Wan Iron Kang's head was buzzing. He was really scared. From birth to now, he had never been so scared. Without paying attention to his mother's instructions, he shouted hysterically, "Come on, all of you, hit him with your fists, bite him with your teeth, and kill him." The Jin soldiers threw away the bare gun barrels in their hands and rushed forward with red eyes. The young prince was angry. If he couldn't kill this scholar today, they would die tomorrow. Chu Yang shook his head, and the domineering aura of the king completely broke out. The golden storm that could not be seen by the naked eye swept around. Just like throwing a stone on the calm lake, the ripples of the domineering aura of the king continued to spread. The scene of the brave charge of the Jin soldiers stopped abruptly, as if someone had forcibly pressed the pause button. The army formation of nearly 1,000 people was motionless and quiet in an instant. The strange scene made Wan Iron Kang's scalp numb and his hair stood on end. Boom. The Jin soldier closest to Chu Yang suddenly fell down and fell straight to the ground. Then, the other Jin soldiers fell one after another like dominoes. A large number of Jin soldiers fell to the ground in a dense mass, and the scene was shocking. Seeing this scene, Wan Iron Kang opened his mouth wide and felt a strong sense of suffocation. The ability displayed by Chu Yang has exceeded the scope of his understanding. Not only was Wan Iron Kang afraid, but Ling Zishangren and Liang Ziwang, who were besieging Yang Tixin, were also frightened by the shocking scene. As a result, Yang Tixin, who was seriously injured, seized the opportunity and stabbed the two men in the vitals with 2 consecutive shots. Ling Zishangren and Liang Ziwang each let out a miserable howl and fell to the ground. Looking at the Jin soldiers who fainted around her and her father who fought back from the dead, Mu Nianzi was stunned. Did God really hear my plea? Chu Yang slowly walked towards Wan Nian Kang. When he passed by Mu Nianzi, she belatedly asked, "Did you do it?" Chu Yang nodded, suddenly stopped, and looked at the pretty girl in red in front of him. Martial arts competition to recruit a bride. Wan Nian Kang also appeared. Then she should be Mu Nianzi. Mu Nianzi was embarrassed by Chu Yang's gaze, and her beautiful face flushed. She couldn't help but lower her eyebrows and eyes to avoid Chu Yang's eyes. "Miss Mu, aren't you going to see your father?" Seeing Mu Nianzi twisting and turning in front of him, Chu Yang couldn't help but ask in confusion. Mu Nianzi exclaimed. Her face became more and more rosy, and she ran to Yang Tixin without looking back. The latter was seriously injured and sat on the side of the road like Master Lingxi and the others. Even so, Yang Tixin's eyes always stayed on the red sedan chair. Mu Nianzi supported Yang Tixin and asked about his injuries with concern, but Yang Tixin pushed Mu Nianzi away. "Nianzi, don't worry about me. Go over and lift the curtain of the sedan chair and let me see who is inside." Mu Nianzi looked at her father in confusion. He was so seriously injured. Why did he still care about who was sitting in a sedan chair? "Go." Yang Tixin shouted excitedly and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of hot blood. Seeing this, Mu Nianzi did not dare to delay any longer and hurried to the sedan. Wan Nian Kang suddenly appeared and blocked her way. Just as she was about to attack, she felt a sharp pain in her wrist. He looked up and found that Chu Yang was already standing beside him, pinching his wrist. Wan Nian Kang was sweating from the pain. Thinking of the scene of being picked up and smashed to the ground before, he dared not move. Bao Zero in the sedan had no idea what was happening outside. She only felt that the surroundings suddenly became unusually quiet. Somewhat uneasy, she lifted the curtain, stuck out half of her head, and called Wan Nian Kang softly. "Kanja, how is it?" Bao Zero did not get a response. Wan Nian Kang was so painful that he could not speak. Then, Mu Nianzi walked quickly to the sedan, lifted the curtain, and revealed the figure inside. She was stunned. There was a very beautiful woman sitting in the sedan, whose temperament and appearance were the only ones Mu Nianzi had ever seen in her life. So beautiful. Mu Nianzi suddenly had only this thought in her mind. What is the relationship between such a beautiful woman and dad? Why does dad have to look at her appearance? Mu Nianzi turned to look at Yang Tixin. Yang Tixin stretched his neck to see the face of the person in the sedan. It was a face that was almost the same as 18 years ago, as if the years had never left any traces on her face. Yang Tixin was so fascinated that tears fell unconsciously. "Ziuo." The weathered middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. It was not known whether it was because of his serious injury that he had no strength, or because he was ashamed of himself and did not dare to call the other person's name loudly. Bao Ziuo was wearing elegant and luxurious clothes, and her complexion and appearance were like a woman in her 20s. It was obvious that she was living a good life now. In a trance, Yang Tixin suddenly thought that Bao Ziuo was the princess in the mouth of the Jin soldiers. She is the princess. How could she be the princess? Yang Tixin muttered to himself, lost and distraught, as if all the energy in his body had been sucked away. After the curtain was completely opened, Bao Ziuo saw that all the Jin soldiers around her fell to the ground and saw her son being restrained, and she was immediately panicked. Although she was terrified, Bao Zero's instinct as a mother made her tremble and walk out of the sedan. Bao Zero said softly, "My son was rude and offended you, sir. Please be magnanimous and don't hurt my son. I will apologize to you on his behalf." Seeing his mother bowing her head to apologize for him, Wan Nian Kang was furious. He didn't know where he got the courage from and roared at Chu Yang, "Evil villain, kill me if you have the guts. If I die here today, you will never leave Yangjing City. You are so tough now." Chu Yang sneered and stomped his feet lightly. The stone slab under his feet instantly cracked, and the ground collapsed 3 feet out of thin air. Wan Nian Kang took a deep breath, and his reason instantly overcame his anger. He lowered his head and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. TSK." Chu Yang looked at him with contempt, then let go of his wrist, pointed at Ling Zishangren and Liang Ziwang and said, "Aren't you going back to Zhao Wangfu? Now that they can't move, you can go back." Wan Lian Kang's eyes widened, with a little bit of surprise and disbelief. Chu Yang pointed at Bao Zero and said, "But as a replacement, she has to stay." Wan Lian Kang's face turned pale. Chu Yang patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, "I see that your facial features are pale and your top of the head is black. You have the face of a star of destiny." Wan Lian Kang gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring your friend here unharmed." Chu Yang smiled and said, "You have made similar promises twice. Remember, 3 times is the limit." Wan Lian Kang nodded, turned around and walked to Bao Zero's ear and whispered a few words, then left. It was not until Wan Lian Kang disappeared that Bao Zero began to secretly look at the man dressed as a scholar in front of her. She suddenly realized that what Chu Yang said might be true. The current Zhao Wang mansion is a mixed bag, and many people from the underworld have gathered. Maybe someone really took his friend away. But why would such a powerful master be friends with a beggar? Bao Zero frowned, and she really couldn't figure it out. She didn't notice that Yang Tixin was still staring at her infatuatedly. Chu Yang glanced at Yang Tixin and shook his head secretly. This man seemed to be mentally ill. His wife, who had been lost for 18 years, was right in front of him, but he didn't say a word. He originally thought that Yang Tixin would recognize his wife at the first opportunity, but it seemed that this guy seemed to have a low self-esteem and did not dare to go up to recognize him. This spirit is far from Wan Lian Honglis. It's also thanks to Bao Zero's loyalty and righteousness, otherwise I would have kicked you out long ago. Chu Yang sighed helplessly. Muniancy noticed that Yang Tixin was different. She could almost conclude that there must be some kind of relationship between the two. Seeing her father shrinking back, Muniancy had to muster up her courage and walked up to Bao Zero and asked, "You are the princess, right?" Bao Zero looked at the little girl in front of her who pulled her out of the sedan chair and nodded. Muniancy said again, "My father seems to know you." Bao Zero asked in confusion, "Who is your father?" Muniancy pointed to Yang Tixin not far away, and Bao Zero looked in the direction she pointed. A middle-aged man with a miserable face came into view. Bao Zero looked at him for a while and shook her head. "I don't know your father. I must have recognized the wrong person." The voice was soft, but it sounded like thunder in Yang Tixin's ears. Everything in front of her seemed to be spinning. Muniancy didn't expect to get such an answer and became at a loss. Chu Yang couldn't bear it anymore. He walked straight to Bao Zero and said, "The man's surname is Yang, and his name is Tixin. You should know him." After hearing the 3 words Yang Tixin, Bao Zero's body trembled violently. She looked back at the very unfamiliar middle-aged man. The face was very different from the Yang Tixin in her memory, and it could even be said that it was completely unrelated. Impossible. Tej has died a long time ago. Recalling her husband, Bao Zero became very emotional, and her voice was very resolute, because she had always believed so for 18 years. Yang Tixin is dead. However, Chu Yang just asked another question and directly broke her psychological defense. "You said Yang Tixin is dead, but have you ever seen Yang Tixin's body?" The faint words fell into Bao Zero's heart, which was like thunder in the sky. "I haven't seen Tej's body, but..." Bao Zero couldn't say anything more. She slowly raised her head and looked at the middle-aged man. At this time, Yang Tixin also looked at her affectionately. After Chu Yang broke through that layer of window paper without any warning, he no longer dodged. Although the face will change due to years and suffering, but the eyes of loving someone will not change. After feeling Yang Tixin's gaze, Bao Zero's heart was completely shaken. She asked in a trembling voice, "Are you really Tej?" Yang Tixin struggled on the ground to stand up, but his body didn't obey. Seeing this, Muniancy hurried to his father and helped him up. Yang Tixin took a few breaths and said, "Niancy, help me pick up the gun." Muniancy obediently picked up the gun and handed it to his father. The spear, which was usually easy to use, became extremely heavy in the hands of Yang Tixin, who had lost too much blood. He wanted to use a Yang family spear, but just after he made a start, the whole spear slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground with a clang. Yang Tixin felt dizzy and couldn't even stand. Muniancy hurried forward to support him. Bao Zero saw this and felt inexplicably distressed, with a worried look on her face. Chu Yang knew that Yang Tixin was so seriously injured because of the previous battle with Master Ling's he and Liang Ziwang. Liang Ziwang's martial arts were not weak. At least before he learned the 18 dragon subduing palms, Jiuo Jing and Huan Ran could not beat him, and Master Ling's he was even stronger than Liang Ziwang. Fighting these two people, he could hold on until now, which was already a potential explosion for Yang Tixin. Chu Yang walked to Yang Tixin's side, stretched out his hand, and pressed on his shoulder, and then transferred some life energy into his body. Chu Yang, who had been an assistant in many worlds, was familiar with this matter. As a warm current flowed into his body, Yang Tixin's pain was relieved by half, and his expression was also much more relaxed. After a few seconds, Yang Tixin's physical condition improved immediately, and his pale face gradually became ruddy. Obviously the lost blood and ki had been replenished. Although the symptoms of the hidden disease left behind were still there, he was much more energetic, even better than before the injury. Muniancy was watching his father's face getting better little by little, and was so excited that he couldn't speak. Yang Tixin, who felt that his whole body was in peace, looked at Chu Yang with a complicated expression. The young scholar in front of him could not only tell his identity in one breath, but also had mysterious means. He couldn't be an ordinary person at all. With a flash of distracting thoughts, Yang Tixin clasped his hands towards Chu Yang and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving my life, Mr. Mu." Yang Tixin will never forget it. "I haven't asked for your name yet." Chu Yang. After replying, Chu Yang reminded, "You still have something to do. Mr. Chu, please wait a moment. I will come to talk to you after I have fulfilled my wish." After that, Yang Tixin walked towards Bao Zero with a spear in his hand. The cold wind was whistling. Yang Tixin looked at Bao Zero affectionately, and then he played with the Yang family spear, with a great momentum that could scare away thousands of troops. This set of spear skills was so familiar in Bao Zero's eyes. 18 years ago, she could see her husband practicing the same spear skills almost every day. The memories came like a tide, instantly drowning Bao Zero, and her tears could no longer be restrained, bursting out. She was finally sure that the middle-aged man in front of her, who made her feel strange, was her husband whom she thought about day and night, Yang Tixin. "Brother Tai." The soft and tender voice, with a crying tone at this moment, echoed in Yang Tixin's ears, making him unable to hold the spear in his hand anymore. The two who had reunited after a long separation hugged each other tightly and talked about their experiences over the years. Although the scene was touching, it still made Chu Yang feel a little embarrassed. He touched his nose and turned his head, only to see Muniancy with a dumbfounded look and a trance. The scene was too impactful and stunned the child. After all, the person hugging her father at this moment was the princess. Chu Yang thought the girl was quite cute and couldn't help wanting to tease her, so he shook his head and said in a critical tone, "Senior Yang is indeed a man of temperament. He hugged someone else's wife when he said so. I admire you." Muniancy immediately glared at Chu Yang, then felt that something was wrong, and quickly put on a gentle expression, whispering, "Mr. Chu, don't tease my father. You know my father's real name, so you should also know the reason for the matter." At this point, Muniancy suddenly realized that Chu Yang was deliberately talking to tease her, and her face turned red. Chu Yang was amazed. In just a few breaths, Miss Mu changed 4 or 5 expressions. If she went to sing, she would definitely be a famous actor. The blush on Muniance's face immediately spread, and her ears and neck also turned red. Chu Yang smiled knowingly. The girl in red in front of him was really cute, just like Zhao Huang, who sometimes showed this expression. Cute, silly, and a little arrogant. Not good. Chu Yang's face suddenly changed, as if he was facing a great enemy. He immediately sat up straight and kept repeating, "I'm a straight man. I like queens. I like Lalita. I like JK. I like black silk." Muniance's eyes were blank. She didn't understand what Chu Yang was saying at all, but she always felt that Mr. Chu seemed very anxious. After muttering for a while, Chu Yang looked at Muniance's beautiful face and long legs. He was ready to make a move. "Very good. Chu Yang was relieved. On the other side, Yang Tixin and Bao Zero, who had finished talking to each other, came over supporting each other. Yang Tixin clasped his fists and said, "Today, my husband and I can recognize each other, all thanks to Mr. Chu. If Mr. Chu asks me for anything in the future, I will do my best to help you." Chu Yang smiled and waved his hand. "No need to do that." The two chatted for a few sentences. Yang Tixin wanted to say something several times, but he couldn't help it and asked, "I know that Mr. Chu has great magical powers, but I'm still very curious about how Mr. Chu knows my real name." Chu Yang smacked his lips, thinking that this man is really unkind. He is still asking questions about his lifesaver. As expected, Wan Iron Hongli is better than him in terms of being a human being. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and moved his fingers quickly. The speed was so fast that after images appeared, which dazzled the other three people. "My family has been telling fortunes for generations." Chu Yang's fortune telling technique looked very professional. At least Yang Tixin couldn't see any flaws. He immediately showed an expression of admiration and nodded, saying, "Mr. Chu really has a family background. Do you believe this?" Chu Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Muniancy asked curiously, "Dad, what is the relationship between you and this madam?" Yang Tixin then told him what happened 18 years ago. Muniancy suddenly realized it, and her eyes looking at Bao Zero suddenly became complicated. As a woman, she could empathize with Bao Zero's experience. Muniancy was about to say something, but her expression suddenly became awkward. Bao Zero grabbed Muniance's hand at this time and said gently, "Since you are teacher's adopted daughter, you are naturally my adopted daughter. If you are willing, you might as well call me mother." Muniance's eyes suddenly turned red. She had never called me a mother since she was a child. "Mother?" Muniancy whispered softly, and Bao Zero liked her gentle appearance very much. She immediately smiled and grabbed Muniance's hand and rubbed it. "What should we do next?" Muniancy asked with a red face. Yang Tixin and Bao Zero looked at each other, and both of them were full of hesitation. First of all, on the one hand, they wanted to fly away and live the rest of their lives in anonymity. On the other hand, they also wanted to see their son, or rather, Yang Tixin wanted to recognize his son. Bao Zero sighed and said, "I know Kenja's character. When he returns to the palace, he will definitely ask King Zhao to mobilize the army, and King Zhao will definitely agree for my sake. It will be very dangerous for us to stay here. It's better to leave first, and then find Kenja to explain the reason when there is a chance in the future." Hearing this, Yang Tixin hesitated for a moment and nodded slowly. Seeing that her father agreed to leave, Muniancy turned to look at Chu Yang and asked, "Mr. Chu, do you want to go with us?" When she said this, she really hoped that Chu Yang would nod. But Chu Yang shook his head without hesitation and said, "I'm still waiting for that young prince to bring my friend here, so I can't leave yet." Yang Tixin persuaded him. "Mr. Chu is a martial arts master, the only one I've ever seen in my life. But if the Zhao Palace mobilizes a large army, it won't be a few thousand people, but tens of thousands of Jin soldiers. The Jurchens are invincible if they are less than 10,000, but more than 10,000. This is not an empty statement. Sir, don't act on your own. With your martial arts, you can find an opportunity to sneak into the palace secretly and rescue your friend by surprise." Muniancy kept nodding at the side. When she heard Chu Yang say he wanted to stay, she was also shocked. Bao Zero also persuaded him. Who knew that Chu Yang still shook his head? He didn't explain too much, but just found a place to sit down, closed his eyes and rested, silently waiting for Wan Iron Kang to come back. Seeing that his persuasion was fruitless, Yang Tixin was silent for a while, then turned to look at Bao Zero. "Zero, Mr. Chu saved my life. I can't just leave like this. I'm sorry." Bao Zero didn't complain, but smiled gently. "I have always been most proud of you. From childhood to adulthood, I have told Kenja that you are a great hero who values love and righteousness, so I won't blame you." Seeing that both parents were planning to stay, Muniancy said anxiously, "Dad and Mom, you finally waited for the day to meet. You can't stay here. You go. I will stay to help Mr. Chu." Yang Tixin shook his head and laughed. "I taught you martial arts. How much you are, I know very well. If you stay, it will only distract Mr. Chu. The father and daughter argued constantly. Chu Yang felt a little noisy, but it didn't matter whether he left or not. The sentence that the Jurchens were invincible when they were over 10,000 had no deterrent effect on him. Not to mention that in front of the Overlord color, these soldiers were like paper. Even if they compared firepower, he was not inferior at all. The steam explosion of the second generation water shadow ghost lantern Huanayu is a battlefield killer. In this era without mushroom bombs, a group of ancient people could not deal with this bug level strategic weapon, even if they tried their best. If Huanayan Kang is blind and did not bring the people out, but led a large number of Jin soldiers here, then don't blame him for not being martial, and then give him some unforgettable memories. At the same time, Huanayan Kang returned to the Zhao Palace with injuries, causing the entire palace to fall into panic. The young prince was injured, and the princess was held hostage. This is something that the servants dare not think about on weekdays. After Huanayan Hongli learned the news, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He immediately decided to mobilize the army as a prince to capture the thieves and protect the safety of the princess. But he was stopped by Huanayan Kang. Chu Yang underestimated the shadow he left in Huanayan Kang's heart. The latter had completely lost the courage to be his enemy. Father, that scholar has extraordinary martial arts skills, which I have never seen before, and what he wants is not difficult. We don't need to fight him head on. Huanayan Kang looked at Huanayan Hongli who was pacing back and forth in the hall, and kept persuading him. Kanja, how could my dignified Zhao Palace take away a little beggar? Huanayan Hongli waved his sleeves, and said with a smile. People from Zhao Palace will naturally not act like this, but what if they are those strange people recruited by father? They are originally all kinds of people in the world, so it's not surprising that they do something. Huanayan Kang's words made Huanayan Hongli fall into deep thought. It is undeniable that his words make sense. Although those people are respectful to them father and son on weekdays, they act arrogantly and do many outrageous things outside, causing complaints from the people. Huanayan Hongli has heard about it a long time ago. Huanayan Kang then said, Father, why don't we gather those masters and ask them about it? The situation was urgent, and the princess was still in the hands of the thieves. Huanayan Hongli didn't have time to think about it, so he immediately asked people to summon these masters to the front hall. After a while, Peng Lianhu, Shatangshan, and a handsome young man in white appeared in the front hall. In addition, there were some miscellaneous martial artists. Huanayan Hongli explained the situation and then asked, I would like to ask everyone present, did you kidnap others and enter the Zhao Wang mansion without authorization because of personal grudges? Peng Lianhu and Shatangshan were shocked and thought of Jiyojing. The young man in white also frowned. Everyone was silent. Huanayan Hongli's tone gradually became heavier, and he said in a cold voice, this concerns the safety of the princess. If anyone knows about it and doesn't report it, don't blame me for settling the score later. Peng Lianhu and Shatangshan looked at each other, and the latter gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, I captured a man some time ago, and he is imprisoned in the dungeon of the palace. I don't know if he is the person your highness is looking for. Huanayan Hongli squinted his eyes and asked, what's that man's name? Shatangshan replied, your highness has also heard of that man's name. It's Jiyojing who disrupted our plans in Mongolia. Huanayan Hongli looked at Huanayan Kang, who shook his head and said, his missing brother's surname is Huang, not Jiuo, so he should not be the one. The white-clothed young man's face changed when he heard this. Huanayan Kang noticed his expression and frowned. Bao Yanke, you also arrested someone into the palace? Bao Yanke, who was dressed in white, nodded. The person I arrested is surnamed Huang, but she is a girl. Huanayan Hongli sighed. One surname is wrong, and the other gender is wrong. What should I do? Huanayan Kang gritted his teeth and said, take both of them, and let him choose. Chapter 88, Monster? Immortal. Everyone waited in the hall for a while, and soon the guards of the palace brought a man and a woman. The man was Jiyojing. He was pale, ragged, and looked very haggard, like a real beggar. This period of imprisonment was not easy for Jiyojing. Although Shatangshan chose to show mercy because he was afraid, he still suffered a lot. It was common to have no food to eat. Compared with Jiyojing, the girl was treated much better. There was no dirt on her body, and she was energetic and ruddy. It was better to say that she was a guest here than to be arrested and brought to the palace. Chu Yang was also polite to her and said in a gentle voice, "Miss Huang, please come with us later." Huang Rang felt disgusted by this hypocritical and lecherous man in front of her. She said contemptuously, "Chu Yang, not only did you poison me, but you also kidnapped me to this place. If my father knew, he would definitely make you die miserably." Chu Yang chuckled and said, "Miss Huang, you are too serious. I'm just worried that you will be in danger if you are alone outside, so I took this desperate measure to bring you to the palace. I think Island Master Huang should understand me's intentions. Don't worry, I have already written a letter to inform my uncle. Before Island Master Huang finds you, my uncle Liang Feng will come here first and wait for Island Master Huang. At that time, I will propose to Island Master Huang." Bah. Huang Rang wrinkled her nose and said disdainfully, "Want me to marry you? Dream on. When the time comes, I will definitely let my father kill you." Chu Yang stopped arguing with Huang Rang. If the other party had not had the golden silk soft hedgehog armor on her body, and he was afraid of offending Huang Yaoshi, he would have killed this little girl long ago. Wan Lian Hongli heard the conversation between the two. He turned his head to look at Yang and frowned, saying, "The origin of this girl seems to be unusual." Yang bowed and said, "Your Majesty, this Miss Huang is the only daughter of Huang Yaoshi, the owner of Peach Blossom Island. Her identity is indeed extraordinary." Wan Lian Hongli did not speak, but looked at Yang deeply. Yang understood and said with a smile, "Your Highness, you don't need to worry about angering the Island Master Huang. After all, my uncle is a master as famous as him. Moreover, if I succeed in my marriage proposal, the Zhao Palace may have 2 masters of the master level as guests at the same time." After hearing this, Wan Lian Hongli couldn't help laughing. "Then I congratulate Mr. Rao Yang in advance on your wish." The other masters looked at Yang with envy. Some people are born winners in life. No matter what era, it is better to fight for your father. Then Wan Lian Hongli gave an order, and a large number of Jin soldiers began to gather outside the Zhao Palace. Even the soldiers guarding the city of Yanjing were transferred by him. In a blink of an eye, nearly 10,000 Jin soldiers were already in formation. Wan Lian Kang wanted to say something when he saw this, but when he saw the expression on Wan Lian Hongli's face, he knew that his father had already made a decision in his heart. Although Wan Lian Hongli treated Wan Lian Kang as his own son, he still didn't believe it. Who in the world could easily defeat the army of nearly 1,000 Jin soldiers? Even a master might not be so powerful. Wan Lian Hongli thought his son was scared, and that was why he was talking nonsense. But no matter what, the other party should be a master of Kung Fu. With Wan Lian Hongli's character, it would be better not to make an enemy. However, if the 2 people in front of him were not the ones the scholar was looking for, Wan Lian Hongli could not guarantee that the other party would not vent his anger on the Zhao Palace. It was estimated that a big battle would be inevitable between the 2 sides, and the necessary preparations had to be made. He wanted to see how powerful the scholar was, who was described by Wan Lian Kang as so amazing. Surrounded by the mighty army, everyone immediately went to Chu Yang's location. Huang Rang and Ji Yuojing were surrounded by Jin soldiers. Although they didn't know where they were going, they didn't dare to act rashly. The annoyed Huang Rang glanced at the silly boy next to her, tilted her head, and asked in a low voice, "Hey, big guy, how did they catch you and bring you to the Zhao Wang mansion?" Ji Yuojing replied in a sullen voice, "They wrongly accused me of murder." Huang Rang became interested and excitedly showed her 2 tiger teeth and asked, "Murder? Who did you kill?" "I didn't kill anyone." Ji Yuojing angrily told the whole story. From his encounter with Hao Tonghe and the 4 ghosts of the Yellow River, the battle between the 2 sides, to Chu Yang accidentally involved. Chu Yang killed Hao Tonghe and others, and framed him. The whole process was described clearly. Perhaps because he was too aggrieved, Ji Yuojing's stupid brain seemed to be enlightened. There was not even a little bit of trouble in the middle, and it was done in one go. After hearing this, Huang Rang's pretty little face wrinkled into a ball, thinking that this person was really unlucky, but then, she felt that there must be something hateful about pitiful people. Huang Rang asked, "It is abominable that the man framed you, but have you ever thought that, if he was really an ordinary person with no power, wouldn't he have died in the melee between you and the enemy? He was the one who implicated others first, and the other party only killed Hao Tonghe and others, but did not kill him. It was already a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment." Ji Yuojing lowered his head and did not speak for a long time. Huang Rang thought that this boy was silly and interesting. He actually reflected on himself. If it were her, she would probably think that the person implicated had a bad life. She patted Ji Yuojing on the shoulder and said with a smile, "We are now sharing weal and woe. At most, we can be half friends. If I meet that guy in the future, I will definitely help you kick his ass hard." Huang Rong, with her creamy skin, bright eyes and white teeth, smiled like a fairy walking out of a scroll, making him look at her infatuatedly without realizing it. Ji Yuojing's eyes reminded Huang Rang of Ayanke. She frowned slightly, turned her head away, ignored him, and then admired the scenery along the street by herself, without feeling held hostage. Ayanke, who was traveling with Wan and Hongli, noticed that the two were talking and laughing, and the flames of jealousy instantly rose, and his expression became gloomy. Ji Yuojing was not pleasing to him at all. The army passed through the border, and the streets were empty. The doors of every household were closed, and the adults hid behind the doors, observing the Jin soldiers through the gaps. The children were pulled into the inner room, covering their mouths tightly, and dared not make a sound. In ancient times, soldiers and bandits were only a thought away. After crossing several streets, everyone vaguely saw the arena for the martial arts competition. At this time, Ji Yuojing's emotions suddenly became excited because he saw a familiar figure, the one who made him experience the disaster of imprisonment. He pointed at the figure in front of him, turned to Huang Rang and said, "Miss Huang, that's the guy I'm talking about." Huang Rang stood on tiptoe and looked. What she saw was the figure she had been thinking about day and night. An incredible expression immediately appeared on her face. Then she couldn't suppress her joy. Thinking of what happened during this period, her eyes gradually became misty. On the other side, Ji Yuojing was still stupidly saying, "Miss Huang, you just said to help me kick." Huang Rang turned her head suddenly and glared at Ji Yuojing fiercely, which scared him. Then she kicked Ji Yuojing on the butt without saying a word. "You are such a shameless person who blames others for something else." Ji Yuojing was kicked away by Huang Rang and sat on the ground with his eyes blank. He didn't understand why Miss Huang said he was half a friend before and changed his mind in the blink of an eye. This kick actually kicked his own butt. Ji Yuojing felt wronged and wanted to cry, but had no tears. The masters were right. Women's minds are indeed the most complicated things in the world. Seeing Ji Yuojing being kicked, Bao Yanke, who was jealous before, couldn't help but applaud and laughed loudly. "Miss Huang kicked well. I also think this kid is not a good person." Huang Rang sneered. "Wait, you will be kicked later." Gao Yanke. Wan and Hongli looked around, looking for Bao Zero. The next second, Wan and Hongli's eyes were about to burst. He saw Bao Zero, but she was intimate with a middle-aged man, and wiped the dirt on the man's face with silk. Bao Zero's face was full of happiness, which was an expression Wan and Hongli had never seen in 18 years. The overly stimulating scene made Wan and Hongli tremble all over and almost fell off his warhorse. "Father." Wan and Kang supported Wan and Hongli's arm in time. "I'm fine." Wan and Hongli took a deep breath and stabilized his emotions. Wan and Kang looked at his father suspiciously, only to see that his eyes were red, like a man-eating wolf. Wan and Kang was shocked. "Young prince, is that the princess?" Gao Yanke glanced from a distance and saw the exact same scene, pointing in shock. Wan and Kang looked in the direction Yanke pointed and was immediately furious. "Damn bastard, how dare you bully my mother like this?" He cursed bastard and rushed towards Yang Tixin with King Gang. In his anger, Wan and Kang even ignored Chu Yang's existence. Chu Yang silently stretched out a foot and tripped Wan and Kang, who was running wildly. The latter flew out and fell in front of Yang Tixin and Bao Zero. He knelt on his knees. He looked like a good son coming to celebrate his father's birthday. Chu Yang nodded and said, "You are quite filial." Yang Tixin also looked flattered. He quickly reached out to help Wan Iron Kang, muttering, "Although we haven't met for 18 years, your filial piety really comforts me." Wan Iron Kang was furious. He took out a dagger from his arms and stabbed it towards Yang Tixin's chest. In a flash, Chu Yang used wandless magic to cast a flying spell on the dagger in Wan Iron Kang's hand. Then, the dagger suddenly flew out of his hand and fell to the ground beside him. Wan Iron Kang looked at his empty hands and suddenly doubted his life. When Yang Tixin saw that his son actually wanted to stab him, he immediately said with great pain, "Kanja, I'm your father." Wan Iron Kang was so angry that his veins were exposed, and he cursed, "I'm your grandfather. Let's talk about each other." Chu Yang turned his head to look at Muniansi and said in amazement, "Your family's generations are quite messy." Muniansi. Bao Zero went forward to hug Wan Iron Kang and said with tears in her eyes, "Kanja, he is really your father." When Wan Iron Kang heard his mother say this, he was struck by lightning and completely froze. Seeing that his wife and children, whom he had raised for 18 years, were about to put a green hat on his head, Wan Iron Hongli could no longer sit still. He ordered a large number of Jin soldiers to surround Chu Yang and others. He interrupted what Bao Zero was about to say next. Chu Yang looked at the Jin soldiers around him. This scene was still happening half an incense stick ago, and it was very familiar. Sure enough, the only lesson that humans can learn from history is that humans cannot learn any lessons from history. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly. Unlike Wan Iron Kang, Wan Iron Hongli did not rashly let the Jin soldiers attack. Instead, he rode his horse to Chu Yang, surrounded by a group of martial arts masters. Jiuo Jing and Huang Rang were also brought here. "I think you are the master that Kanja mentioned. Today, I will give you a face. You threatened my wife and children, but I won't bother with you. I also brought you the people you wanted. Please give me a face." Wan Iron Hongli rode a tall horse and spoke politely, but his voice was cold. Gao Ianke first pushed Jiuo Jing out of the crowd. When Chu Yang saw him, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect this guy to be imprisoned in Zhao Wangfu, and he didn't expect the two to meet here. Although they knew each other, Chu Yang had no intention of saving him from danger. He shook his head and said, "It's not him." Gao Ianke's expression tightened, and he subconsciously looked at Huang Rang. Wan Iron Hongli's face flashed with hesitation. Since Ianke explained Huang Rang's identity and background, he had a stronger desire not to hand Huang Rang over. If things could develop as Ianke said, the West Poison Iang Feng and the East Evil Huang Yaoshi would become relatives, and both of them would be used by the Zhao Palace, which would be most beneficial to him. "Sir, would you like to take a closer look? Apart from him, there is no other outsider in my Zhao Palace." Wan Iron Hongli said pretentiously. "Lord Zhao, would you like to think about it carefully? If the Zhao Palace cannot hand over another person except him, then it would be difficult for Lord Zhao to leave this street today." Chu Yang put one hand behind his back and the other hand on his abdomen, smiling politely. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere between the two sides immediately became solemn. Being threatened in front of so many people, even if Wan Iron Hongli had a good temper, he was still very angry at this time. Huang Rang in the crowd did not know that Chu Yang was looking for her. She stared blankly at the former teacher who was alone against thousands of troops, and his momentum was not inferior at all. "This guy Zhao Chu is actually a master? How dare he hide such a big thing from me? I will make him pay when I go back." Huang Rang was full of jealousy and clenched her fists angrily. At this moment, "Don't be rude, crazy man." Peng Lian Hu and Shatangshan flew up at the same time and attacked Chu Yang. They didn't believe that Chu Yang, as Wan Iron Kang said, was so powerful. Peng Lian Hu's weapon was a pair of iron judge's pens, while Shatangshan's weapon was a shiny black iron paddle. The weapons of the two were not mainstream weapons, and they were easy to recognize. Peng Lian Hu and Shatangshan attacked together. One of them used the judge's pen to attack Chu Yang's lower three roads, and the other used the iron paddle to sweep Chu Yang's neck. They are obviously two murderous bandits, but they still have the names of Thousand-Handed Human Slayer and Ghost Gate Dragon King. It's really a case of putting gold on a shit pot. Chu Yang sneered. His observation haki had already predicted the two's attack route. He stretched out his hand to grab the iron paddle and the judge's pen, and with a little force, He broke the weapons that made the two famous. Then Chu Yang kicked them back to Wan Iron Hongli. Peng Lianhu and Shatangshan's sternums were broken, and they vomited blood at the same time, as if they were breathing in more than out. In just a face-to-face encounter, two of the so-called five masters of Zhao Wangfu were seriously injured by Chu Yang. Looking at the dying Peng Lianhu and Shatangshan, Wan Iron Hongli was terrified. What a master! Wan Iron Hongli took a deep breath, clasped his hands together and said, "May I ask your name?" Chu Yang replied calmly, "My surname is Chu." Wan Iron Hongli kept thinking about which expert in the martial arts world had the surname Chu, and he was so young. Such a person could not be an unknown person. But after thinking for a long time, he had no clue. Wan Iron Hongli, who was eager to recruit talents, took the initiative to lower his posture. He turned over and dismounted, and even ignored the guard's obstruction, walked out of the army, and asked loudly, "Excuse me, where is Mr. Chu employed?" Chu Yang pouted and lied, 358th Regiment. Ah. Wan Iron Hongli was a little confused. He had never heard of the 358th Regiment. The smart Huang Rong knew that Chu Yang was teasing this Jin prince, and couldn't help laughing. Her laughter was particularly conspicuous in the quiet army. Chu Yang heard the laughter, and he was sure that it was Zhao Huang's voice. He had told Zhao Huang about the joke of drawing the sword when he was in a small town in the southern Song dynasty. The latter especially liked the phrase "the brave wins" when they meet on a narrow road. Chu Yang felt relieved after confirming that Zhao Huang was here. He was afraid of making such a big noise, but it was in vain. "Prince Zhao, you keep saying that there is no other outsider in Prince Zhao's mansion, but just now, I clearly heard my friend's laughter. You are a prince, and you are still lying at your age." Chu Yang looked at Wan Iron Hongli with contempt. Wan Iron Hongli coughed twice, knowing that he was in the wrong, so he could only signal Ianke to let Huang Rong out. Ianke was also a little bit insecure. He was confident that he could defeat the other four masters, but he could not do it like Chu Yang, who killed Peng Lianhu and Shatangshan in one round in a 1-on-2 situation. In addition to the deadlings Shangren and Liang Xingwen, he was the only one left among the five masters in the past. In the street fighting in the city, the military formation could not play an advantage. Without the help of masters, Chu Yang had the advantage of time and place. Ianke thought that he might be able to resist the Jin soldiers. "Let's take a step back now and wait for my uncle to come, and then ask him to deal with this scholar." Ianke was still secretly calculating in his heart. Huang Rong beside him had already stepped out of the army. Even if he reacted, he didn't dare to stop him. Chu Yang waited for a while, but he didn't wait for the little beggar in his memory. Instead, he waited for a cute, beautiful and graceful girl who looked a little familiar. "Fuck." Chu Yang took a breath, and then pointed at Wan Iron Hongli angrily and cursed, "You old bastard, you are quite perverted. You actually let my brother wear women's clothes." "I'm sorry, brother, I came too late. They didn't do anything strange to you." In front of so many Jin soldiers, he was inexplicably scolded. Wan Iron Hongli's face flushed with frustration, and he almost had a brain congestion. Huang Rong stamped her feet in anger, regretting that she shouldn't have joked with Chu Yang at the beginning. The other party already thought that she was a boy with a different orientation. The key to the problem is that Chu Yang has seen too many boys who dress up better than girls on the internet, so he subconsciously thinks she is a cross-dresser. "I'm a woman," Huang Rong shouted in shame and anger. "I said I don't discriminate." Chu Yang was stunned for a moment and asked blankly, "Are you talking about the physical level or the psychological level?" Huang Rong was the only one who understood what Chu Yang said. She blushed and gritted her teeth and said, "The physical level." This time it was Chu Yang's turn to be caught off guard. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere. Just now they were calling each other brothers, but now in a blink of an eye, brothers have become sisters. It's so sudden. Chu Yang felt that this plot was a bit familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Huang Rong walked to the middle of the road and did not forget to push Ji Yuojing, whispering, "Why are you standing there? Come with me. Do you still want to go back to the palace prison?" Ji Yuojing then stupidly walked to Chu Yang with Huang Rong. Although she was angry, Huang Rong still naturally stuck to Chu Yang, but the latter quietly moved a little to the side. Huang Rang was sharp-eyed and noticed Chu Yang's action. Her cute little face suddenly became ferocious, and she said angrily, "Xiao Chu, what do you mean?" Chu Yang glanced at her and said embarrassedly, "You are too close to me. I'm not used to it." Huang Rang gritted her teeth and said, "When we were in Southern Song, you hugged my shoulders, touched my head, pinched my face, hugged my neck, and patted me. Now you tell me you are not used to it?" Chu Yang said righteously, "It's different. You were my brother at that time." Huang Rang looked at him coldly, "What about now?" Chu Yang said sincerely, "We are all good sisters." Huang Rang kept looking at Chu Yang's body with murderous eyes. Chu Yang coughed dryly, slapped his right hand with his left hand, and scolded, "You were naughty, and now something happened." Huang Rang sighed lightly, and she suddenly felt a headache. "But then again, why did you bring this thing back?" Chu Yang pointed at the stunned Ji Yuojing and asked. The look in Anke's eyes when he looked at Ji Yuojing just now was not right. This kid will definitely get into trouble when he returns. It is better to save his life and count it as a blessing for you. Huang Rang replied. Ji Yuojing. Chu Yang looked at this silly boy who almost killed him in surprise. He turned out to be Ji Yuojing. Why did he? Chu Yang was about to refute, but suddenly changed his mind. Ji Yuojing is just a fool. Huang Rang thought Chu Yang was still angry, so she put on a cute smile and said softly, "Oh, brother Chu, I know this fool has caused you trouble, but with your skills, isn't it a piece of cake to deal with small characters like Hao Tang-hei and the four ghosts of the Yellow River? You are a big man, and don't remember the mistakes of a small man." Chu Yang waved his hand quickly. "No, wait a minute, let me sort it out. Ji Yuojing, Hao Tang-hei, the four ghosts of the Yellow River, and a little Huang dressed as a woman. The plot is getting more and more familiar." Chu Yang hesitated and asked, "What's your full name?" Huang Rang tilted her head and said, "My name is Huang Rang. Didn't I tell you?" Chu Yang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and sat up in shock from his dying illness. Ji Yuojing was actually me. Damn it, I actually mixed up Ji Yuojing's role. When I watched TV before, I always thought Ji Yuojing was a moron. He could recognize such a beautiful girl as a brother. Good guy. Now the moron has transferred to me. Chu Yang and Huang Rang were chatting enthusiastically. In front of nearly 10,000 Jin soldiers, Wan and Hang Li was left alone. For this, the latter was very embarrassed. Wan and Hang Li had to interrupt the conversation between the two. "Mr. Chu, I have already handed over the person you want to you. May I ask if you can return my wife and children?" Chu Yang nodded and said, "Don't worry, Prince Ao, I'm the most trustworthy person. No problem." Yang Tixin and his wife at the back trembled violently when they heard the words. Their faces suddenly turned pale, and they looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. Mu Niancy stared at Chu Yang furiously. Her adoptive parents stayed to help him despite the danger, but this was the reward they received. She gnashed her teeth and cursed at Chu Yang, "Shameless villain." Huang Rang was not happy with her curse. She bared her tiger teeth and said angrily, "Who are you scolding? Be careful or I'll sew your mouth shut." Mu Niancy snorted coldly and ignored Huang Rang. Huang Rang narrowed her eyes and looked Mu Niancy up and down. The feud between the two sides seemed to be established at this moment. On the other side, Wan and Hang Li was elated when Chu Yang gave him a positive answer. He laughed and said, "Mr. Chu is indeed a hero. Once he speaks, he can't take it back." Chu Yang nodded contentedly, turned around and smiled at Huang Rang. Although this old man is a pervert, he still has a good eye for people. "Wan and Hang Li." Huang Rang whispered, "Don't forget his masters who are shit pots with gold edges." Chu Yang immediately restrained his smile and shook his head, saying, "Just pretend I didn't say anything just now." Wan and Hang Li's mouth twitched, and his breathing became much more rapid. If he didn't leave quickly, he would be pissed off to death by this guy named Chu. And that stinky girl named Huang. Ziao, bring Kanja back quickly. I'll pretend that what happened today never happened. In order to win back his wife, the anxious Wan and Hang Li said in an almost pleading tone. But, Bao Ziao shook his head firmly. At this time, she still didn't know that the tragedy in Nujia village 18 years ago was caused by Wan and Hang Li, and she still felt a little guilty towards Wan and Hang Li. After all, Wan and Hongli doted on her for so many years and never took a concubine for 18 years. Even though he knew that Wan and Kang was not his son, he still treated her as his own son and enjoyed all the wealth and glory. Whether in terms of material or emotional aspects, Wan and Hongli did not let the mother and son down. Therefore, Baoziruo's eyes were full of guilt, and she shook her head slowly and said, "Your Majesty, you have always known that I'm thinking about my husband who died 18 years ago, so you built an Ujiya village for me in the huge palace. Now that I know that my husband is not dead, I must follow him to leave. I hope that your Majesty can help us as husband and wife." Every word of Baoziruo was like a knife, stabbing into Wan and Hongli's heart. Wan and Hongli's eyes widened with anger. "Why are you sure that he is your husband? Yang Tixin died 18 years ago." Baoziruo, with a sad look on her face, said firmly, "He is my husband, and I recognize every part of him." Upon hearing this, Wan and Hongli, who was furious, actually spit out a mouthful of blood and fell backwards. Yao Yang was quick to support his back. Chu Yang looked at Baoziruo and exclaimed, "He is a ruthless man." At this time, Wan and Kang, who had been down, finally came to his senses, stood up and grabbed Baoziruo's arm, and said in a deep voice, "I'm the young prince of the Jin Kingdom. My father is Wan and Hongli, the king of Zhao. I don't know any Yang Tixin, and my name is not Yang Kang." His tone became colder and colder. "Mom, you must have been deceived by this man. How could someone who died 18 years ago appear now safely?" Baoziruo looked at her son in disbelief. Wan and Kang at this time was so strange in her eyes. Wan and Kang was still chattering, not noticing his mother's expression at all, until a loud slap hit his face. Snap. Wan and Kang covered his face and looked at his mother in shock. In the past 18 years, his mother had never hit him so hard. Yang Tixin and Wan and Hongli were also very shocked. They knew Baoziruo's character very well. If he was not extremely angry, he would never do this. After this slap, Wan and Kang completely calmed down. At the same time, Baoziruo also took a few steps forward and looked directly at Wan and Hongli. "Prince Zhao, Baoziruo has nothing to repay for the kindness of these 18 years, but if you want to separate us, I would rather die than obey." Wan and Hongli's eyes were gloomy, and he whispered, "My patience is limited. If you continue like this, everyone here will be buried with you." Chu Yang asked back with dissatisfaction, "Everyone?" Wan and Hongli's eyelids jumped. "Damn. Forgot that this disaster star is still here." Wan and Hongli had an awkward fake smile on his face. "Mr. Chu is naturally not included in this list, but since you have found a confidant, can you leave now? The next thing is my family affairs." The word confidant made Huang Rang's fair face flushed. Chu Yang smiled and said, "TSK, is it illegal to walk slowly?" Wan and Hongli felt like he was going to have a heart attack. He decided not to pay attention to Chu Yang anymore and directly ordered the Jin soldiers to surround Yang Tixin. The Jin soldiers were like a torrent, but when they passed by Chu Yang, they naturally bypassed him, just like encountering a reef. "Kanja, even if you are not my biological child, as long as I recognize you as my son, you will always be the little prince of the Jin Kingdom." Wan and Kang. Wan and Hongli jumped on his horse and said loudly, "Kanja, bring your mother back." Wan and Kang's body shook, and his eyes were shining again. In fact, what hit him the most was not becoming Yang Tixin's son, but that he could not be Wan and Hongli's son. Seeing more and more Jin soldiers, Yang Tixin held a spear in his hand and protected his wife and daughter behind him. "Kanja!" Yang Tixin shouted loudly, trying to call back Wan and Kang's conscience. Who knew that his shouting aroused Wan and Kang's anger, and the latter directly attacked. The two immediately staged a father-son battle. Baoziruo saw this and was heartbroken. In terms of martial arts, Yang Tixin is no match for Wan and Kang. Chu Yang did not make a move to stop Wan and Kang this time, but Ji Yuojing beside him was ready to make a move. "What are you doing?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes at him. "Chu, brother, this Uncle Yang may be an old friend of my parents. I can't just stand by and watch." Although he was stupid, Ji Yuojing always remembered that his mother Li Ping told him about the relationship between the Ji Yuo and Yang families, and he came to the Central Plains from Mongolia this time to complete the duel with Wan and Kang. Chu Yang nodded and said, "Then you go ahead." If anything happens to you, I will help you collect your body. Jujing clasped his hands together. Thank you, brother Chu. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. No way, are you thanking me for this? After saying this, Jujing leaped and rushed towards Wan Kang. Unfortunately, Jujing didn't have the chance to drink the snake blood. His martial arts skills were still the same. Not to mention helping, he was beaten by Wan Kang until he vomited blood in just a few moves. Huang Rang whispered in Chu Yang's ear, Xiao Chu, when are you going to take action? If you keep playing, something bad will happen. Chu Yang asked curiously, why do you think I will take action? Huang Rang said contemptuously, come on, everyone in the surrounding area knows you, the kind-hearted Chu. You have fed all the beggars in the city and made them fat. Chu Yang said, goodwill and principles are two different things. My principle is that people should never go back on their words. While speaking, Yang Tixin and Jujing were subdued by Wan Kang, but neither of them was in danger of life. At the critical moment, he still didn't dare to take action against this man, who might be his biological father. Bao Zero breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Wan Kang grabbed her hand and dragged her towards Wan Hongli. Yang Tixin's shouting at the top of his lungs and Bao Zero's tears failed to move Wan Kang's heart of stone. Just when Wan Hongli was about to take Bao Zero away triumphantly, Chu Yang suddenly asked, excuse me, Prince Ao, are the agreements between you and me settled? Wan Hongli laughed, I have taken my wife and children away, so the agreement between you and me is naturally reached, and we are completely settled. Huang Rang seemed to have guessed what Chu Yang wanted to say in advance, and suddenly chuckled. Since we are already settled, what I'm going to do next has nothing to do with the previous agreement. Chu Yang smiled slightly. Wan Hongli suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Chu Yang brushed his sleeves, looked polite, and then spoke. Robbery. Hand over your wife and children to me. The dignified prince of the Jin Kingdom was fooled by an unknown scholar again and again today. Even if Wan Hongli knew how to endure and weigh the pros and cons, and had a big temper, he was still angry at this moment. How could this be tolerated? I'm eager to seek talents, and I respect you as a talent, so I'm giving in every way. Have you forgotten that this is Yanjing City, the Jin Kingdom? Wan Hongli shouted angrily, and a large number of Jin soldiers swarmed up, surrounding Chu Yang and others. Unlike the Malay soldiers before, Wan Hongli brought many archers to the rear, and the front row was a vanguard composed of sword and shield soldiers and spearmen. This is the most common battlefield formation. So many Jin soldiers made Huang Rong, who was just laughing, nervous. She held Chu Yang's arm tightly and whispered, Xiao Chu, are you sure you can deal with them? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said unhappily, are you afraid now? You laughed the loudest just now. Huang Rong was very dissatisfied with Chu Yang's attitude, pouted and stared at him angrily. Yang Tixin, Mu Nianci, and Jujing also walked to Chu Yang's side at the first time. Seeing the targets gathered together, Wan Hongli did not let the Malay soldiers go forward to test Chu Yang's strength, but decisively ordered, shoot. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with admiration. This man is indeed a veteran hero. He did not give him any chance, and chose to end the battle in the safest way. All archers shot at the same time. Swish swish swish, the black arrows were like a rain curtain. Seeing this, Bao Zero had already fainted on Wan Hongli's horse. Wan Kang climbed onto the horse, but lowered his head, not daring to look at where the arrows fell. He secretly glanced at Yang Tixin with the corner of his eyes, and his hands holding the reins trembled slightly, his face pale. The sound of the arrow breaking through the air was clearly transmitted to Huang Rong's ears. At this moment, even if she wanted to use King Gong to escape, it was too late. She could only close her eyes, and her hands were still tightly grasping Chu Yang's clothes. Yang Tixin, Mu Nianci, and Jujing, the three of them also showed despair on their faces, and their bodies were shaking unconsciously. Yang Tixin looked at Bao Zero affectionately for the last time. Everyone thought that Chu Yang and his men would die. At the critical moment, Wan Hongli suddenly saw Chu Yang put his hands together and clap them gently. In an instant, some thick tree vines rose from the ground. These trees formed a solid defensive barrier and successfully blocked all the arrows that were like a rain curtain. Everyone was unharmed. After a short stagnation, the expressions on the faces of Yang Tixin and the other two changed from despair to ecstasy. At the same time, Wan and Hongli and nearly 10,000 elite Jin soldiers were left with the same terrified face. Wan and Hongli shouted, "This is not martial arts. This is evil magic. This man is a demon." Wan and Kang was so scared that he fell off his horse and fell heavily to the ground. Gao Yanke was pale and his legs were weak. He no longer had the idea of asking his uncle Liang Feng to help him find a place. What the hell? He just wanted to run away now. He didn't want to meet Chu Yang again in his life. The fear of the unknown is the most serious, especially when showing such a miraculous ability in front of the ancients, which is a nearly devastating blow to their psychological level. Most of the Jin soldiers instantly lost their will to fight, subconsciously retreated, and looked at Chu Yang with awe. No matter whether the scholar in front of them is a demon or an immortal, in short, he is not a mortal. Since he is not a mortal, how can we, who are flesh and blood, win? This is the real thought of most of the Jin soldiers at this moment. Chu Yang glanced at Huang Rang, who was holding him with all her strength, and couldn't help but teasing. "Wake up, open your eyes, we are in the underworld." Hearing the word underworld, Huang Rang was frightened and opened her eyes quickly, looking at Chu Yang and asked, "We are here so soon. Why don't I feel anything?" Chu Yang asked curiously, "What do you want to feel? Do you want to be pierced by thousands of arrows before you die?" Hearing the words "thousands of arrows piercing your heart," Huang Rang's scalp numbed. Suddenly, she felt that her body was pierced by countless thumb-sized holes. She pouted and tears dripped down. "I'm only 15 years old. There are many fun, delicious and beautiful things that I haven't had time to try." Chu Yang stroked her head and comforted her. "It's okay, just be careful in your next life." Huang Rang couldn't hold it back any longer and burst into tears. Chu Yang laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't close. "Miss Huang, Brother Chu is joking with you. We are not dead." Jiuo Jing went up to explain stupidly. "Ah." Huang Rong stopped and looked around. Only then did she realize that she was teased by Chu Yang. She was too nervous just now and fell into the trap accidentally. Huang Rong, who prided herself on being smart, never thought that one day she would be fooled by such a lame trick. She immediately glared at Chu Yang with anger. Chu Yang didn't want to offend her, so he turned around first and then slowly walked towards Wan and Hongli. With every step he took, the army in front of him took a step back. Wan and Hongli knew that it was not a solution to retreat like this, so he could only bite the bullet and say, "Mr. Chu, the conflict between you and me is all because of your confidence, but I didn't kidnap her into the mansion. There is a reason for every grievance, so why bother forcing me?" Gao Yanke cursed inwardly. Wan and Hongli's words were obviously to pick him out and let him take the blame. So, he flew up without hesitation and used his King Gong to run along the roof. "Brother Chu, catch him, I still have the poison he put on me." Huang Rang didn't care about being angry and reminded Chu Yang anxiously. If it was just an ordinary poison, Huang Rang could solve it herself, but Yanke used the poison carefully prepared by Yang Feng, the western poison, and only he had the antidote. Hearing this, Chu Yang also flew up. Gao Yanke's King Gun was superb, and it was taught by Yang Feng himself. Wan and Hongli had seen it and was amazed. But compared to Chu Yang, he was as slow as a swaying hot air balloon. Chu Yang flew past Yanke with a whoosh, like a fighter jet at full throttle. What was that just past? Gao Yanke looked bewildered. Before he could react, Chu Yang kicked him back from the roof. When he landed, everyone around him heard a clear sound of bone fractures coming from his body. The severe pain from his waist almost made Yanke faint. Gradually, his lower body became numb. Huang Rang walked over and scolded, "Yanke, hand over the antidote." Yanke did not dare to delay and quickly took out a bottle of pills from his pocket and handed it to Huang Rang. Huang Rang took the pills, but who knew that the next second, she kicked Yanke hard in the waist. "I said I would kick you." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like, Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.